We are live at Coletco for Monday, February 9th, live Facebook record sale. When you're here and watching, be sure to let us know. I'm going to open up my chat. Walk to the back for 1 second. Whoa. Whoa there, Nelly. Let's put that right there for a second. All right, let me do that. Welcome, everybody. It is Coletco time. A new week has begun. Let me go back here and step to the back right quick. Hopefully y'all can still hear me. There's a lot of stuff here. A lot of empty boxes. A lot of 45 boxes. I didn't realize it was this hard to walk back here. Shouldn't be surprised though. My mic still works all the way back. That's what I do. We sell. I'd like to welcome everybody to the chaos. It's going to be, it's always busy. Tonight might even be busier. We'll see. There's a lot of stuff back here to sell. A lot of records to clean. A lot of records to price. Let's see here. All right. There's that. We'll lay that right there for Paul. And then empty crates. I got them. I feel like I'm missing. Okay, there's the crate that's usually there. Okay, good. We'll put a nice lime green one there. Make it very colorful on the screen. Blue, orange, green. Okay. There's that. Let me go ahead and get that first crate from up front. So welcome everybody. We are officially live and selling here at Coletco, almost ready to sell. I am currently taking in the situation. Usually I spend a Sunday getting everything kind of under control here. Well, it's pretty busy yesterday, and then as soon as I got here, I ordered vinyl for 4 hours, which took a lot of time, 4 hours. We got a lot of good stuff on the way, thank goodness. We go up here and grab the first crate for this morning and see how it goes. Should be up here. Go ahead and grab this. There's Paul. Let me grab this first crate here. I'll have to come get that purple crate here in a second. We'll go ahead and get started with this one. Paul's up front buying records. In case you didn't know, we do buy records. Some people do ask. So I'll go ahead so people don't have to. People will ask. They say, do y'all buy records? Now, to me, that's surprising. Because I'm like, yeah, we buy records. All right, Tony, I'm going to look through these names right here. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and pull up this morning's video. All right, let me get some of the stuff off the table. Not much here to clean up, thank goodness. Sometimes it's pretty messy. Put this right here. Put that magazine there. Just a few things to clean up here. Let's see, all this needs to go up front. That needs to go up front. I think this whole pile can, actually. Yeah, except for the Oasis box. But I'll go ahead and carry it up there because I'm going to go ahead and get it on Discogs. This stuff needs to be taken up front. And then these need to be taken up front. This needs to stay back here. Boom. All right. I'll just lay this over here so I don't have to go all the way up front right now. All right. There's that. Okay. So, let's see what's going on over here. Okay. The most recent comments are, Chad, do you have a stuffy nose? Do you have any hosier coming? Tony McDaniel wants an Elvis lot. Don't tell my wife I'm watching. Are those mini guitars? Do you have any puzzles? Do you have any knives? Do you have any Goldfinger posters? And that's all the questions so far. All right, first thing we're going to do is sell Tony McDaniel an Elvis lot. So I think that leaves me one Elvis lot. So first sell of the week. Congratulations, Tony McDaniel. This goes to you. And make sure we get him a cable with that one. They're around here somewhere. So that's sold to Tony McDaniel. That officially starts tonight's festivities. So pop the champagne. Go ahead and clap your hands and stomp your feet. The sale has began. Congratulations. You have officially embarked on a journey in which we have striven these many months. Okay. Also, we have the following. We have Magpie Salute on this colored vinyl. Coming home, glad and sorry. This is a $10 start. A $1 start, I mean. A $1 start on Magpie Salute. You heard me correctly. $1 start. Next comment. How much new vinyl came in? None. Congratulations, you can go to bed early. 0 records. Chad, how'd you feel about those 9 Inch Nails photos? Mark Fallon is requesting a spotlight moment. We want to acknowledge that Mark Fallon was front row at 9 Inch Nails the other day. He took photos, and he was front row at 9 Inch Nails. Mark, I've acknowledged your comment, and I have let the gang know Mark Fallon, front row at 9 Inch Nails the other night. Not row 2, not row 3, front row at 9 Inch Nails. Alfredo said, did you see my request? I have not. I have not seen any requests from Amenities. Mark Fallon, congratulations. You've been acknowledged, and you are now in the spotlight. Congratulations. Spotlight moment for Mark Fallon. He was 9 Inch Nails front row the other night, and he would like to be recognized for that. And every time we're under agreement that if I acknowledge his existence, it will be a $19.99 charge. That's it. A $19.99 charge. All we got to do is tell him that he's been acknowledged. And now he's already paid $40 for acknowledgments here. It's kind of like if you pay for a happy birthday thing, he pays $19.99 for acknowledgments. I'm like, oh, I'm okay with that. If you're okay with that, I'm okay with that. All right. I'm standing on my new standing mat right now. I'm standing on my new standing mat right now. I've got a brand new anti-fatigue mat thanks to the Vlogger checks. This one will probably last me about another year, and I'll run another hole through it. Magpie Salute doesn't have a bid. How much is it? It's a $1 start. Wow, just a $1 start? Yeah, that's correct. Just a $1 start. First auction from the advertised records tonight is the Grateful Dead, Oxo Moxo Oxo. The Grateful Dead is a 1969 USOG first pressing. First pressing with these W7 labels. VG++ EX. Grateful Dead, Oxo Moxo Oxo. Original under sleeve. A $35 start for that. That is now up for bid. Okay? Now, let's go ahead and pull up this morning's video. This morning's video was posted in a whole lot of records where the following claims have been made, and I'm going to tell you where those are in just 1 second. First of all, let me pull up this morning's flip video. There's Otis, and the first 3 comments are people freaking out because there wasn't a 9 a.m. vintage video. Magpie Salute has 1 bid for $1. We're about to sell Magpie Salute 1 bid for $1. It's a final call to Larry Drish. This has 1 bid for $1. There's a new record out from Music on Vinyl. The band is Soda. Stereo album is called Cancion Animal. We'll make a note of that. Laura, I will make sure we can get it direct so we can get it a little cheaper. If not, then we'll order it through that. But whoever's watching, let's make a tag for amenities. It's Soda Stereo, and it's called Cancion Animal, okay? Chad, do you have any Iron Maiden lights? I do. I have 2 or 3 in stock, actually. $59.99. Grateful Dead $35, Grateful Dead $50, and Magpie Salute is at $2. Okay, I officially have the video pulled up. I'm going to go over here and grab these 2 crates right here. Let me grab this one and this one. Let me grab this one and this one. Whoops. Luckily, that wasn't anything breakable. Let me grab this one and this one. I'm going to stack these over here. Okay, boom and boom. Over here, and Magpie Salute 30, 60, and Gerald Whitworth wants an Iron Maiden light. Awesome. Second sell of the week is another light. I'm not surprised. And if anybody else wants an Iron Maiden light, I've got them. There's only one Elvis light left, and that's the one you see plugged up. Gerald Whitworth on the Iron Maiden light here. Thank you, Gerald Whitworth. That's so do you. And I have at least 1 more of those. Chad, did you watch the Super Bowl? I'd say I watched 2% of it. I watched 2% of it. About most of the first half, I was not at home. Second half, I slept through it. That was prime sleeping stuff is what that was. That was a prime sleeping event. Prime sleeping event. Super Bowl equals great nap time. All right. If it was on a weekday, we'd be here selling records, and most people would be watching me instead of the Super Bowl. First thing is Cannibal Corpse, Hammer Smash Face. Hammer Smash Face for Cannibal Corpse is available. It is a gatefold jacket. It's on clear and red splatter. Cannibal Corpse, $39.99. Robin Glenn says, I want the Elvis. Last Elvis light, so do Robin Glenn. What I'm going to go ahead and do is unplug it then, because this is the last one. And our third sale of the night goes to Robin Glenn, another sign. $59.99. This is sold to Robin Glenn. Let's go ahead and stack that over here then. So Elvis, and Iron Maiden. That one's already got a light plugged into it, whoever's watching. And by the way, I have the little baggie right here that the switch goes into. And let me see if I have any extra. I think they keep some of the extra switches right here next to me, just in case we need them, or just in case I want to plug them up. Yeah, here's a couple extras then. So there is, I'll go ahead and lay some over here. There's one already plugged up. We need to unplug and wrap up. And then there's 3. Okay, so there's the switches for all those. We're going to get started here in a minute. I promise, like we're going to start showing records. There's already 12,000 bids on Grateful Dead. There's 300 bids on Magpie, and each one of them has about 200 or 300 questions. So if you bear with me, I promise we'll get to them. I promise. What are the details on Grateful Dead? What are the details on Magpie Salute? And let's go ahead, and we need another light plugged in because we have several of these. And I think it's time for some people to get the lead out. So let's go ahead and do that. Let me plug this in. Let me plug this in. Let me plug that in. I got to plug this in. And then we got to plug that in. Okay. Let me plug this in, and let me plug that in. Okay. All right. I'm plugging this in, and then we got to plug that in. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, yes. Nice. Look at that. Ooh, Led Zeppelin. Look at that. Beautiful, right? Yep. Okay. Let's see. One more click. There we go. Okay. Zeppelin in stock. Okay. All right. Okay. Here we go. All righty. Here we go. Oh my goodness. Here we go. Now, what happened? I've stepped away for 3 minutes and all heck has broken loose. Okay, Grateful Dead. The high bid on this right now is Mark Diskin at $80. This is a 1969 US OG Santa Maria. This isn't the second press. This isn't the third press. This isn't a reissue. This isn't a remaster. This is the original OG first pressing. This isn't the second label. This isn't the reissue. This is the original OG first pressing. The first label that says Warner Brothers 7 Arts, the OG, VG++/EX. This isn't a reissue. This isn't a remaster. This isn't the second label or the third label. This is the real OG pressing. And J Beach has it for $90. Magpie Salute is a 10-inch. It is got Coming Home and Glad and Sorry. It's on colored vinyl. I started it at $1. It has a bid for $1, a bid for $2, a bid for $3, and a bid for $4. Jeff Halsworth has it for $4. Do you get Record Store Day records? No. Magpie Salute has a bid for $5. And then, Chad, did you watch the Super Bowl? No. My answer to that's going to be no. Robin Glenn on Elvis, I've got you down for 1. Do I have any Bad Bunny? There's some on the way because we had a waiting list last night. Can you put up Jethro Tull? As soon as one of these sells, Grateful Dead's at 100. Now it's at 101. Now it's at 110. I don't remember if I've shown Cannibal Corpse, but if I have, it's still available for $39.99. The Smashing Pumpkins Pisces Iscariot. Smashing Pumpkins is a 2 LP. That's the original album remastered. $34.99. $34.99. I mean, I had the Super Bowl on, but I was sleeping. You know, I mean, I'm not going to be locked in going, oh, you got to be kidding me. That's a foul. Throw a flag on that. No, I'm going to be over there like sleeping. We have Gods of Rock and Roll, Ozzy Osbourne, $24.99. Ozzy Osbourne, Gods of Rock and Roll with Billy Morrison, $24.99 on that one. Grateful Dead is at $150. Magpie Salute is at $10. Something is wrong with Chad today. Amenity says, Chad, there's something wrong with you. You're not the first person who's told me that in my life. We have Oz Third Warning, a 2 LP magenta vinyl, $44.99. Grateful Dead, $175. Magpie Salute is at $6. And the Monkees, Pisces, Aquarius, Capricorn, and Jones, the Monkees is $39.99. In the words of, in the word, you're not acting yourself. Uh, Joe Davola. Well, who am I? Who am I supposed to be? Who am I? Who am I supposed to be then? The Monkees is an all-analog cut by Kevin Gray of Pisces, Aquarius, Capricorn, and Jones. $39.99 on that. We have Alice Cooper Dirty Diamonds. I've got two of those still left. Alice Cooper, $33.99. And we have Prince, Around the World in a Day. Prince is on limited edition white and blue marble vinyl. Prince is $33.99, $33.99. And we have Godsmack 1,000 horsepower, $33.99. So right now, the Grateful Dead's at $200. It's took some big jumps fast. Magpie Salute's at $6. Tom Kelly's at $10. Larry Drish, you're out. So that's at $10 right now. And let's go ahead and be finding that Jethro Tull, which I know what you're talking about. It's a bootleg. This is from Michael Butler. And this is Jethro Tull, a sack full of trouser snakes. A what? A sack full of trouser snakes. One more time. This is called Jethro Tull, a sack full of trouser snakes. A U.S. unofficial. It's a bootleg. This is a vintage concert. This is Jethro Tull live in Anaheim Convention Center, Anaheim, California, 1977. VG Plus condition. A vintage a vintage Jethro Tull bootleg. A $25 start. Okay, $25 start on that. Grateful Dead's at $205. We have Godsmack 1,000 horsepower. There's another copy. That's $33.99. 3 Days Grace Outsider, $24.99 for 3 Days Grace. I have one and I have two. Jethro Tull 25, Jethro Tull 25, Grateful Dead 225, Jethro Tull 35, and Magpie Salute is about to be sold for $10 to Tom Kelly. I'm going to make sure Larry Drish doesn't want to bid again. The Presidents of the United States of America, POTUS, $29.99. I still have two of those. That's the Presidents of the United States of America. Also, Weezer, the Blue Album, $34.99 for Weezer, the Blue Album. And we have Depeche Mode. This is $29.99. This is their album Violator, which is a new reissue remaster, $29.99. Enjoy the Silence, okay? Grateful Dead's at $240 with Jay Beach. So right now it's between Mark Diskin and Jay Beach. Mark Fallon was somewhere there in the running, but I don't know if he is anymore or not. It's up to him. Run DMC is $36.99. And Gary Clark Jr., Black and Blue. Gary Clark Jr., $44.99. Magpie Salute then is sold. And this is sold to Tom Kelly for $10. That is sold. Over here, we got Grateful Dead at $240. And then the last bid on Jethro Tull that came in, the bid on Jethro Tull that came in was Michael Butler at $45. We have Yes 90125, Owner of a Lonely Heart. Yes is $38.99. And Yes Big Generator is on orange vinyl, $29.99. The Grateful Dead's at $250 with Mark Diskin. And then let's go ahead and put up another auction. This is the Beatles, Meet the Beatles, a 1964 U.S. Scranton repress. The second label variant, no producer credit on the back cover. It is in mono, but it's an unusually nice copy. It's an unusually nice copy. This is EX++ near minus, a $35 start. $35 start. This is Meet the Beatles in mono. EX++ near minus, a $35 start. Grateful Dead's at $250. It goes back to Jay Beach. It's an OG first pressing of Oxo Moxo Oxo. That's an OG first pressing of Oxo Moxo Oxo. It's at $275. Jethro Tull is about to sell. It's at $45 of Michael Butler. And then there's the Beatles. It is a second label, still from '64. During the height of Beatlemania, this would have been sitting in a rack somewhere, and there would have been some girl walk in a store and just start screaming and crying, just absolutely screaming and crying because she saw this with her very own eyes. A Meet the Beatles. It has the original blue inner sleeve from Capitol. That is a '64 pressing. It's the second label. Michael Jackson Bad. This is $24.99. Michael Jackson Bad, $24.99. Now that's what I call country. That is $29.99. Now that's what I call country. And Mayhem Death Crush. Mayhem, $39.99. Also, Merciful Fate Melissa, Thunderstorm Black with Yellow Marble, $34.99 on that one. And we have Metallica Market Square Heroes. I finally ordered a Volume 1, which should be here by tomorrow or Wednesday. but volume 1 should be here, and that way you can have a whole set. That's just volume 2, $44.99. Also, Buckingham Nicks, the Rhino Hi-Fi Kevin Gray, $39.99. Okay, Grateful Dead still getting bids. The Jethro Tull then is sold to Michael Butler for $45. The Beatles has one bid for $35. The Grateful Dead is at $285. And that is an OG. That's not the repress. That's not the second label. That's not a remaster. That is the OG first pressing of Oxo, Moxo, Oxo, Oxo. There is that. And the Beatles is at $35 with Troy Overmeyer. That's going once, going twice. JetBlue 004 needs a 3 days grace. That's sold to JetBlue 004. There's another Buckingham Nicks, $39.99. Mudvayne, Lost and Found. That's $64.99 for Mudvayne. That's a 2LP, $64.99 on that one. Grateful Dead's at $295. Let's go over here. I don't think y'all realize how hard these are found in mono, or at least high grade. Mono should be pretty common, but to find it in beautiful EX++ near mint minus, a 1964 copy. Want to make sure everybody knows how nice this really is. This is EX++. Near mint minus, not VG plus, not EX. This is an EX++ near mint minus copy of Meet the Beatles. I want to stress that one more time. It's a Scranton pressing. It has one bid for $35 of Troy Overmeyer, and he's rubbing his hands together. He's come on like, come on, Chad. They don't know what's in front of them. Go ahead, sell it, buddy. I'm waiting. Here's our next auction. This is the Kentucky Headhunters picking on Nashville. The Kentucky Headhunters is an 89 USOG sealed. A $35 start on the Kentucky Headhunters. Any Ed, Laura, or John crates tonight? We have all three of them. We have all three. And typically, if things go as planned, we should have crates from all three of them every night. Taylor Momsen's Pretty Reckless Christmas, $33.99 for Taylor Momsen. And Stone Temple Pilots, Shangri-La D-Daw. This is sold to Michael Snared. Thank you, Michael Snared. Also, we have Trick or Treat by Fastway. That's $39.99. Now the Beatles 40. Now the Beatles 40. Now the Beatles 38. Now the Beatles 40. Now Grateful Dead's at $300. Pink Floyd Wish You Were Here, $36.99. And Ozzy Black Rain is $36.99. Okay, 13-4 elevators. This is sold to Blaine Zapnick. Let's go ahead and put that away. Thank you, Blaine Zapnick. That's sold to you. Now, what you got to understand about an album like Meet the Beatles, I mean, we got stacks of them laying around here. And you can ask anybody that's familiar with Beatle records or any record dealer. You can get a Meet the Beatles any day of the week, any day of the year. Finding one that's in beautiful high grade, that's a little bit more of a challenge. Most of these, as y'all know, they were thrown around. They were trash. Girls would hold them and cry them. They would throw them at their friends because they were so excited. And then they started burning them. Then people were breaking them in half. There was Beatle riots. There was Burn the Beatles records. I mean, it's amazing that any of those have survived 50 years. That doesn't look like they were used for shovels. Mark Diskin has that at $50. And then over here, we have the Beatles at $45 and then $52. So right now, the Grateful Dead, the last bid, Mark Diskin's out. Jay Beach has it for $300. It's a final call. The Beatles has a high bid of $52. And one more look at the Kentucky Headhunters. It's an 89 USOG sealed, $35. I just finished Saturday night watching Anthology for the second time. And that one episode where they're burning all the Beatles stuff. There's people outside and they're breaking these in half. They're ripping the album jackets in half. I'm like, good gosh, they're breaking valuable records. They're just destroying all this vinyl. No wonder they're hard to find in good condition. There's people like stomping on them and spitting on them. I'm like, good gosh. All right, let me go ahead and go get this other crate. If you want anything else in here, let me know. This is what we call our warm-up stuff. Unfortunately, no new vinyl came in, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and go right into some of the new stuff John marked, the new stuff Paul marked, Laura's marking stuff. I do have some auction lots. I've got classical auction lots. We'll be doing some discount crates. We'll be doing some best offer crates. And let me step up front because that's where the next crate is. And then we'll probably go ahead and wrap up some of these. Beatles final call. Grateful Dead when I come back. If there's no other bids on the screen or no questions, Jay Beach gets it for $300. I'm going to go ahead and slide this off and stack this back here behind me. And let me go up here and get the next crate. See what's going on. Next crate. Paul's up here buying records. Let me grab this MoFi crate. All righty. Here we go. Next crate, a nice purple crate. Purple crate, purple crate. Purple crate, purple crate. Okay, let's go ahead and sell this. And thank you, Jay Beach. That's OD for 300. Really nice copy, too. That one was unusually high grade as well. Now the Beatles is at $55. Michael Butler, that's at 55 with MB 92057. 55 with him. And then the Kentucky Headhunters, it's got two $35 bids. Bill Samus bid 35 and Lewis Kulik bid 35. So y'all are tied. Lewis Kulik, you're out. Beatles still getting bids. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And that is going to go up right now. And that's Roger Waters, uncensored. The pros and cons of hitchhiking. Her backside is a little exposed. And this is an 84 U.S. Pittman OG. 84 U.S. OG Pittman, a $35 start. James Hicks said flag on Headhunters. So he's probably trying to say maybe he bid 35 first. Well, now somebody's bid 36. So I don't know who was the first bidder, but now it's at 36. I think 4 people end up bidding $35. I'll wait for James Hicks to tell me what he's throwing a flag on. Now he's bid 36. Now somebody else has bid 36 before you. So now Becky Wells was first at 36. Now everybody's out. Why doesn't somebody go ahead and bid 45 and we'll move that one along? But the first thing I'm going to show you in here is Guar. Guar is Scumdog XXX Live. Guar is $29.99. That is Guar. $29.99 on that. Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers Greatest Hits. $44.99. Is this the right crate? It's supposed to be a Tedeschi Trucks band set in here. Maybe this was a crate I posted the other night, but that's okay. We need to go through them anyway. This is Tom Petty's Greatest Hits, $44.99. That's a 2LP. Tom Petty's Greatest Hits, $44.99 on that. Michael Jackson Thriller is $24.99. $24.99 on Michael Jackson Thriller. Okay, now where are we on Meet the Beatles? The last bid on Meet the Beatles, I'm showing $56 of Mark Fallon. $56 on Mark Fallon. Brian Berry on Tom Petty. That's so to Brian Berry. Excellent selection there. Now Kentucky Headhunters at 50, and now Roger Waters is at 40. Okay, so now we know where we're at. Meet the Beatles is at $56, okay? Kentucky Headhunters 50, and Roger Waters is at 40. Just so everybody knows where we're at. Chad knows where he's at. He's at the 2025 Masters, drinking some Arnold Palmers. It is hot in here. It got warm today in Tennessee, and I bet we still have the heat on in this store because it is hot. I'll probably have to go do a heat adjustment later. It is hot in here. Roger Waters, not a gatefold. I've never seen a gatefold. It is uncensored with the original on her sleeve. It is OG, and it's beautiful. No, this is uncensored. You can see her behind. She's uncensored. So it's uncensored. This is, yes, Tell Some Topographic Oceans, a deluxe 15-disc set, 2 CDs or 2 LPs and 12 CDs, and a Blu-ray, $129.99. Queen's Greatest Hits, that's a 2 LP. Queen's Greatest Hits, $39.99. Trivium, What Dead Men Say. Trivium is $34.99. Down Nola. Down is a 2 LP, $49.99. Sungi Him on Guar. That's so to Sungi Kim. And then we have the Rolling Stones, and that's Steel Wheels. Orange Blue. The Rolling Stones Steel Wheels, $69.99. That means we're done on the Beatles, right? Michael Butler was the other bidder, and he went out. Kevin went out. Mark Fallon, this is yours for $56. Thank you, Mark Fallon. That's so to you. A nice copy of Meet the Beatles. Thank you on that one. Now, Kentucky Headhunters is at 55. This is a sealed copy. James Hicks has it at 55. Roger Waters is now at 46. And we have Bob Marley live. This is a half-speed master from Abbey Road. $36.99 on Bob Marley. And we have Morbid Angel, Altars of Madness. Morbid Angel is $39.99. Bob Riger said, you've had that Trivium for a while. Thank you. This is sold to Bob Riger. Trivium, What the Dead Men Say. I've had it since January 30th. It has been shown several times. That is sold to Bob Riger. Thank you on that. King Crimson in the Court of the Crimson King, $34.99. I actually have 4 Tedeschi Trucks bands in stock, Blaine, but there's somebody over here in the video that has claimed all 4 of them. Clifford's already claimed the last set, so if you want on the wait list for the others, let me know. Let's go ahead and get another auction going, and that is Stevie Ray Vaughan Live Alive. And Stevie Ray Vaughan is a 1986 US Pittman OG. It's a gold stamp promo. No white label promo of this exists. EX condition, a $35 star. Very nice copy of Stevie Ray Vaughan. It's up for bid now. So is NWA. You can claim it. It's a straight claim. NWA and the Posse's $29.99. We're going to go through these pretty fast. I actually grabbed the wrong crate. So these are available. There's actually no claims in here. So I'm just going to go through them pretty fast so I can go get the other crate I was supposed to. King Crimson Beat, that's a 200-gram remaster. King Crimson Beat is $34.99. Warren Haynes, Tales of Ordinary Madness. Warren Haynes, $44.99. King Gizzard the Lizard Wizard, Demo 7s and 8. Limited Edition Splatter Vinyl, $46.99. Bruce Springsteen Wrecking Ball. Bruce Springsteen is $36.99. And Led Zeppelin 4, and that's on clear vinyl, a gatefold jacket, $36.99. So Stevie Ray Vaughan, 30, 35, 35. Roger Waters, 55, and Kentucky Headhunters is at 60. That's the high bids right now. Slipknot Volume 3, the Subliminal Verses, purple vinyl, violet purple, 2LP, $38.99. Hall & Oates Rockin' Soul Part 1, $44.99 for that MoFi pressing. Bill Withers' Greatest Hits is $44.99. And the Sisters of Mercy, First, Last, and Always, $34.99 for them. Star Wars Stories, music from The Mandalorian, Rogue One, and Solo, a 2LP hyperspace colored vinyl, $49 on that one. Gordon Lightfoot now playing, $24.99. Gordon Lightfoot, that's available. So is Artillery Terror Squad. That's a limited edition 1000 red vinyl, $34.99. By the way, Gordon Lightfoot now playing is like a hits compilation, like If You Could Read My Mind and The Wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald, $24 on that one. More MoFi, Miles Davis is $44.99. Also, the Cars. We got 3 different ones from Mobile Fidelity Sound Lab. Heartbeat City for $44. Another Sisters of Mercy. This one's Floodland, $34.99 on that. Willie Woodard on the Slipknot, thank you. Brian Berry on the Star Wars, thank you. Those are all sold and sold. We also have Alan Parsons Project iRobot, $59.99 for that. There's the last 2 cars. Candy O is $44, and then Shake It Up, and those are MoFi pressings, okay? So Kentucky Headhunter, $65. The Roger Waters is at $56, which means Adam Bernardi, you've been outbid, and Stevie Ray Vaughan is with Mark Diskin at $50. That's the high bid on those, okay? I think I might go ahead and go through a vintage pre-owned crate. I'll try to find that last new vinyl crate. It must be up front somewhere. I think this one was honestly the one from Sunday, I think it was. So I still got the Cars, Alan Parsons, Sisters of Mercy, the Cars, Miles Davis, Artillery, Gordon Lightfoot, Sisters of Mercy, Bill Withers, Hall & Oates, Led Zeppelin, Bruce Springsteen, King Gizzard, Warren Haynes, King Crimson, NWA King Crimson, Morbid Angel, Bob Marley, Rolling Stones, NOLA, Queen, and Michael Jackson. And Brian Berry wants the Cars, Shake It Up. And now Kentucky Headhunter still has bids. It's at $67. And Roger Waters, Roger Tagavilla, $56. Brian Berry's out, so we're about to sell that. And Stevie Ray Vaughan is at $50 with Mark Diskin. And James Hicks is at $75. Oh, yes. That was a great neck adjustment. We have the Sisters of Mercy, First and Last and Always. That's MoFi, Mobile Fidelity Sound Lab, $34.99. And the other one is Floodland, $34.99 on that one. Okay? Swapping out crates. Let's go through one of our first crates of new vintage stuff tonight. Should have several. Like I said, Paul's got some auction lots over here for us. They're like classical. Most of the names I can't pronounce because it's classical. And I think we're going to try to sell them in some lots. And then there's some other stuff too, like Shirley Bassey, et cetera, et cetera. Some of that stuff from that jazz collection that we won't quite put out individually for sale. It's much better selling lots. All righty. Might sell some 45 lots to do. We went through a couple boxes of 80s picture sleeves. And I think what's left, I might just go ahead and sell on lots as well. Let me see if John's got us a new check condition crate. So we use an ultrasonic cleaner here for two different reasons. We use an ultrasonic cleaner sometimes, rarely, when we want to take something really high end and maybe go ahead and ultrasonically clean it. We use it for that sometimes. But John uses one a lot when we have records that may be needing a real good cleaning. And we have a lot of stuff in the back, and that's what we call the iceberg. It's records that have pretty much been passed over because of the time it would take to bring them back to life. And some days he'll get back there and work on that. And that's when he digs up a lot of unusual stuff and stuff we haven't seen in a while. And I don't know if he's working on that today, but me and him were talking about it. I was like, yeah, go ahead. We're ready for everything. We're ready for everything you can put out. We need as much vintage as possible. If you watch these shows and if you watch what's claimed out of the flip crates, if it's something vintage and pre-owned, let's get it going as fast as possible. So I don't even advertise it anymore, because the next question is I would always get was, will y'all ultrasonically clean our records? We tried it for a while, but the time it takes, and we were having to handle a lot of people's records, et cetera, et cetera. So we barely have time to clean our own records. But yeah, that's something we do, and I don't even tell a lot of these John ultrasonically clean. And so he used to even make notes. We were going to order stickers and go ahead and tell everybody, hey, these are ultrasonically cleaned, and you probably don't even have to worry about it. So he runs them and runs them and runs them all day, has to change out the waters. Y'all should see how dirty the water gets sometimes from cleaning these records. I've seen him run about 3 batches through some of the water, and it literally looked like pond water. It's so dirty. And the records, when you first looked at them, didn't even look that dirty, but we maybe knew they came from where they were stored. They probably had a lot of dirt and grime on them. And so it's amazing how clean some of these can get. All right, let's go over here and see what's going on. We have Kentucky Headhunters. Roger Waters was the final call, and Roger Waters was sold to Roger Tagavilla for $56. So Roger Tagavilla gets Roger Waters for $56. Ultrasonic Bongo. It is some nasty water I've seen come through there before. If y'all haven't bought one, I would recommend it. It's amazing how clean you can make records. And a lot of this pre-owned stuff, that's what John uses. People have asked, what does he use to make these shine so good? I'm like, well, a lot of them he spends all day ultrasonically cleaning them. He gets here at 9 a.m. and starts up the machine, and he runs 10 at a time in 10-minute batches and then dries them as fast as he can. I mean, it's a job cleaning these. Stevie Ray Vaughan, $50 of Mark Diskin. I think I've already said that once. I'm going to go ahead and say it twice. And actually, that's going to be sold to him for $50. Yeah, this is sold to Mark Diskin for $50. Okay, that's that. Are the orders from 2 weeks ago shipped out? The last shipping update I got was everything from a week ago today had been shipped. So I bet tomorrow they're going to start shipping on stuff that paid 7 days ago. So they should be about 7 days out. If you want an exact answer, I would recommend sending Ed a direct message. He can give you a direct answer on a direct message. Wow, look at this. Elton John, a 1978 UK copy on yellow vinyl, a 78 UK vinyl, and this is EX edition, a $40 start. 78 UK on yellow vinyl, a $40 start. It does have a little bit of a paper pull up here. Looks like where an old retail sticker got pulled off. It still has this sticker, the limited edition 2LP on yellow vinyl. It's a trifold jacket, just like all of them should be. But yes, this is a 78 yellow vinyl press, $40 star. All done on Kentucky Headhunters. The last bid was James Hicks at 75. Harold Ackerman, you're out, just FYI. All right, let's go ahead and do this crate buy now or best offer. We got Freddie Hubbard, First Light, with Jack DeJohnette, Ron Carter, etc. That's $19.99. Folks, I want you to go ahead and buy these or make an offer. That's what we do here. Buy it now or best offer. Sutherland Brothers and Quiver. This is $19.99. That one's called Sailing. Ubi Blake, Blues and Rags, his earliest piano rolls, 1917-1921 compilation, $12.99. Johnny Lee, that is $12.99 for Johnny Lee. Freddie Hubbard sold to Brian Berry for $15. The 50s Greatest Love Songs, that's a Columbia House. That's a 2 LP 50s comp for $9.99. And She Is a Song, Rick Roberts. That's $9.99. Let's go ahead and put up another auction because we're going to sell the Kentucky Headhunters. Rush Counterparts is now going up for bid. Counterparts Rush is the 2015. This is the QRP pressing, 200 gram, $150 start on that. Kentucky Headhunters is sold in. Thank you on that one, and that's sold to James Hicks for $75. Elton John has a bid already, and that's at $50 with Equal Vote over on Twitch, $50 on that one. And then Johnny Lee is at sold to Cody Wright for $10. This is a buy it now or best offer crate stuff that's never been shown before. Grover Washington Jr. Soul Box. Grover Washington Jr. is $9.99. And South Sea Island Magic. Alfred Apaka says, APAKA, this is $9.99. Looks like a very cool Decca vintage Hawaiian record there. $9.99. You got a groove to some Hawaiian music. Carl Perkins Greatest Hits, $19.99 for Carl Perkins Greatest Hits. That's a Columbia 2i, $19.99 on that. GMAC 5791 on the Grover Washington Jr. We had Mark Diskin was second. We had a great week this week. So when Ed generates all the invoices, he sends me the numbers, and we are still on pace to beat last year. So once again, we're seeing more growth here at Collectco, and that's thanks to y'all. So we're still on pace. What we do is I track it week to week and kind of compare it to year to date and 1 year ago. And we're already seeing like 20% jumps again in sales. And I think a lot of that's due to these amazing collections. We've seen an uptick in new customers and regular customers. And there's been so many new LPs already come out this week, or this year, like Alice in Chains, Megadeth. So a lot of good things are happening, and I just owe everybody watching a thank you. Always got to have a thank you to our customers. I usually say it at night when I'm signing off. I don't get to say it enough during prime time, but thank y'all. I mean, once again, another year has begun, and we've already seen an uptick in growth. Total, I didn't ever do a count. I need to do an official count, but individual LPs, I think we probably sold 50,000 more individual LPs last year than we did this year. So we can sell over 250,000 individual albums this year if you count lots and stuff like that. I mean, we would have to, because look how much we buy. I mean, we've already bought 50,000 this year. So yeah, I'll get an official count. I've never really sat down and digested last year's numbers yet. I haven't even really looked into it. Okay, this is a lot. All Shirley Bassey. Yes, the lady who did the Goldfinger theme. This is Shirley Bassey, and we have a lot of Shirley Bassey records. We've got one Shirley Bassey. I like this one because it's an actual official label that mentions Goldfinger. There's two Shirley Basseys. There's three, the Golden Sound of Shirley Bassey. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 Shirley Bassey records, a $15 start. That's for bid. Yes, Elton John's a 1978 UK yellow vinyl. Yes, that's what we have on the back here. 1978 UK yellow vinyl. It has one bid for $50 right now. And then the Vork. I'll check on the classical. Hubbard, Johnny, sorry for the pause. And then South Sea 8, and then Ubi Blake. So South Sea, Michael offered 8, and then Melanie claimed it as stickers. So Michael, that's yours as sticker. If not, it's sold to Melanie. Nick Serenjenko on Ubi Blank, that's sold to Nick Serenjenko. And then over here, we have a bid on Bassey for 15. T-Pad Songs Volume 1, a place where marijuana is smoked. This is $14.99. $14.99. There is some cover damage down here at the bottom. $14.99 on that. Michael Butler on South Sea, a sticker. That's sold to him. Thank you. We have Biff Rose, Children of Light. Biff Rose is $19.99. Radiance, Pick and Choose. Radiance is in shrink wrap, $14.99. And John Lennon, his rock and roll album. We call that one just rock and roll. It is on Apple, which would be the first label. John Lennon did an album covering rock and roll standards like Bebopalooza, and then he had a very famous cover of Stand By Me. That's $24.99. Adam, if you don't want to bid on Elton John, I'll go ahead and sell it. Rush doesn't have a bid yet. We're looking for a $150 start. That's on Counterparts here. That is the 200 gram. Just FYI, that's the 200 gram. Let me go to top view so I don't have to move too much around where you can see it. That is the QRP sticker. That is the real deal there, the very desirable 200 gram. Shirley Bassey is 9 records. It has 1 bid for $15 with Brian Berry. Mark Diskin gets T-Pad songs for 10. That's sold to Mark Diskin for 10. And then I just shot myself in the foot because Moses claimed it as sticker. I just shot myself in the foot already over $5. Justin Hayward and John Lodge, that's members of the Moody Blues. That has some writing, $9.99 on that. There is a new bid on Yellow Submarine for $55. Now there's a new bid for $56. We have Blue Mitchell, Blues. Blue Mitchell is $39.99. Blue Mitchell, Blues, $39.99. And we have Dawn R and I Quest. What is this here? Don Randy and Quest. There we go. Don't Look Back. That is $9.99. It was pressed twice on yellow vinyl, Laura said. 1978, 2014. Yeah, it's definitely 1978. I can promise you that. This isn't a 2014. It does have some of this cover damage right up here, just so you know. The cover's like VG, maybe VG minus, but the vinyl's EX. It has a high bid of 59 right now. Okay, moving on. These are all buy it now or best offer. No condition notes on these. Groove Homes, Hunk of Funk. Groove Homes is sealed, $24.99. Sealed, $24.99. David Newman, The Weapon. David Newman is $19.99. And The Clown and the Kid, starring Emmett Kelly, $14.99 for Emmett Kelly. And Charles Mingus, The Mingus Connection. Charles Mingus is a 2LP, $19.99. The Mingus Connection, $19.99. All right, let's go ahead and sell these 9 Shirley Bassey albums for $15. Thank you, and these are sold to Brian Berry, 9 for $15. Let's go ahead and put those away. And Rush is a buy it now for $150. If anybody wants to do a buy it now on that, $150 on the Rush. You can buy that right now for $150. $150 on the Rush. Okay. All right. Let me put these away. Boom and boom. And Rush is $150. And once again, that was a 2015 US 200 gram near mint and shrink with the QRP sticker and hop sticker, $150 on Rush. So now we're down to Elton John before I put up anything else. Adam Bernardi has that for $60. Then Groove Homes 15, Mingus 14, Mingus sticker. First thing is Groove Homes is sold to Mark Diskin for $15. Blue Mitchell is sold to Michael Butler for $30. Mingus is either going to be sold to Brian Berry for sticker, Amenities for sticker, or it goes to Alan Smith, who claimed it as sticker. So, Brian, it's yours, but it will be $19.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and this is going to be, we have going up right now, we have, I don't know, trying to figure out. There's some interesting looking stuff here. Let's go ahead and do this. The Jesus and Mary chain. And this is Psycho Candy, a gold stamp promo, an 85 US Special DOG gold stamp promo with the original inner sleeve. And this is EX edition, a $55 start. $55 start. That's now up for bid, okay? So Mingus is either going to be sold to Brian or Amenities or Alan Smith. And then Clown Details. This is the original soundtrack from the motion picture The Clown and the Kid, starring Emmett Kelly. No condition notes on that. Golden Records label, $14.99. Genesis Trick of the Tail. Is that an auction we have? And then Pretty Things, Freeway Madness. Pretty Things is $29.99. Pretty Things, $29.99. Equal Vote, it's up to you on the Yellow Brick Road and Kristen Start. Haven't heard back from Kristen Start. Haven't heard back from Equal Vote. This is Elton John, a 1978 UK yellow vinyl. 78 UK yellow vinyl. 78 UK yellow vinyl. And the last bid on that was $60 of Adam Bernardi. I also just put down the Jesus and Mary chain, a gold stamp promo, nice copy EX, $55 start on that. Charles Mingus, this is going to be ahead, and so this is sold to amenities at sticker price. Thank you, that is sold to amenities. And we have Bill Evans, Harold Land, Kenny Burrell, Ray Brown, Bill Evans, and this one's called Quintessence, I think, $34.99. That's what it looks like. Bill Evans, Quint, Essence, $34.99 on that. Final chance for anybody on Elton John. If you're done bidding, make sure you say out. Here's our next auction. Let's see what's going on with this. Ooh, a white label promo. This is Derek and the Dominoes, Layla. Promo sticker, hop sticker, a white label promo. 1970 US Presswell OG. It is in VG, but it is a white label promo. Wow, that's a pretty cool record to see there. A white label promo on that. The cover does have some wear. I would say it's a VG cover at best, and that's going to go up for a $30 start, okay? Now, Bill Evans has offers for $30 and $29. Blaine was first. Go ahead and sell it to him for $30. And then we have Rare Bird. That is $29.99. By the way, any of these discs do not have any condition notes. No condition notes on the disc. $29.99 on that one. And the best of Elvin Bishop, Crabshaw Rising, $14.99 on that. Derek and the Dominoes has bids for $30 and $30 as Freeway Madness on Swan Song. Freeway Madness, let's look at Pretty Things here. Pretty Things is on the Green Warner Brothers label. Green Warner Brothers. All right, well, Adam, I'm going to say Yellow Brick Road. I lost 2 people. I never did hear back from Kristen. I never did hear back from Equal Votes. So this is sold to Adam Bernardi for $60 by the timer, by lack of participation from the other 2 bidders. And then we have Charlie Christian. Charlie Christian, $14.99 for Charlie Christian. And Diana Ross Live at Caesar's Palace, $9.99 on that one. So Jesus and Mary Chain has 1 bid for $55. Derek and the Dominoes, the first one who bid $30 was Brian Barry. Matthew Hendon, you were second. Let's go ahead and put up another auction, and that next auction is going to be this Beach House Depression Cherry. Beach House is a 2015 USOG limited edition clear vinyl. Beach House is up for bid, a $55 start. Cedar Walton Firm Roots with Sam Jones and Louis Hayes, $29.99 on Cedar Walton. This is LA Express Shadow Play. This is $19.99. Looks like the cover was drawn by Joni Mitchell. $19.99 Beach Boys Records. And we also have Freddie Hubbard, the Baz Hubbard. Freddie Hubbard is $19.99. Charlie Christian is sold to Mark Diskin for $10. Thank you on that. And Chad needs a drink of Monster. Delicious. Babyface, Wing and a Prayer. A Wing and a Prayer fife and drum corps. This is sealed for $14.99. Freddie Hubbard for GMAC 5791. Also, we have Isaac Hayes, Hotbed. Isaac Hayes is $19.99. And Shooting Star, Silent Scream. Shooting Star, $19.99. These are all new arrivals. No condition notes, buy it now or best offer. Matthew Smithson, you get Jesus and Mary Chain. I've left that back there about as long as I physically can. This sold to you for $55. Derek and the Dominoes is a white label promo. It's in VG condition. Matthew Hennon has it for $35. And Beach House has 1 bid for $55. Yes, in the back, we have the following records for sale. Soundgarden is a 2 LP, $44.99. Yes is the deluxe edition of Topographic. That is the new 15-disc set. 2 LP, 12 CDs, and a Blu-ray. That's 15 disc, and that is $129.99. AC/DC is $29.99, and Dead Kennedys is $33. Yes, those are all available. That's a new 15-disc set. Tales from Topographic Oceans, $129.99. Max Webster, High Class and Borrowed Shoes. Wow, didn't expect to see that in the bin tonight. Max Webster, $19.99 on that one. Also, Peaches and Herb, We're Still Together, $9.99 for Peaches and Herb. And Them Changes, Buddy Miles, $29.99. Jesus and Mary Chain, it only got 1 bid and it sold for $55. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that is the, whoops, hold on one second. This is the Flaming Lips Embryonic. The Flaming Lips Embryonic is a 2009 OG blue and yellow vinyl with CD, and it's near mint minus. The Flaming Lips, a $55 start. $55 start on that. Woman Out of Control, Ray Parker Jr., $9.99 for Ray Parker Jr. And this is Puzzle. Is that what that says? Puzzle is a white label Motown label. Puzzle, white label from Motown. It has radio station markings, $14.99. Derek and the Dominoes is sold to Matthew Hendon for $35. Thank you, Matthew Hendon. That is sold to you. And then Beach House over here, one bid, sold to Jason Fornerat for $55. That's done. And then here is the Flaming Lips. So it does have the CD. It's near mint. It's on blue and yellow vinyl, a $55 start on that. Okay, let's go ahead and put up, give me 1 second here. Let's put up another classical lot. So these are all, now Paul has sorted these by composer. So this jazz collection of 30,000 obviously had a lot of other stuff in it, like classical. And so, as y'all know, like Beethoven records, it's not like Beethoven's on here playing. Beethoven, the composer, you know, wrote all this stuff, and then there's different people doing it, right? So this is all Beethoven-related stuff. Here's a box set, the early quartets, the Budapest Quartet, the Ninth Symphony. I'm just going to flip through them here as I count them. That's 4, including the box set. There's 5, 6, 7. That one looks pretty cool. 8, 9. There's 10, 11, 12, and 13. So 13 different related Beethoven records, a $25 start. 13 related Beethoven records, $25 start. So that's now up for bid. Next is Flaming Lips has a bid for $55. Adam Minardi gets Puzzle for $9. Thank you, Adam. That's so to you. There's Beethoven, 13 different records, $25 start. Wilma Lee and Stoney Cooper, Sunny Side of the Mountain, and that's $9.99. And Johnny Lee, Keep Me Hanging On. Shrink and Hype, Johnny Lee, $9.99. Let's go ahead and get a third auction going. And that one's going to be right here. Let's go ahead and knock out the other Rush. Rush, Snakes and Arrows, another QRP pressing, another 200 gram from this collection. A 2016 200 gram remaster QRP pressing. That one's going to go up for a $95 start. $95 start on that one. Sneak Attack, Buddy Miles Regiment. Buddy Miles is $24.99. Let's go over here and show the Flaming Lips for a final call. It is on blue and yellow vinyl. One bid, $55 with Jason Fornerat, and we're about to sell that to him. It is a CD, and it's a 2009 OG, and that one's called Embryonic, okay? The classical lot has bids for $25 and now $30. I will sell Johnny Lee for $8. $8 on Johnny Lee Cody, and it's yours. Hoyt Axton Free Sailing. Hoyt Axton's $9.99. Brian, you've been outbid on the Beethoven lot. The most recent bid on that one's now $30 with Adam Bernardi. Lake is $14.99. And Ray Parker Jr., the other woman. Ray Parker Jr., $9.99. Mama Kershaw's Boy, $19.99 for Mama Kershaw's Boy. Also, the Sports, Don't Throw Stones. Is that what it says? I think the Sports is the name of the group. Yeah, Don't Throw Stones, $9.99 on that one. So Johnny Lee sold to Cody for $8. Ludwig, which is Ludwig van Beethoven, has a bid for $31. And then we have Flaming Lips sold for $55 to Jason Fornerat. Rush over here is a $95 start. No bid yet. And then both Buddy Miles for $30. Let me find those. Should be 2 different Buddy Miles in here. Let's sell these to Adam Bernardi, $15 and $15. Thank you, Adam. Those are sold to you. We have Gospel's Best, J.D. Summer and the Stamps Quartet, $9.99. 7 on Sports. What was that one, Mark? 9. Sell that to Matthew Hendon for $7. Brian, you've been outbid on the classical lot. And the Electric Flag, the band kept playing. That is sealed, unopened, $24.99. So up for bid right now, we have Rush, which is Snakes and Arrows. It is open. It is a 200 gram. It's the first, I think, the first remaster they did of that album. Maybe even the first time on vinyl. Is that right? I don't know if there is an OG of that, but it's pressed to QRP, one of the more desirable ones of that. This is a lot of 13 different Beethoven records, including box sets. It has a high bid right now of $13, all these different classical records. We got multiple different lots like that, sorted by composer. That's where we're at on those. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And I was wondering where this went. I was looking for it the other night. We had some box sets pop up, and I was like, where's that other BBC Sessions at I seen? So this is the limited edition 5 LP box. Everything's EX or better. The only thing wrong with this is the box lid has a couple splits. Now, this is some definite Led Zeppelin, okay? Now, I've told y'all before, there's only a few things ever been officially released with live Led Zeppelin. There's very little out there. There's The Song Remains the Same, which is Madison Square Garden, 1973. These early tracks, which are BBC sessions, which are some of my favorite, and then How the West Was Won. There's some other stuff out there, too. They've been putting out. It's not like there's very little, but this is an amazing set to have. BBC sessions, Led Zeppelin, 5 LPs, $125 start. $125 star BBC sessions now for bid, okay? Let's go ahead and make Rush a buy now. So the only two no bids tonight are Rush. I'm very disappointed in my fellow Rush fans. The only two no bids tonight are Rush. Now, I would normally say Brian Berry, you can't bid after you say out, you can't bid again. But Adam Bernardi is, he's already said it's yours. So just a quick rule, after you say out on the auction, you can't bid again. If Adam's okay, let's say you can have him for 40, I'll go ahead and sell it. Technically, Adam, he can't bid again, and they would be yours for 32. So I'll leave the decision up to Adam. If he wants Brian to have him for 40, he can. If not, I'll sell them to Adam for 32. But always make sure if you say out, we do that just in case somebody was bidding and they jump out and then they think they've won the auction and then they come back to find out they've been outbid. We have to call that the Mark Fallon rule. Once again, Mark Fallon getting the spotlight. We have a special rule just for him. He bid on a Steely Dan record for like 45 minutes, and then he thought he won it. He said, "Good night, everybody." And as soon as he said good night, somebody outbid him, a new bidder, and then he already went to sleep, and he had no idea he lost the auction. So make sure we're fine of that. Make sure you're aware of that. If you say out, you can't bid again, and I would never leave the auction. I would never leave the auction until you know it's been bought, okay? Till you've won it. All right, go ahead and sell this to him for 40 because some people have said, okay, I'm done. I'm done bidding. And the other person's like, whew, okay, I'm going to bed. And I actually hadn't called it sold. And then somebody's like, he's went to bed. Okay, Steely Dan, 42 or 142, however much it was at. Then Mark Fallon got his invoice, and I was like, buddy, you got outbid. You went to bed and somebody was still bidding. All right, so those are we'll sell them to Brian Adams says you can have them for 40. All right, so we'll sell them to you for $40. It's not like I put that rule out there too often, so Brian probably wasn't even aware of that. Adam says Brian could have them for 40. We'll do it. I promise there's plenty of other classical lots coming up, and that has filled up our first crate. Led Zeppelin's getting lost to bids. We're going through a crate of buy it now, best offer. We are flying through tonight's auctions, and I was hoping 2 things would have arrived. Actually, 3. I was hoping we'd have plenty of new vinyl. No delivery from UPS, and there was supposed to be. I was hoping we'd have a Japanese delivery. It didn't show up either. And then Seth isn't bringing any more bonus auctions until tomorrow. So I'm glad Paul has these lots over here of classical, and I'm glad I have all these 80s picture sleeves I'm about to start auctioning because we don't have any extra Japanese. I don't have any extra bonus auctions, and there was no new vinyl delivery. But we still got plenty of stuff. Paul marked some stuff. Laura's in the back marking, and we we got plenty of new stuff from John. And we can always go back through vintage crates. So there's always plenty of records over here. There's always plenty of records over here. Okay, here's all these different. Now, we've already went through these once, and they didn't get claimed. So now I'm going to put them in lots, and we're going to sell them off, okay? Over here, we have Tiffany, Huey Lewis, Kim Wilde, Honey Drippers, Genesis, Glass Tiger, Whitney Houston, Phil Collins, Peter Wolf, Herb Albert, Falco, and Luther Vandross. Those are going to go up for a $10 start. John's cleaned them. They're all in picture sleeves, and they're all in new sleeves. 45 lot, $10 start. Let's go back to the top and see where I left off. I left off around selling sports. Then we had the classical, and then Led Zeppelin 125, Led Zeppelin 150, Led Zeppelin 125, Led Zeppelin 150, Led Zeppelin 160, Led Zeppelin 175, Led Zeppelin 180, Led Zeppelin 200, okay? So right now, Led Zeppelin's at 200, and that's with Alex Miller. The 45s has bids for 10 and 10. 45s has bids for 10 and 10. Let me grab a new empty crate, and I'm going to put up some other advertised auctions. When? Right now. Let's go ahead and finish up this crate of vintage as well. First thing I have here is Richard Wright, Wet Dream. Richard Wright as in Pink Floyd, the keyboard player. $36.99 for Richard Wright. Bizarre to see that just randomly in a crate. Tony OK, America, $9.99 on that. The 45s are now at 15 with X-Wing, now 16. And we have Sister Sledge, When the Boys Meet the Girls. Sister Sledge is $9.99. Buster Bennett, 12 dBs. Buster Bennett is $19.99. And Chris Farlow's Greatest Hits. Chris Farlow is $19.99. Chris Farlow's Greatest Hits. Our next auction is going to go be up right now. How about Handel? Another classical lot. Handel. Some of these I'm going to be like, okay, is the A hard or soft? Over here we have 1, we have 2, we have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Actually, I think these are 10. Is Hayden and Handel the same thing? 12, 13, 14. I think there's 15 here. How about we just call it a classic lock? I saw some that said Hayden and some that said Handel. $25 start on that. Okay, so we'll put classical if you want to bid on that. $25 start. Led Zeppelin's at $210 and the 45s are at $21. Roy Gallagher, Against the Grain, $19.99 Roy Gallagher. Mose Allison, Mose Alive, $14.99. Blaine Zapnick's in at $25 on these. Radio Irwan. What is that there? He's on Moscow's Red Square, it looks like. $14.99, some sort of Russian there. And then Gabriel, This Star on Every Hill. Gabriel is $14.99. And let's update these right now. So we'll just call this classical. I think that's two different composers mixed in together. No problem. The bids right now are 25. And we have Led Zeppelin at 225. So these are tied at 25. The singles are at 22 with X-Wing, now 23 Brian Berry. And Roy Gallagher is Kristen Starts for $15 if you want this, Kristen. $15. If not, let me know. Also, we have 12-string guitar, folk songs and blues sung by Fred Gerlach and his 12-string guitar from 1962 Folkways, $19.99. The Whites is $9.99. And Outward Bound, Eric Dolphy on Prestige, a 1969 press, $49.99. $49.99 on that. So we have classical at 35, classical at 40. Kristen Starr said he will take Roy Gallagher for 15. And the 45s are at 12, okay? Let's go ahead and go into a new crate. If anybody else wanted anything in here, let me know. We had Eric Dolphy, The Whites, Folk Songs and Blues Guitar by Fred Gerlach, Gabriel, Radio Irwan, I think is how you say that, Radio Irwan. And we have Mose Allison, Chris Farlow, Duster Bennett, Sister Sledge, Tony OK, Richard Wright still in here, The Electric Flag, J.D. Summer, Mama Kershaw, Ray Parker, Lake, Hoyt Axton, Wilma Lee and Stoney Cooper, Ray Parker Jr., Peaches and Herb, Max Webster still available, Shooting Star, Isaac Hayes, Babyface, L.A. Express, Cedar Walton, Dinah Ross, Pretty Things, Elvin Bishop, Rare Bird, Emmett Kelly, David Newman, Don, Randy and Quest, Justin Hayward, John Lodge, John Lennon, Radiance, Biff Rose, Carl Perkins, Rick Roberts, 50's Greatest Love Song, Southern Brothers, and Quiver. All those are still available over here, okay? Right now, the classical lot's at 40, and now Led Zeppelin's at 235. So Zeppelin 235. The singles are up to X-Wing, I think. The last bid was 24 of Debbie Winstead. X-Wing, it's up to you. Led Zeppelin's at 236, and let's go through another crate. If something caught your ear and you just said, whoa, Chad, that caught my ear. Hold on a minute, my friend. That caught my ear. What was that? I'll bring it back over and I'll show it to you. But without further ado, let's go ahead and get another claim. Did I see your request for Sister Sledge? I didn't. Because, Adam Bernardi, Sister Sledge 7. Let me go pull that right now. Sister Sledge 7. Sister Sledge 7. Let's do that right now, okay? Boom, boom, boom. Do, do, do. Sister Sledge. Sold Adam Bernardi for 7. I did not. If I missed anybody, I promise I wasn't ignoring you. At least make sure I acknowledge it. So I can say yes, no, or a counter. And let me find the next crate. Let me peek at this one and see what we can find over here, okay? Do do do. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. All right. So, Biff Rose and Peaches and Herb. No condition notes on Peaches and Herb, $9.99. And then let me go find Carl Perkins and Biff Rose, okay? Carl Perkins and Biff Rose. Let me do that right quick. Carl Perkins and Biff Rose. So Eric Dolphy Watts, those are near the back. Let's see here. Biff Rose, Carl Perkins. Okay. So Biff Rose is called Children of Light, Tetragrammaton Records. Biff Rose, Children of Light, Tetragrammaton. That is $19.99. Carl Perkins Greatest Hits, Blue Suede Shoes, Original Columbia 2i. That is $19.99 on Carl Perkins. Those are $19.99 each. Right now, the 45s, the last bid was Debbie Winstead at $24. It was for this lot of 45s. It was Luther, Vandross, Falco, Herb Albert, Peter Wolf, Phil Collins, Whitney Houston, Glass Tiger, Genesis, Honey Drippers, Kim Wilde, Huey Lewis, and Tiffany. And all those are being sold together. And the last bid was $24 with Debbie Winstead, okay? Now, the last bid on Led Zeppelin was $260, and then we've got a classical lot over here. Blaine Zapnick has the classical lot at $45. Classical lot at $45. And then there's two more things I got to go pull, Babyface and LA Express. Babyface and LA Express, okay? I can find those. Still got Eric Dolphy as well. Babyface and LA Express. Let me go find those. There should be right over there. There's Peaches and Herb. I'm going to grab it just in case. There's Babyface. And let me find that LA Express. Should be right. What happened to it? Let's see here. 1 second. Did I say that? I guess I did. Oh, there it is right here. Yeah, LA Express Shadow Play. All right, so this is the Peaches and Herb that was asked about. It was We're Still Together, $9.99. Also, we have Babyface, Wing and a Prayer, Fife, and Drum Corps. That was sealed, $14.99, sealed copy. LA Express Shadow Play was $19.99. Cover artwork by Joni Mitchell. All right, let's go back over here. And then next was 45s, 25, Led Zeppelin 261, and Classical 48, Led Zeppelin 265, okay? And then Mose Allison as well, okay? I should have went back through the whole crate. I usually do that. I don't know why I didn't, because if I read the titles, there's usually, and it's a lot harder to find them when there's a lot in here, but no worries. Let me go ahead and find Mose Allison. And if I missed anything on those, don't hesitate to make offers. Etzel record, really clean. Mose Allison, Mose Alive. So I've still got Mose Allison, LA Express, Babyface, Peaches and Herb, Carl Perkins, and Biff Rose. If anybody wants those or if you want to make an offer, do not hesitate. They're right here behind me, okay? The 45s are still getting bids. I want to let Debbie Winston know she's out bid. She said she's out. The classical lot still getting bids. And the price on Mo Allison was $14.99, okay? And the last bid that came in on Led Zeppelin was $265. Next is Gary Farr, Address to the Censors of Love. Gary Farr is $19.99. Eddie Harris, I Need Some Money. Eddie Harris is $39.99. And Spirit, Son of Spirit. Spirit is $14.99. Mose Allison is sold to Adam Bernardi for $10. Sell this to Adam Bernardi for $10, no problem. Thank you, Adam. That's sold to you for $10. Next is 77 Sunset Strip. Music from 77 Sunset Strip, $14.99 on that one. And then we have I Feel the Touch, $9.99. This is Emma Dean Lister, $9.99. Okay, these 45s are sold to Brian Berry for $25. Thank you on that. Let me go ahead and start. Probably whoever's watching, I'll start stacking these in lots so y'all can tape them together, however they do that with that blue Scotch tape so they keep separate. And let me bring this box a little bit closer to me, and we're going to start knocking these out. Here comes another lot. If I feel like I've grabbed a few more, I'll probably start them a little higher. It's just whatever I'm grabbing, okay? And then over here, I have Elton John, Nikita, Billy Ocean, Love Zone, Huey Lewis. We have John Taylor, Dan Hartman from Ruthless People, Billy Ocean again, Lionel Richie, Paul Simon, You Can Call Me Out. Genesis is in the slot. So is Ready for the World, Dion and Friends, Eddie Money, Eric Carmen, and Billy Ocean. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. $20 star. Should be 14 there. $20 start on that lot, okay? Right now, we had first, Mose Allison, Led Zeppelin 300, Stephen A. Young on 77. That's so to Stephen A. Young. LA Express, Samuel Kopich offered 10. 10, I'll do it for 12. Samuel 12 on that one. It was marked $19.99. But hey, I'm here to sell records. Ron Duffield second on 77. And then Alex Miller is out on Led Zeppelin. Travis has it for 300. And then Led Zeppelin has a bid at 310, now 325. Were we done on the classical lot? Who was the two bidders on classical? Nick Serenjenko 48, Blaine Zapnick 50. Nick Serenjenko, let me know if you're done bidding, okay? LA Express is so to Samuel Kopich for 12. Thank you on that one. Also, we have Jethro Tull, Living in the Past. Really nice hardback sleeve there. $34.99 on that. Brush Arbor, page 1. Brush Arbor is $9.99. We have the 45s at $22. We have a final call on the classical lot for $50. Lee Michaels, Nice Day for Something. Lee Michaels is $14.99. And Brighten the Corner with the White Sisters. What a wild cover on that one. $16.99 on that one. That was the White Sisters. We have Roy Buchanan live in Japan, a New Zealand press. $24.99, a New Zealand press on Roy Buchanan. And more miles, Buddy Miles per gallon. And that's a sealed Buddy Miles, $24.99. Led Zeppelin's at $350, now $375. The Elton John, the lot of singles here, Peter Haas is at $22, okay? $22 on that. Nick Serenjenko still bidding on the classical lot. And Mass Production, Believe. Mass Production, Believe, $14.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. Led Zeppelin's at $375. The classical lot still getting bids. So who was the bidder before that? I've already forgot. It was with Blaine Zapnick. So Blaine, Nick did bid $52. So you're out on the classical lot. Just FYI, Roy Buchanan sold for $17 to Kristen Start. Kevin Willis, you just missed it. Led Zeppelin's a final call, the 2016 deluxe edition of the BBC Sessions. The BBC Sessions is at $375. Everything's EX near mint minus. The box does have a couple seam splits. Other than that, it's complete. Even has the original hype sticker. That's where we're at on that. Still got a ton of advertised auctions. Tonight's like bonus stuff is random classical lots, but we've got some of them sorted by composers, right, Paul? And then we have, what's that? They're all sorted by composers. And then over here, these 45 lots are at $22 with Peter Haas, okay? Moving on, 53 on that one. And then next thing in this crate was 1 hour of orchestral fireworks. That is $14.99. Cool cover on that one. And then over here is Eddie Cochran, which is a 2LP, $24.99. The classical lot, I'm not really going into the details. It's just two different composers. Handel and Haydn are in here. Handel and Haydn, there is, I think, a total of 14. There is 3. There's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 for a box, what, 12, 13? Yeah, 13 or 14 there. Everything you see there, just classical. They're all guaranteed to be VG Plus or better. Most of them are like near mint from this collection. Todd Doris wants a pack of inner sleeves. Also, we have BG's Take Hold of That Star. This is $9.99. Eddie Cochran info. It's called Eddie Cochran Legendary Master Series, a 2LP compilation, United Artist, $24.99. And then we have DJ Rogers, Love Brought Me Back. DJ Rogers is $19.99. And Intergalactic Touring Band, $19.99. All right, these singles then are sold, and these are sold to Peter Haas for $22. Nick Serenjenko, it's all up to you, my friend, on the classical stuff. Blaine Zapnick's had it for 2 minutes for $53. Final call to him. There's another 45 lot. That's gone. Let me stack that one right over there. Thank you on that one. And then Travis gets Led Zeppelin. It's done. Led Zeppelin is sold. Thank you, Travis. There was 2 people who asked about it at the very end. Want to make sure they didn't bid. That's sold to Travis for $375. Dust Gray also wants a pack of inner sleeves. I might as well go ahead and find those so we make sure we get everybody tagged and we make sure everybody gets the ones they want. So let me step over here and find some MoFi inner sleeves. I'll probably need to go ahead. I just got a solicitation the other day for some more. And let me go ahead and get this. My rack's been blocked. Who's blocked my rack? My rack's been blocked, Paul, with wine boxes. My rack of supplies have been blocked. Uh-oh, Chad's about to go on a rampage. We have 2 packs of MoFi inner sleeves sold. Dust Gray, packs of 50 MoFi inner sleeves are $26.99. Packs of 50. And somebody just reclaimed one, and that one was with Todd Doris and then Dust Gray. If anybody else wants a pack, let me know, okay? Now, we're ready for all new auctions. Blaine Zapney gets this lot for $53, okay? Thank you, Blaine. This is sold to you for $53. All right, let's put that right there. And boom, there it is, okay? Let's put those in there. Let's put up some more, and let's put up some more. Hope everybody is ready for a full night of selling. If you got to get your eyes locked on the screen, we're going fast. You'll move something. Kokomo is $9.99. We have the best of Mose Allison, $19.99 for the best of Mose Allison, and Ralph Towner solo concert. Ralph Towner is $24.99. And country music, 2 guitar greats, Merle Travis and Joe Mathis, $14.99. Merle Travis and Joe Mathis. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and this is Copeland. Aaron Copeland. Let's see what's going on here. Copeland, Red Pony. Copeland. Classical lot, all Copeland. Aaron Copeland. We have 1, we have 2, we have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. That is going to be a $25 start, okay? That's now up for bid. Let's grab something over here from the advertised bunch. And the first thing I have over there in this to do is Grateful Dead, Europe 72. This is a white label promo. Whoa. A 1972 white label promo. A promo copy of Europe 72, an OG. It does have the original company inner sleeves, the hop sticker, and the booklet. So a real complete and promo copy of Grateful Dead Europe, $40 start. Good luck on that one, okay? Do they make outer sleeves? The sleeves we use here can hold pretty thick records, but maybe not box sets, okay? Patrick, I hadn't forgot about your offer on Rush. So Rush was $150 and $95. If I'm doing my math correctly, that's $250, $245. $245, we got an offer on both of them for $195. $225 and they're yours. $225 and they're yours. Next is this right here, which is Bulldog Smasher. Bulldog is $19.99. Bulldog Smasher. Elton John, 11/17/70. $19.99 for Elton John. Brothers Rainbow Rider. Brothers is $19.99. Patrick gets both of these Rush records for $225. Thank you, Patrick. Those are sold to you. Grateful Dead, 50, 50, 52. Copeland has bids for 25, 25. Back to the turntable. You're out. Let's go ahead and get another auction going. Let's go ahead and run another LP auction before I do another 45 lot. And let's go ahead. Somebody said, can you run Cheap Trick? I can. It's a 1978 OG gold stamp promo. It does have a promo strip on the front, EX edition, the classic Cheap Trick of Budokan, $25 start. I want you to want me. We have the 69 Warner Songbook. This is one of those Warner Brother comps, $19.99. Joni Mitchell's on this one. Van Morrison's on this one. The Kinks, the Electric Prunes, the Mothers of Invention, Neil Young, Jethro Tull, $19.99 on that one. Also, this is Reincarnation, The New Birth. Reincarnation's $19.99. Reverend Billy C. Wirtz, Salvation Through Polyester, $19.99 on Reverend Billy C. Wirtz. We have Roger McGuinn, Hillman, Clark. Roger McGuinn, Chris Hillman, Gene Clark. That one's called City, $14.99. Cheap Trick, $25.25. Copeland has a new bid for $30. Grateful Dead is at $62. That is a white label promo of Grateful Dead, by the way. And this is David Bowie narrates Peter the Wolf. $34.99. David Bowie narrates Peter the Wolf. Also, Preston Rose on Reverend Billy. That's so to Preston Rose. We have Jack Mack and the Heart Attack. That's $9.99. Cardiac Party. Jack Mack and the Heart Attack. Give me 1 second. Need a drink right quick, definitely. All righty. There's that. Grateful Dead at 68. We have the 86 years of Ubi Blake. $19.99 for 86 years of Ubi Blake. $19.94. That's $9.99. $19.94. $9.99 on $9.94. Let me scratch down some notes here while I'm thinking. Okay. I think of random stuff I got to do at 3 a.m. Atlanta Rhythm section, $14.99 for Atlanta Rhythm section. We have Mike Love, Looking Back with Love. Mike Love from the Beach Boys, $9.99. Atlanta Rhythm section, Champagne Jam, $9.99 for Atlanta Rhythm section. $9.99 on that. Samuel offered $15 for the Reprise comp. Sell that to him for $15. You got it. Fort Knox, is that what that says? $19.99. Looks very hard rockish to me. Spelt without an N though. Fort Knox. That's $19.99. And Roy Buchanan, You're Not Alone. Roy Buchanan, gold stamp promo with promo sticker, $19.99. Okay. Over here, we have, first is where we at on the Copeland lot. The Aaron Copeland classical lot. Back to turntable bid 30, which means Blaine Zapnick, it's up to you. He is at 30, so you're right on that. We have a white label promo, Grateful Dead Europe 72. Overall, conservatively VG, it does have the inner sleeves and the book. It's at 78. And then we had a nice copy, not a promo label, but with a promo sticker of Cheap Trick at Budokan. And the last bid on came on this was Tom Kelly at 30, which means Nick Bargeron, you were outbid. Tom Kelly has that for 30. We sold Reprise. Josie Sinkbell got Atlanta Rhythm section. Joe Salomon got Jack Mack for 7. Kevin Willis got Roy Buchanan. Grateful Dead's at 80, and now Blaine Zapnick on the classical lot at 35. Okay, same thing. I'm just going to read the titles left in here. If you need a price or further information, please don't hesitate to ask. That's why I'm here. I'm here to sell you records, and you can't buy them unless you know what they are. So if you miss something, just let me know. I'll take care of you from that. We got cool stuff tonight. We got advertised auctions. We got classical lots and other stuff. We also did a Shirley Bassey lot earlier. And then we got some 45 lots. And then after that, I'll have to get pretty creative. But that'll keep us busy for a while. Might can find, I don't know, might have to start showing books and magazines or something. Who knows? Books and magazine lots again. Tonight, we might get in some books because I got some racks over here that's been buried with books. And I need to get, if anything, photos taken of them so I can post them in the group. So maybe after we get blasted through all the vinyl tonight, we might go through. This might be a great miscellaneous night since a lot of new vinyl didn't come in. But that will be obviously later. We got several more hours of vinyl to do. So if you need a price, let me know. We had Gary Farr, Eddie Harris. Spirit is still available. That was Emma Dean Lister. The Jethro Tull Living in the Past. Brush Arbor still available. So is Lee Michaels and the White Sisters. And let me pause there on the Sealed Buddy Miles. Copeland is sold to Blaine Zapnick for $35 because Back to Turntable went out. So let's go ahead and roll those for $30. You're going to be getting a lot of records for a great price as far as quantity on this stuff. Let me put that right there. And let me tag these. And let's probably put up another lot. And we go ahead and put sticky notes around these so they know where these are in the crate. Some of these are marked promo. I think you'll be very happy with grade when you get some of these. So let me go ahead and put that right there. Beatles has already sold. Grateful Dead's at 80 with Jay Beach. And Cheap Trick is at 38 with Nick Bargeron. Okay? So there's that and there's that. And let me toss that in the trash. And if you need a price, just let me know. We had mass production, 1 hour of orchestral fireworks. The BG still got Eddie Cochran, DJ Rogers, Intergalactic Touring Band. Kokomo, The Best of Mose Allison, Ralph Towner, Merle Travis and Joe Mathis. Also had Bulldog and Elton John. We have Rainbow Rider Brothers, The New Birth, that was Reincarnation. McGuinn, Hillman Clark. David Bowie narrates Peter and the Wolf. That's you know what I'm talking about. 1994, Atlanta Rhythm Section, Mike Love, and Fort Knox. Okay, so Grateful Dead may be done. Shakedown's out. Jay Beach has it for $80. Cheap Trick is at $45. Okay, what was the next composer in here? The next one here was Vorok. I think the D is silent. I think it's called Vorok. I think that's what this is here. D-V-O-R-A-K. I'm going to have some of my classical gurus help me. You know, my knowledge kind of stops at Beatles and Led Zeppelin. No, I know a little bit about everything, but not enough to act like I'm talking about Dvorak. There we go. So you do say the D. Dvorak, okay? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13. $25 start. $25 start on that, okay? And then the Cheap Trick is sold to Nick Bargeron for $45. The Grateful Dead is a white label promo, and the last bid on this was Jay Beach at $80. Dvorak, $25 start on Dvorak. I got it. Have no problem saying it's just knowing how to say it. Dvorak, $25 start. I think I counted 13. A lot of lots of 13. Paul must have did that intentionally. Unlucky 13. Okay, let me swap out crates. Let's go into another one. You can put classical or duh, whichever you prefer. You can put classical or duh, Vorok. Dvorak. Okay, let's go ahead and go through another crate of Buy It Now Best Offer. I still got a crate of new vinyl to tag. And right now, the Grateful Dead's about to sell. Then we need to put up some more auctions, eh? Yes, eh. All right, let me put these right here. Let me grab this. And here we go. Here we go. All right. And so this is sold to Jay Beach for $80. White label promo. Cool. All right. All right. While these you can see still in shrink in the original cellophane. And oh yeah, I forgot about Peter and the Wolf. So hold on, there was an offer on that. There was a couple questions. The Led Zeppelin Like Kevin is $59.99. Kevin, $59.99. Sorry I didn't answer that myself. And then I messed up on a couple things. Classical 20. Somebody, it might have been even further up, somebody offered something for Peter, for Bowie. Let me find that. Maybe I'm crazy. I could have swore somebody made an offer. Maybe I'm just seeing what I seen there. Melanie on David Bowie. Did somebody make an offer on that? And maybe, yeah, there it is. Melanie. Okay, Melanie. Okay, it was you. I see your offer. Now, let me go back and find that one. And I think you thought maybe I was ignoring your offer, which I wasn't. So this one I'll do for $25 if you want it. $25 on that. Very clean copy. The Fort Knox album is $19.99. Melanie said she'll take it for $25. Great. All right, let's get back into some of the advertised auctions then. Let's see, we still got some stuff over here in, quote, the high-end bin. So let's see what this Talking Heads, let's see what's up with that. Oh, we still got the Beatles anthology, if that's what you were asking about. Yeah, and we still got a Metallica box set. We got a Grateful Dead box set. We still got some big stuff to auction. So this is Talking Heads. Take a look at this. Talking Heads is a 1984 USOG Gold Stamp Promo limited edition sealed with book. So this came sealed like this in 1984. It had a Gold Stamp Promo, a 20-page book that came sealed underneath the jacket like this, and it's sealed. It's unopened. It's a Gold Stamp Promo limited edition with the book. Special edition package includes 20-page booklet featuring photos and drawings from David Byrne from the stage production storyboards. That's a $95 star. Sealed, unopened Talking Heads. Pretty interesting one there. Still sealed, that included that book. And then we'll also go ahead and put up this right here. Let's do one of the Bruce Springsteens. Here's Bruce Springsteen at Alpine Valley, Part 1. Bruce Springsteen's an unofficial 2 LP, Alpine Valley Music Theater, East Troy, Wisconsin, 1984. That is a $35 star. Bruce Springsteen, Alpine Valley, Part 1. $35 start on that. Bruce at Alpine Valley, Part 1. $35 star. That's now up for bid. The classical bundle has a bid for $45, and Talking Heads has a bid for $95, okay? So right now, the last person on the classical was Nick Serenjenko. You're out. The Talking Heads does have a bid for $95. There's a Bruce bootleg. These have never been gone through before, and they're all best offer. We have T-Bone Walker, Joe Barry, Johnny Winter, Barbara Lynn, Doug Sam. This is the Hit Kickers, Volume 9, the Hit Kickers. $19.99 on that, Paul. Golly, what a sneeze. Paul just blew his brains out. We have Fort Knox. This is $19. Whoever asked about this, $19.99 on Fort Knox. It's on Epic. It's from 1982. It's really clean. The cover has a little bit of wear, and it has an old retail sticker on the back from Jack's Music. But it's available. You can buy it or make an offer. We're here to sell records. That's what we do. Louis Myers, I'm a Southern Man. $24.99 for Louis or Louis there, whichever. Bob Welch, Eye Contact. He was a member of Fleetwood Mac at one point, $12.99. This classical lock is Dvorak. This is a lot of about 13 Dvorak, including a box set, and everything's really nice. The high bid right now is $60. Talking Heads still has that one bid for $95, and Bruce has bids for $35, $35, and now $40. Classical lots at $60. Mike Panera, Isla. Mike Panera is $14.99. Bob Welch has sold to Debbie Winstead for $10. Moloch, M-O-L-O-C-H. Moloch is a 69 Terre Haute, $49.99 for Moloch by Moloch, $49.99. And Glenn Hughes, Play Me Out. Interesting. A 77 German. That's cool to see. Glenn Hughes, $24.99. And we also have Django Reinhardt, Swing It Lightly. Django is $9.99. And Diane Davidson, Mountain Mama. Diane Davidson, $19.99. King Curtis, live at Fillmore West. King Curtis is a 2 LP, $29.99. Nick, it's up to you on the classical. Nobody else been on Talking Heads. Feel like Mike Owen just got a great deal on that. I know Mike, he bought those autographed Talking Heads from us not too long ago. He must be a fan. Thank you, Mike Owen. That's sold to you for $95. And now Nick's out on the classical lot. We're about to sell that then. But first things first, Bruce is at $40. It's up to Matthew Hendon and Kelly Cook. Matthew's back in at $42. Next, let's go ahead and run another box set. I know we still got some Grateful Dead fans watching. So here's Dick's Picks Volume 4. And Dick's Picks Volume 4 is the Grateful Dead at the Fillmore East. And this is a 2025 limited edition numbered box set. It's a $150 start for Dick's Picks Volume 4. Grateful Dead, $150 start on that one, okay? Next is Nick Serenjenko. He wants the Django Reinhardt. Thank you, Nick. That's so to you. Bruce has a new bid for $45. And the classical lot, I'm going to go ahead and sell that to Blaine for $60. I don't know if I can fit this in the crate or not. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to say these are sold. I'm going to set them off to the side so they don't get separated. I don't think they'll fit. Yeah, they'll fit in here. Okay, good. All right, now I'll put sticky notes around them. All right, let me put a sticky note there. Thank you, Blaine. Those are sold to you. Flying through these. There's four crates full of bundles, but when you do them like that, they start going pretty fast. Bruce Springsteen's at $45 with Alex, and Grateful Dead's at $150. All right, let's move these over then. I'm going to shut these right over here. And there's that. And let me grab a new empty crate to fill up. Paul's took all my crates. Is there any left over here? Golly, Paul, you took all my crates. Let me just condense these two. I'm got to have a condensing party then. Let me move these right here. Move these right here. And Paul just bought some records. He was up front not too long ago buying some records. So we're always buying here and we're always selling. There's that. Adam says he was first on the Django. Pronounce Django. Django. Adam Bernardi. Okay, let me know if you want it for sticker. My bad. You offered 7 and then he claimed it. If you're good with sticker, I'll sell it to you. Okay. If you're good, let me know. I'll need to change that. Okay. Let me go ahead and pull it. Let me go ahead and find it. Yeah. So the Django. Now that's the first time I've ever been heard that in my life. We might have to get the audience's opinion on that one. And then over here we have Adam. Let me know if you want it for sticker. If not, it's sold to Nick Serenjenko. And then Bruce Springsteen. Alex Miller's at 45. Matthew Hendon, you're out. And Grateful Dead has one bid for 150. Okay, one bid for 150. Going once, going twice. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is Metallica. And this is the Hardwired to Self-Destruct box set. This is a 2016 deluxe edition, blue, yellow, and red marble, CD lithograph, and 8 pin back buttons. Metallica is sealed, and that's a $55 start from Metallica. That's Hardwired, $55 start. $55 start on that one. Also, we have Hubert Laws, The Right of Spring. Hubert Laws is $24.99. The Pick of Gene Pitney, $9.99 for Gene Pitney. There's another Mose Allison. I Live the Life I Live, the voice and piano of Mose Allison, $29.99. Bruce Springsteen is officially sold to Alex Miller for $45. Robert Warner got Grateful Dead for $150. Thank you, Grateful Dead, and thank you, Robert Warner. Metallica is a $55 start. Ben, make sure you put Metallica 5.5. That's a sealed box set. $55 start on that. So make sure the Django is the Django is sold to Adam Bernardi. Okay, he was first on that one. He was first. Okay, but it will be sticker price. The Django, the Django, the Django. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Okay, this is a small lot, but we do have it organized by composer. These are Bruckner's. Bruckner has this box set here, Bruckner Symphony No. 7, Wagner, Siegfried Adele, Otto Klemper, Bruckner, William Steinbach, the Pittsburgh Symphony Orchestra, Bruno Walter conducts Bruckner Symphony No. 9, Anton Bruckner Symphony No. 9. So those are 4 there. We'll do those for a $10 start. $10 start on the Bruckners. $10 start on that, okay? Let's go back over here. Metallica, 55. The Mose Allison, I Love the Life I Live. I Love the Life I Live. It's a Columbia 6i, no condition notes on Mose, $29.99, okay? Let's go back over here and figure out where I've left off. And let me put up another 45 lot. Still got some cool 80s picture sleeves to sell in lots. So let me grab another handful of these. And let's see what we got going on here. 80s picture sleeves lots. I got Steve Winwood, Taylor Dane, Boston, Miami Sound Machine, Glory Lauren, Cole Anderson, Herb Albert, Maxie Priest, Breakfast Club, Lionel Richie, Eddie Money, and GTR. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. $10 start on the 45s. $10 start on the 45s, okay? Back to where we was at, we have Roy Buchanan Hot Wires, $19.99 on that. Mose Allison sold to Adam Bernardi for $17. Metallica has 2 $55 bids. Ben bid 55 and Karen bid 55. Karen, you've been outbid. Also, Cartoon is $14.99. Eddie Harris, Is It In? Eddie Harris is $24.99. Stacy has the 45s at 10. That was the first bid on those. Also, we have Maggie Bell as Suicide Sal. Maggie Bell, $9.99. Jimmy Page, guitar solo on tracks 4 and 7. Jimmy Page, Maggie Bell, $9.99. Roy Buchanan sold to Kevin Willis. Right now, Adam Bernardi, you're out on the classical lot. Now Adam's back in at 18. Still haven't seen another bid on the Metallica box. It's about to sell to Ben for $55. We have Whole New World, the Whites. The Whites is $9.99. Debbie has the 45s for $11. Sister Sledge, We Are Family. Sister Sledge is $9.99. The Whites Greatest Hits, $12.99 on that. Sister Sledge, Love Somebody Today, $9.99. Antonio K, $9.99. Notes from the Lost Circulation, $9.99 for Tonio K. Johnny Lee, Sounds Like Love. Johnny Lee's in shrink wrap and hop sticker, $14.99. Schlagers, this is another Warner Brothers comp, 2 LP, $19.99. The Vogues, Joni Mitchell, Frank Sinatra, Lightfoot, Doug Kershaw, Herbie Hancock, Vince Guaraldi's on here, $19.99. The 45s has bid for $14, Classical 20, Maggie Bell 6, and then over here we have Bruckner, pronounced Bruckner, 21, both sisters 15, and Maggie Bell. All right, let's look at Metallica again. So this is bizarre. We have a three-way tie at 55, and now somebody just finally bid 60, a fourth different bidder. So I guess the two other people that are tied at 55 must have decided to go walk their dog. They said, Metallica, 55. Then they set down their phone. They was like, honey, I'm going to go outside and walk the dog. I've bid 55 on a Metallica box set. And so now Amenities has it for 60. It's a 2016. It's 3 LPs of vinyl. Blue marbled, yellow marbled, and red marbled. CD is included. A lithograph's included. 8 pin back buttons. It's sealed. So it is a vinyl box set with CD, and all the extras are still in there too. Now the high bid is $65. Some people are now back from walking their dog. Hey, honey, I bid on the Metallica box. I'm going to go outside and walk the dog. Hopefully Chad doesn't sell it. Now the singles are at 18 with Stacey Metternich. Now Metallica 75. Now Metallica 77. And we have over here, the classical lot is at $25 with Blaine Zapnick. Nick Serengenko, you've been outbid. First is we have a couple things here. We have Maggie Bell will be sold to Matt Bucci at $9.99 if he wants it. If not, it's sold to Ryan Eaton. So Ryan, that's yours if Matt passes. Matt, it's yours if you want it, but it will be $9.99. Okay, and then we have 2 claims on Sister Sledge. Adam and Artie was first, claiming both of them for $15. I got to go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and sell him both for $15, which means Josie Sinkbell, you were second on that one, okay? Next is Metallica's at 90, Metallica 80, Metallica 80, and now the 45s are at 22 with Stacey Metternich. All right, and that means Debbie Winstead, you've been outbid. Next is David Newman, Lonely Avenue. That's $19.99. So Ryan Eaton, you do get Maggie Bell for $9.99. That's sold to Ryan Eaton. We have California 84, Don Randy and Quest, and the Baked Potato Band. Baked potatoes. California 84, Don Randy and Quest, $29.99. We have Pot, Spoon, Pipe, and Jug, 14 jazz vocals and reefer songs. This is stained on the back. It is $14.99. Pot, Spoon, Pipe, and Jug. That's a lot of dope. $14.99 on that one. A lot of dope on that one. Metallica 99 with Amenities. The 45s are at 23, and the classical lot out, and that means it's a final call to Blaine Zapnick for 25. And who was bidding before him? Blaine has the Bruckner. The Bruckner's at $25. Moving on, we have Rusty Weir. This is $14.99 for Rusty Weir. And another Maggie Bell, Queen of the Night. Maggie Bell, $9.99. No Jimmy Page on this one, $9.99. Maggie Bell, $9.99. And then we have Count Basie, Dave Lambert, John Hendricks, and Annie Ross. Europa Jazz, $9.99. Melanie Jennings on Pot and Spoon. That's sold to Melanie Jennings. Pete Carr, not a word on it. Pete Carr is $9.99. And John Hammond, Country Blues. John Hammond, a 1976 pressing, $24.99. Manzera, K-Scope, Manzera, $14.99. All right. This classical lot is sold then to Blaine Zapnick, and that's over here to him for $25. That's sold. So let me put a sticky note here. Let me put a sticky note there. And let me put a sticky note here. I'm going to put a sticky note there. Those are sold to Blaine Zapnick. Thank you, Blaine. Those are sold. Now, the 45s, the last bid was Stacey Metternich at $25. Debbie Winstead, it now goes back to you, okay? The Metallica box, Michael Hamburger 105. It's sealed, a deluxe edition of Hardwired. And then we have Roger, you were second on Pot. Europa for $6.50. How about 7? I don't like the 50 cents. I'll do it for 7, though. And then Michael Butler gets Manzera for 12. Now the 45s are at 26. And then let's go ahead and do Master P. You got it. Sorry. I was thinking Master of Puppets. And you've been asking about that. I'm like, what is he talking about? We don't have a Master of Puppets, but we do have Master P, Ghetto D. This is a 1997 USOG, the full album uncensored. Full album uncensored. If we're lucky enough to get some rap albums, a lot of times they are uncensored, or a lot of them don't even have covers. They just did them like this. That's like a cutout and a generic sleeve. So that is a $30 start on that. The 45s are sold to Debbie Winstead for $26. Don't worry, we got a lot more coming. Let's go ahead and sell those to Debbie Winstead for $26. That was the Debbie and Stacy battle, brought to you by Pepsi Cola. Pepsi. Coca-Cola. 7-Up. And over here, Amenity said sold on Europa Jazz for $7. That's sold to him. Metallica's a final call. Condition of Master P. We have a 1997 USOG EX Condition. EX Condition. Do you have any Berlows? I don't know. I honestly do not know. My answer will be, I'm going to say yes, but I don't know. Okay, that's my best answer. Yes, but I don't know. Over here, we have Phil Manzarek Diamond Head, $14.99. So yeah, Master P appears to be very nice. Master P, a 97 USOG 2LP, uncensored on that one. We have the Association New Memories, $9.99 on the Association. And Barry Goldberg, 2 Jews Blues, Barry Goldberg, $24.99. Manzarek sold to Michael Butler for $10. And we have the Smithsonian Collection of Classic Jazz, $34.99 for the Smithsonian Collection of Classic Jazz. The Metallica box is sold for $105. Thank you on that, Michael Hamburger. That's sold to you. How about some Wagner? What? Some Wagner. What? This is a lot here. Good gosh. Box set collection for Wagner. Holy moly. Thank you, Paul. Wagner. We love Wagner. We have Wagner. Tannhausen, Mr. Something. Wagner, Siegfried. Die Wolfker. Boy, that looks pretty cool. Wagner. Songs of Verdi and Wagner. Wagner. Look at all these box sets. Wagner. Wagner. Look at that one. Wagner. Wagner. It looks like a bunch of medieval stuff there. Reminds me of Jethro Tull, Knights of the Crusade, and classical music, which it is. All that being sold together, that's a lot. $35 start. $35 start on that. Okay, Manzarek. And then 2 Jews, $10. This is sold to Adam Bernardi for $10. And then over here, we have Classical Jazz Box, sold to Amenities for $30. And then Association, sold to Larry Smith for $7. And then we have Wagner, $35, Wagner, $40, and Master P and Ghetto D has one bid for $30, and we're about to sell it. Also, we have Cracker, La Familia, Cracker with a K, $19.99. Also, we have Just One Smile, Gene Pitney, sealed, $12.99. We have Secret Sky Sauce. What did I just say? Secret Sauce, Sky King, $24.99. Also, we have Fargerer Brothers. Boy, this has been a mouth exercise tonight. $12.99. And we have Hartsfield, $14.99. That is Hartsfield collector's item. Okay, let's go ahead and introduce the next auction. Another lot of 45s, and Debbie and Stacy are cracking their knuckles. They're like, we're ready to fight, Chad. We're going to fight till the death. We got those 45s, and we're ready to win them. We're ready to spin them, and here we go. I've got Howard Jones, Corn the Gang, Huey Lewis, Glenn Fry, Wayne Chung, Phil Collins, The Jets, Whitney Houston, Hall & Oates, Whitney Houston, The Police, Don't Stand, Elton John, Billy Ocean, and Bryan Adams. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, $15 start. $15 start on those 14 singles. Good luck, okay? Nobody else bid on Master P. That sold for just $30 then, and that sold for $30, and that $30 bid was with Mark Weiss, right? He gets that for $30. That sold. Now we got the classical. Now we got the singles up. We got GP for $9, and GP was Gene Pitney. That sold Larry Smith for $9. Now we have Little Boots, new in town, Little Boots, $9.99. Johnny Rivers, LA Reggae, $9.99. The Brains is $9.99. And Gil Evans, Svengali. I did not say Svengali. Svengali. That is $19.99, okay? The singles are at 15, now 16, now 16, now 15, now 16. And the Wagner's at 50 with Blaine Zapnick. That is a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 box sets and then 4 other LPs. That's a lot of music. High bid right now is 50 with Blaine Zapnick. The singles are at 18, and now our next advertised auction, REM Murmur. REM Murmur is in Shrink with Hype, an 83 US Indianapolis OG. It does have a small amount of cover writing near the, it's a little circle right there. Somebody put a little circle on the cover, but it's in Shrink and Hype, and it's super clean. Laura says it's near mint. A $45 start on that. Wagner is at 56. And if anybody else wants a price on anything in here, let me know. I'm just going to read the titles again in case you missed them. We're going to go right into another crate, and then right into another crate, and then guess what's after that? Another crate. Another crate. And then another crate. And then what's after that, Paul? Another crate. That's right. And then another crate. And then another crate. All right. I have a poster, a vintage original Avalon Ballroom poster to sell here in just a second. A real 1968 Avalon Ballroom poster. We'll put that up in just a second. Tonight I was supposed to start our knife of the night. I've got a lot of case knives. I don't know if y'all know this or not, but we are a case knife dealer. And actually, we sold 2 Saturday night, one of the last things we sold when I was signing off at like 3 a.m. And I was going to try to bring a knife back here every night and show it and keep it in the back. And I was hoping we could do that so we could sell a few of them. And if anybody needs a case camo, very cool, single blade, these are $29.99. Otherwise, I'm never going to be able to sell my entire knife inventory. Plus, we got thousands in stock, and we have hundreds on the way from the spring catalog, the new Cheetah, etc., etc. $29.99. So if anybody needs a case knife, I would love to sell one to you, okay? First thing we have is Wagner at 60, the 45's 25, REM 45, the singles 32, Wagner out, and here we go. We have T-Bone Walker, John Barry, we have Louis Myers, we have Mike Panera Isla, we have Malik, we got Glenn Hughes, we have Diane Davidson, we have King Curtis Live, we have Hubert Law. Do you discount the case? I'll discount them for this one back here. The cheaper ones like this, I'll discount them a little if you buy more than one. Some of the newer stuff that's like 50 plus, yeah, I'll definitely put them on sale because we need to move them. These cheaper ones, there's a much smaller margin on, but if you buy more than one, especially the last 4, I'll go ahead and sell them. We have the pick of Gene Pitney, $9.99 for Gene Pitney. We also had Cartoon. We had Eddie Harris. If you need a price, let me know. The Whites is just a recap. Another Whites, Tony O'Kay, Johnny Lee. We still got Schlagers, David Newman, the California 84, Baked Potato, Rusty Weir, Maggie Bell, Pete Card, Not a Word on It, John Hammond. We had La Familia Cracker, Sky King, the Fargar Brothers, Hearthfield, Little Boots, Johnny Rivers, the Brains, and Gil Evans, okay? These singles are sold to Stacy Metternich for $32. Those are sold to Stacy Metternich for 32 doll hairs. $32. Thank you, Stacy. Those are sold to you. We got more where that came from. Don't go anywhere. Don't stand so close to me. We have REM. The last bid was Mark Fallon at $45, and I think we're done. Mark Fallon's the only bidder. Now, the Wagner box set, Nick Serenjenko is out. These are a final call to Adam Bernardi for $60, and he got the Gene Pitney, he being Nick Serenjenko. That's sold. Let's go through another crate of buy it now best offer. I'm putting these right here behind me. All right, we got Vivaldi coming up, and we got Brahms coming up. Ooh, that's some big names in the classical world of composers. All righty, moving on. Another crate of vintage to do right now. Don't stand so close to me. Don't stand. Kentucky Headhunters has already sold. That's already sold, actually. The Gil Evans that was right here in the front, Svengali, is $19.99. Gil Evans Svengali, $19.99. Svengali. Very clean. Atlantic Jazz lure. All right, let's go ahead and sell Wagner then, and these are sold for $60. And these are sold to Blaine Zapnick for $60. Malik, I think, was marked $19.99, but if you give me a second, I'll go double check. Let's go ahead and put these away. Time for more lots, both of 45s, classical, and other stuff. Blaine says, who has the Wagner? You got them for $60. They're yours. And then we're going to sell Mark Fowler REM for $45. We got Bill Evans sold for $16 to Amenities. And now we have Mr. Bungle going up right now. Mr. Bungle, California, is the sealed Rocktober exclusive on red vinyl. A $25 start. $25 start. Let's go ahead and put up the next classical lot. This is Vivaldi. Vivaldi. A lot in this one, too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, including box sets. A $25 start. 10 Vivaldi. I don't know if I'm saying that right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, including these 4 box sets. Let's take a look at them. And this is a $25 start, okay? You can just put classical in the comments. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3, there's 4, there's 5, there's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let me go price check. Let me go price check. Price check. Price check. I'm going to go price check mullet, okay? Mullet. Business in the front, party in the back. No, we're talking about mullock. Oh, I was way off. A 69 Terre Haute, $49.99. It's on Enterprise. A 69 Terre Haute, $49.99. Nice, very clean vinyl. VG Plus cover, okay? That's where we're at on that. Mr. Bungle, a $25 start. Tim Rory's in. That's the Rocktober red vinyl. Our next 45 lot is going to go up when? Right now. All right. Whoa. Almost had a binder fall on my head. What's in here? Looks like magazines. We'll just throw that on the ground right now. Sorry, mags. Sorry, mags. All right. Here we go. Let's count some of these out. This is a bunch in here. Let's do it. Okay. It's time for me to fly. Keep on loving you. Wow. Back-to-back hits, REO. Bruce Hornsby, that's just the way it is. Also, Culture Club, Ready for the World, Rod Stewart, John Cougar, Bruce Hornsby, Jody Watley, On My Own, Patty Lavelle, Michael McDonald, Rick Astley, Ready for the World, Rick Springfield, Chicago, Dead or Alive, Glass Tiger, Journey's in here, Ready for the World again, Bruce Willis, REO Speedwagon again, Ocean's in here, Mike and the Mechanics, and Alabama. That's a lot. Let me give a count on these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. I think 22. That was me going quick. $25 start on those. Some good ones in there. 25 on that. So back at the top, let me figure out where I left off. And wow, is that real? Wow. Paul's holding a really good record. It's called, I can't say it, Paul said. Yeah, it's called Premier Ball. What? Here we go. Oh. Paul, what I want you to do, I want you to track down Eddie Vedder tonight. I don't care where he is on this planet. Possibly in Chicago. Is that where he lives? Seattle? Okay. Wherever Eddie Vedder is, I want you to find him tonight. And I want you to get his signature on that record. Then, in the same night, before midnight, find Neil Young and get him to sign it. Really? Mastering? Oh, yeah. That's true. Track down Eddie, track down Neil tonight before midnight and get them to sign that. You're on a mission. That's dangerous. Be careful. Yeah, I did that. I told Tanner I was going to get on the big ladder and put them all the way to the ceiling. Okay, here we go. Sorry for the distraction. Paul's buying like Grail records and just like bringing them out one by one over here. All right, so Mr. Bungle, 25. That was the only bid. Vivaldi, 25. Vivaldi, 42, 45. The 45's 25. The 45's 45. 45's 28. Okay, so here we go. Amenity bid 45 on the 45s. He's already bid 45 on the 45s. The Vivaldi lot is at 45 with Blaine Zapnick. So 45 on the 45s, 45 on the Vivaldi, and Mr. Bungle's about to sell for 25. These are all bought now or best offer. Gail McCormick, $9.99. Shindig with the Stars. Chubby Checker, Bobby Rydell, Dee Dee Sharp. That's $9.99 for those Shindig. Bungles at 26. This is a red vinyl Rocktober 2 LP. Mr. Bungle, California. Red vinyl 2 LP. It's new and sealed. That came out last October, and it's at $26 right now. Gene Pitney Golden Greats, $9.99. These are new vintage arrivals. Buy it now or best offer. This is Mambo's, Billy Mays Rico Mambo Orchestra. The Mambo's, $9.99. These are buy it now or best offer. Max Webster, Diamonds. Max Webster, $12.99. Grandpa Jones, the man from Kentucky, $12.99. Vivaldi's at $50. Mr. Bungle's at $30. Now $35. That's taking big jumps. Amenities has the 45s for $45. And then Stanley Brothers, 16 Greatest Hits, $14.99. 45s are going to be a final call then. Also in here was my keepsake album, Red Foley. Red is $9.99. And the Daisy Dillman Band. The Daisy Dillman Band, $14.99. Bob Welch, Fritz Kiss, Sentimental Lady. It's worth it just for that track. $9.99. Also, the Supremes, Mary, Sherry, and Suze. $9.99. The 45s has a new bid for $46. Lonnie Jolly's in at $46. Lonnie Jolly's in at $46. So that means that amenities, you've been outbid. Nick's done on the Vivaldi lot. Blaine Zapnick has all that for $50. We have Jiva, one of the two, $14.99. Jim Ciascio, Deadhead Jim, gets Grandpa Jones for $10. That's sold to him. We got Secret Information, Top Priority. Open at once. Listen immediately. And this is Chili Whack. This is a Chili Whack from their Millennium LP Opus X. Chili Whack's $9.99. Debbie Winston on the Supremes for $8. Sell that to Debbie for $8. And then we have Powder Blues, Thirsty Ears. Oh, Thirsty Ears there is $9.99. Final call on the Vivaldi lot. Bungle is at $29. The 45s are at $48. Lonnie Jolly, you're out. Donna Summer, Greatest Hits on the Radios 1 and 2. $14.99 on that. Mr. Bungle's at $40. Roy Sneed and the Western Gentleman, $9.99 for Roy Sneed and the Western Gentleman. And Maria Vidal, $14.99. David Courtney's First Day, $9.99. And Louis Belson, Sidetrack, Frank Colette, John Hurd, Don Menza, Sam Noto, Walfredo de los Reyes, $19.99. So let's jump these right over here. Mr. Bungle, 40. Moses, up to you. Lonnie Jolly, it's up to you on the singles. And here's what I've got to do. First thing is this classical lot is sold to Blaine Zapnick for $50. I'm going to go ahead and close that, but I have to fill up a new crate because this one's pretty full, and we are officially needing another empty one. So let me step over here. And I can't put the classical lot in the crate until I get a new empty one. Because it's time for me to fly. All right, so the first thing in this is going to be, the first thing in this crate is going to be the classical lot from Vivaldi. Let me put sticky notes around those. There's one there, and then there's the other. Mr. Bungle is still getting bids. And he's out, so let's sell these to Amenities. $48 for these. Thank you, Amenities. That's sold to you. $48. So let me put those right there. That's done. And let's grab another lot. But a new auction's going up as well. So first thing is, let me clean up some stuff here. Mr. Bungle, 40. Karen Robbins offered 11 for Donna. That's sold to Karen for 11. Nick, Derek, and the Dominoes already sold. Bungle, 42. Mr. Bungle out. Louis Bellison, 10. That's sold to Chad Snyder. And Denise offered 38 for Mullick. Ooh, Stanley Jordan. This has that great cover of Eleanor Rigby on it. It's a guitar cover of Eleanor Rigby, $14.99. And let's go ahead and sell Moloch. And this is sold to Denise for $38. And Mr. Bungle is at 42. Tim Rory, you're out. Okay, now in the advertised auctions, we still got B.B. King, Bruce Springsteen bootleg, U2, the Jim Croce. We have the Strokes. I still got Coheed and Cambria. I have a test pressing of something. What is this? A test. Oh, I've got the Beatles anthology, Stealing. Still got some good stuff over here. Another test pressing. So let's do the Beatles anthology. This is volume 1, an original 1995 Beatles anthology, sealed. It's never been opened. A $95 start on the Beatles anthology 1, sealed, 95. An amazing story song deal there. You put that on when you get all 4 volumes now. It's the history of the Beatles as told by the Beatles. And that's it's pretty amazing if you've never listened to that from beginning to end. Obey your master. Next thing is Howard Yearwood Saddleback. That's $9.99. And we have Arthur Prosick at his very best, Silk and Satin, for $19.99 on that. Okay, now the next classical lot is going to go up right now as well. And this one is Brahms, BRAHMS, Brahms. You heard that correctly. There's a bunch here because there's a bunch of box sets. Brahms. Yes, this is a best offer. I'm putting away the case knife. If anybody wants that, it's just $29.99. Camo lockback synthetic. That needs to go up front in the store. Okay, but Brahms, we have 1. We got 2. We got 3, which is a sealed. That one's a sealed box set. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. That's a lot there. Lot of mass to ship. 14 different items. I'm going to say a $35 start for Brahms. $35 start on those, okay? Moving on. We had, this is a best offer crate. Sealed Beatles. What happened on Mr. Bungle? Did Tim Rory go out? He did. This sold to Moses for $42, okay? The Sealed Beatles Anthology, a $95 start. Delbert McClinton, Genuine Cowhide. Delbert McClinton is $9.99. Hartsfield, Foolish Pleasures. Hartsfield is $14.99. Greatest Hits of All Time, Gene Pitney. $9.99 for Gene Pitney. And Atlantic Star, $14.99 for Atlantic Star. Larry Magnum, Lonnie and the Loser, and Easy Mary, 1980 sealed, $19.99. Let's do some more 45s over here. Let's go ahead and do these two. Let's see here. Let's split these into 2 lots here, okay? Let's see what we got here. More 45s to do. Really big hit titles in here, and some of these. Greg Allman, I'm No Angel. I Love Rock and Roll, Joan Jett. Giant Steps is in here. DeBarge, Kenny Loggins, Footloose, Surface, Atlantic Star, The Jets, Kim Carnes, Betty Davis I, Billy Idol, Rebel Yell, The Cars, Lean on Me, Club Nouveau, and the Miami Vice theme from Jan Hammer. That is a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 singles there. A $10 start on those. $10 start on those. Tim Moore, Behind the Eyes, $9.99. The Brahms, no bid yet, looking for a $35 start. $10 start on all those. Also, we have Gary Myrick, Language, $9.99. Stuff, that is $14.99 for Stuff. And we have Terry and the Pirates, Rising of the Moon. This is $19.99. Also, Billy Price and the Keystone Rhythm Band. Billy Price is $9.99. And T. Talton, B. Stewart, Jay Sandlin, Happy to Be Alive, $14.99. If anybody wants the Beatles, it is sealed, a $95 buy it now. Brahms has a bid for $35. Next is the singles are now at $20 and $4.99 on Gene Pitney. I will say this for $6.99 if you want that one. $6.99 on that one. Against the Wind, Dallas Home, $14.99. Greg Allman, Laid Back. Greg Allman is $24.99 for Laid Back. $24.99. Atlantic Star, that was in here. And that is, hold on a second. That was right here. That sold to Lonnie Jolly for $9. Charlie DeFrank gets the Sealed Beatles Anthology for $95. The 45s are $20. And final call on the Brahms Classical Lot, Blaine Zabnick at $35. Not many left over here. That just emptied a whole nother crate. I think there's 2 crates left. And some of them are pretty large. There's some of these huge box sets too, which I think some of these are meant to be sold individually. And then there's some I can still do in lots. I still got Verdi, and there's another crate after that. So yeah, we still got a lot to go in those. Brahms at 35, still got about 2 crates full. Nick Saranjenko on the Gene Pitney for $6.99. And Sir Douglas Quintet Mendocino, $39.99. Did I say I was ultrasonically? I will ultrasonically clean all the Brahms records for $250 if you want to do that. I'll clean them all for $250. We have an unofficial pressing of Bruce Springsteen, Fire on the Fingertips. Bruce is, the coordinates from an unknown source. So it's definitely live. It's definitely unofficial. And according to Discogs, they really don't know when or where. So you get a mystery Bruce Springsteen concert. A vintage bootleg, $35 start. The T. Talton here is sold to Deadhead Jim for $12. Also, we have Temptations Masterpiece. The Temptations is $9.99. And Kim Mitchell, this is the guy that did Where's My Soda or whatever, right? $14.99. And Models, Out of Sight, Out of Mind, $9.99. Chad Snyder gets the singles for $20. Those are sold to Chad Snyder. Let me put those away. Thank you, Chad. That's a great name, Chad. I love that name, Chad. You know why? Because that's my name, Chad Snyder. Okay, next thing is Flash. Flash is $14.99. And we have John Mayall and the Blues Breakers, an anthology of British blues. Eric Clapton, Jimmy Page on here. That's $19.99. And the Beatles, Let It Be, a Scranton press, $39.99. Wow, that's very nice. Phil and Ronnie and the Dead Wax, a nice Scranton press. Very little ring wear. That's a nicer copy for sure of Let It Be, $39.99. Okay, all these are sold to Blaine Zapnick for $35. Blaine, you're going to get a heck of a crate. You're going to have a heck of a shipping box come time to ship all these. Some of y'all have already bought about 80 pounds of vinyl tonight, easily. Some of y'all have already bought 80 pounds of vinyl. Let's go ahead and put up some more auctions. Bruce is a final chance. Let's see what's going on with the Strokes here. This is sealed. Oh my gosh. A 2013, holy moly, a 2013 USOG. Oh my gosh. First pressing, limited to 1,000 on clear vinyl. Good gracious. This is sealed. The cheapest and only copy listed for sale on Discogs right now is $500. There's 0 sold listings for a sealed copy. So this is sealed, a 2013 OG, the Strokes Come Down Machine, a $395 start. The Strokes, a $395 start. Good gosh. Holy moly. Oh my word. Good gosh. Next is Coheed and Cabria. Coheed and Cabria is called Vaxis 2, the window of the waking mind. A window of the waking mind. Vaxis 2, Coheed and Cabria. And this is a 2022 tour exclusive. Only sold on their tour at merch stands. Cloudy orange vinyl, a near mint copy, a $75 start. Bruce is a $35 start, no bid yet. And then Let It Be, we have offers for $25 and $30. I will sell it for $30, but it will have to be to Back to the Turntable for $30. If not, it's sold to Blaine Zapnick for $30. We have 1,001 Nights, intermissional music for the belly dancing of John Billichican. Boy, we love belly dancing. $14.99 on belly dancing, and The Wonderful World of the Glacier Brothers, $9.99 on that one. The Bruce Springsteen over here that's pending for a $35 bid is Fire on the Fingertips. Unofficial, according to Discogs, source material unknown. So Beatles is either going to be sold to Back to the Turntable or Blaine. The Strokes is now up for bid, a $395 start, and Bruce does have a bid for $35. So Back to Turntable does get the Beatles for $30, and then the Coheed and Cabria does have a bid for $75 with Scott Dwallow. We have Mona, M-O-N-A. This is a 2011 UK, $24.99 for Mona, and the 11th House featuring Larry Coryell, $14.99 for Larry Coryell, and All the Faces of Buddy Miles, $24. Bruce does have a bid for $35, so hammers up on that one. I'm about to sell it to Alex, Sean Miller. If no one else wants to bid, that's okay. All right, let's do another lot of 45s right quick. What do we have? What do we have? What's in the next handful? I have the following. I got New Shoes. I got Theme from A Greatest American Hero. Rod Stewart, Young Turks. Buddy Holly, That'll Be the Day. Lionel Richie, All Night Long. Chicago. Marvin Gaye. Bangles, Walk Like an Egyptian. The Marvin Gaye with Sexual Healing. Joy to the World, Three Dog Night. Cool Mo D. Queen, We Will Rock You. We Are the Champions. Queen, Another One Bites the Bus. Another One Bites the Dust. Keep Yourself Alive. REO Speedwagon. Keep On Loving You and Time for Me to Fly. Rick Springfield, Power of Love. Lady Liberty Orleans, and Tony Terry, A Picture Sleeve of Forever Yours. So that's a lot of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 singles there. 16 singles, a $15 start. That's now for bid. Mayhall info again. Let's go back. And I guess I had a John Mayall. This is Anthology of British Blues, Volume 2. John Mayall, Savoy Brown, T.S. McPhee, Clapton Page, Dharma Blues Band, Jeremy Spencer. It's a compilation, $19.99. We have Maynard Ferguson, Live at Jimmy's, $19.99 for Maynard Ferguson. There Are the People, and There Are People. Excuse me, There Are People, and There Are People. Wow, $19.99, confusing title. Also, we have Phil Manzara, Primitive Guitars. Phil Manzara, $34.99. And then we have Push, Till It Hurts. And Push is a 1984 metal album. These guys look very metal. He is very metal. Look at this outfit. That will get you arrested in most states. $34.99 for Push, Till It Hurts. $34.99 on that. Bruce Springsteen is sold to Alex Miller for $35. Nobody bid on the Strokes, so if anybody wants that, it is sealed. A $395 buy it now on the Strokes. $395 on that. The Singles is with Craig at $15. That's with now Lonnie Jolly at $16. And Coheed and Cabria is sold to Scott Dwallow for $75. Now, our next auction is B.B. King in France. This was a Record Store Day release. King of the Blues, B.B. King live in France. A 2024 USOG Record Store Day exclusive, limited to 2,800 numbered copies, sealed. That's B.B. King in France, a $25 start. $25 start for B.B. King. And Freak Out. La Chic. La Freak. Freak Out. Okay, and then let's do this, and let's get our other classical lot, okay? And boy, what do we have here? We got Verde. We got some Verde here. Some more classical stuff, mostly in these really cool box sets here. Okay, we got Verde. Let me touch my toes. Oh. That felt pretty good. Get those muscles working, everybody. Okay, so Verde classical lot. 1, 2. That guy could probably chow down at a buffet. 3, 4, 5. Now, total LPs, there's probably like 35 there. I don't know. There's a lot. I'm going to say a $35 start. $35 start on that lot, okay? Now up for bid. The first thing was 45s, 15, 16. Thomas Schwartz on the motels for 7. The models, I mean. Sell that Thomas Schwartz for 7. 45s, 18. 45s, 17, 21. Now 19, now 22. So BB King is a final chance. That's a $25 start. All the Verde stuff, 35 on that. And the 45s are at 22 with amenities, okay? Which means that Lonnie Jolly, you've been outbid. If anybody wants a price or anything in here, let me know. If not, I'm going to go ahead and go through the crate that Paul marked. Let's go ahead and knock out the crate that Sir Paul marked. And we're not talking about McCartney. We're talking about Paul Bowles, our very own. Let's do it. Okay. Verde, 35 is the high bid on that lot. I'm going to swap these out. If you're like, you know what, Chad? I made a mistake, buddy. And I hate to do this to you, but go ahead and give me everything that's left in that crate. Even all the duplicates. Anything. Just whatever you can put your hands on and put on my invoice for this week, since it's a new, fresh invoice. I want you to ring me up. Anything and everything I want it on my invoice. If you have something for sale in that building, add it to my invoice. Okay? It doesn't matter if it's knives, coins, autographs, posters. I want to purchase everything in the building. I just hit the Powerball last night. Send it, mail it to me, and we'll go from there, okay? George Scherer does have BB King for $25. The 45s are at $25. And when I come back, I'm selling the lot of Verdi for $35. Here we go. Do you have the other talking heads? I have not sold the one in the plastic. That one has not been sold yet. Nope. Has not been sold. No, no, no. Has not been sold. Okay. Where's my monster at? About time for a refill. It is. The Masters has evaporated. Time for a refill. Hey, you're holding a Paul McCartney record. London Town. We're going to refill our drink. Paul is telling me there's pretty crazy stuff in this new record collection he just bought. We love buying new collections, especially when there's crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. Crazy. That's how it goes. Millions of records at Coletco. Paul showed me OG Mudhoney, OG Mudhoney, OG Mudhoney, OG Mudhoney, OG Mudhoney. I'll trade you. I'm holding him a monster. Gosh, that was a good trade. You know what these cans of monsters go for on the black market? Wow, that's an OG. OG songs from the Vatican. What's that called? Tiny Music Songs from the Vatican, I think. Yeah, Tiny Music. Songs from the STB. Wow, buying great stuff. All right, here we go. Millions of records. Ooh. This is how you get all hopped up, okay? This is how you start. This is like when you were ready to like go attack somebody in the middle of the night for stealing your puppy, like a John Wick, you know, like a something like you're about to go on a rampage. Okay. Here we go. The 45s are sold to amenities for $25. BB King is sold for $25 to George Scherer, and the Verdi is sold for $35. Songs from the Vatican gift shop. There we go. The Vatican gift shop. Is there such a thing? Vatican City. Okay. A country inside of a country. I can't put these in the crate. What I'll do, whoever's tagging, this will start the next crate, okay, the Verdes. By the way, not only do we have one copy of that Sealed Strokes, I have another copy, and I have another. We got 3 copies of this Strokes record, $395 each. Sounds like we need to get those on Discogs ASAP. And then, well, I'll take $25 for push from the last crate. I sure will. $25 sold. And then was there a Dallas Holmes in the last crate? I don't think so, but I'll take a peek in just a second. I don't think there was. Dallas Holmes, does anybody remember that? I don't think so. I remember saying that. There was a Dallas Home, H-O-L-M. H-O-L-M, Dallas Home. First push is sold to Mike Straws for $25, okay? All right, now we need all new auctions. Let's go ahead and put up that Talking Heads he was referring to. This one here in plastic. This is Talking Heads Speaking in Tongues, a 1983 USOG limited edition clear vinyl, and this is sealed. So this is how it came. It came in this plastic holder. It's clear vinyl, Speaking in Tongues. It's never been opened. It's sealed, $35. So the Verdi lot over here, the Verdi lot is Scott Dwallows at $35. That's sold. I just don't have room to put it in my crate right now. I don't want to mess it up. So that right there is sold to Scott Dwallow. I'll put that a little bit later. But first, let me get, what do I need to get? We got a crate we're about to go through. It's sticker price. We need another classical lot, but man, this is incredible here. We might have to have a little bit more starting bid for this. This is almost a whole crate of Hayden. H-A-Y-D-N, almost a whole crate of Hayden. They're all box sets too, but give me 1 second. Kevin, the Talking Heads was a $75 start. $75 start on that. Also, we have Robin Kenyatta. These are all sticker price, no more, no less. 73 U.S. Soul Jazz Reggae, $14.99 for Robin Kenyatta. $14.99 on that. We have What's New, Kenny Clark, Hank Jones. That's a UK mono for $14.99. And Harold Alexander, a 1974 U.S. test pressing. Harold Alexander Raw Root Soul Jazz test pressing, not listed on Discogs, $49.99. There we go. Talking Head 75. That's more like it, okay? Let me go over here. I got a new box of 45s to start pulling stuff out from. 45 lots continue with the following here. Let me get these organized. Let me make sure we hadn't gone through, or have we gone through these? You know, I don't know if we've gone through these. Have we gone through these? I'm not for sure. Well, if we haven't, we might be getting some great stuff that hadn't been picked through yet. So let's go ahead and do it, okay? These are all 45 lots. We have Melba Moore, Andrew Gold, Graham Parker, Aldo Nova, Bruce Springsteen, Soft Cell, Tainted Love, Bobby Sherman, Sun City, Brenda Lee, What I Am, Edie Brickell, and Don Henley. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I think there's 11 here. $15 start on the 45s. The Talking Head 7580. Yes, I was working on getting the Dallas Home right now. Dallas Home is Against the Wind, $14.99. No condition notes on the vinyl. The cover has a few issues. Dayspring Records, Against the Wind, Dallas Home. It's got a couple stains right here, a crease, and a couple creases up there. Dallas Home was $14.99. Okay, now, be prepared for this Hayden lot, and that's Haydn. This is pretty incredible. Probably need a $50 start for these, but look at what's included here. I think it's a whole box set. We have the Complete Symphonies of Hayden, Volume 1, Complete Symphonies of Hayden, Volume 2, Volume 3, Volume 4, and so far those are all sealed. But wait, there's more. There's Volume 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then the appendices. So there is a whole set here, 9 volumes, and then the appendices of Hayden. You even get his appendix. Whoa, what happened here? And there's one more left, yes. Let me move some of these away because I'm causing problems. So yeah, this entire set of sealed box sets here, this is all going to be a $50 start. If I can get a hold of AC/DC here. Hold on a second. AC/DC. Let me take those off for a second. We need all the room here. That's a lot of vinyl, folks. That's got to be, I don't know how much music Hayden put out in his lifetime. That's a lot of it right there. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think 9 of the 10 boxes are sealed. Golly, that's a lot of music. It took almost a whole crate over here. It takes up almost a whole crate over here, just FYI. Okay, so the 45s has a bid for 10. I think I said a $15 start on these. If I said 10, that's okay. I'm pretty sure I said 15, though. And then the Talking Heads is at 80. Kevin Gladden, you're out, just FYI. Okay, now we have In Tune, the Oscar Peterson Trio, and the Singers Unlimited. In Tune is $9.99. We have Eric Gale, Mike Brecker, Cornell Dupree. This is Crystal Green Rainbow featuring Will Boulware. Sealed 78 US Smooth Jazz Funk. That is sealed $9.99. These are on London. So here's like what Volume 5 looks like. This is the Complete Symphonies of Hayden, Volume 5. Stereo Treasury Series from London. Stereo Treasuries from London. And there's 9 volumes and then the appendices box set. That's all at $50, okay? And then all these in here are sticker price right now. So In Tune, Adam Bernardi would be $9.99. These are all sticker price. Kevin Gladden, it's up to you on the Talking Heads. Neil Reigler has it for $80, okay? Can I see the Kenny Drew What's New album again? Is that one of the first ones here? Let me figure out what that was. Was that the test pressing? No, what was Kenny Drew New Again? That must be the second one in here. Here's What's New, Milt Jackson, Kenny Clark, Hank Jones, Wendell Marshall, and Lucky Thompson. It's a UK mono flip back, $14.99, okay? Dallas Home from the last crate of Best Offer, James Hicks has offered $10, okay? Thank you. That's sold to you. Moving on, we have Bobby Christian Vibrations, a 1970 sealed, $14.99. So in tune here is sold to Adam for sticker. Final call on the Hayden. This so how many disc? I think that's the number of disc. 8, 4. Hold on a second. Yeah, 6. So 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 2, 4. I don't know about that one. 4 and 8. That's the total number of discs in each box. A lot of music there. High bid is $50 right now, okay? Next is Love for Sale, Derek Smith Trio, 1978 US. That's sealed, $9.99. These are all brand new arrivals that Paul marked today. These are sticker price, no more, no less. We have the complete 1970 Pasadena Jazz Party, $14.99 for that. The last bid on these 45s were Pam Murray at 17. Larry Smith, you're out. Chad Snyder, you're out. That is the final call on these singles to Pam Murray for $17. Also, Billy Connors, Swimming with a Hole in My Body, a 1980 US. Bill Connors is 24, not Billy, Bill. Liverpool Sound for Strings, the Leon Young String Coracle. Looks like they're covering Beatles stuff. A 64 US stereo, $9.99. And Korea Hancock. That sounds like Chick Corea and Herbie Hancock. A 1979 white label promo, $19.99 on that, okay? Let's go ahead and sell the Talking Heads then for $80. This is sold for $80, and that is officially sold to Neil Reigler for $80. Thank you on that one. And then this is, I've heard that song before, RCA Special Products. This is a box set that possibly has a price on it somewhere. There we go. 10 LPs, $19.99. Wow. 10 LPs. If I'm doing my math right, that's $1.99 per disc, Paul. 10 LPs for $19.99. That's $1.99 per disc. I've heard that song before. A 10 LP box set of music. Hayden has a new bid for $60. Adam Bernardi's out. The Singles has a new bid for $20. Pam Murray, you've been outbid on those. And then we have Invitation, Milt Jackson Sextet. Milt Jackson is a 65 US stereo reissue, $24.99. Zoot Sims with Bucky Pizzarelli. That is sealed for $9.99. And new motion picture themes, the Manhattan Pops Orchestra, $9.99 on that. And Sky 4, forthcoming. Sky 4 is sealed, $9.99. And O'Donnell Levy, Time Has Changed, a 1977 US Jazz Funk Fusion, $19.99. Over here we have Zoot Sims sold to Adam Bernardi. That is done. And then theme music from the James Dean Story. Chet Baker and Bud Shank, $24.99 on that. And then Woody Shaw and Anthony Braxton, $39.99. An 81 US white label promo. Note from Paul, incredible lineup. Cecil McBee, Arthur Black, Joe Chambers, Victor Lewis, $39.99 on that one, okay? Now, the singles, I'm waiting for one person, and that's Pam Murray. The high bid on these right now are $20. $20. Pam, it's up to you. Larry Smith has them for $20. Okay. Next is Korea Hancock info. It is called Chick Corea and Herbie Hancock, and it's called Korea Hancock. It's a 79 white label promo near mint. White label promo Polydor, $19.99. I'll take the Kenny Drew What's New. That's right over here. That's Kenny Drew What's New. That's the one with the nickels on the front. Yep, that's sold to Spiky McVeigh. And then Ray Red on Woody Shaw. That's sold to Ray Red 73. And then we have Neil Reigler on Levy. Odell Levy sold to Neil Reigler, okay? Anthology has sold, yes. Now my crate's full, and I need to go ahead and put this first classical lot in there so we know what's up with that. Okay, so that crate's full. Let me step over here and grab another empty crate then. These we filled up 4 crates. Of course, these classical lots are really exponentially filling the bins up, eh? Yes, they are. Okay, there's that. And then here's this. Okay. And then I just remembered something else. I lost Pam Murray, so Larry Smith, you get the singles for $20. Pam fell asleep on me. These singles are sold to Larry Smith for $20. Pam fell asleep, phone fell out of her hand, and now she's snoring. That's sold for $20. Larry Smith, that singles lot. Okay, now this was the Verdi box. Those were already sold. I'm going to put those over here. Let's put sticky notes around those. All right, let me put a sticky note here, sticky note here. All right, now the Hayden lots is 70 of Michael Nath. Adam Minardi, it goes back to you. G Mac takes Korea Hancock, and then Blaine puts CH20. Now, I'm not for sure what that is because all these in here are sticker price. Let me know what CH20 was. And we have next, we have, what was I about to do? I'm about to put up another auction. And this is U2, New Year's Day, Treasure, Fire. I threw a brick through the window and A Day Without Me. This is a 1983 UKOG, a $20 start on U2. Very cool. That's up for a $20 start. The Hayden lot is now at 20 with Adam Bernardi. Back to this crate, which is sticker price. This is Artie Shaw. That is sealed for $9.99. U2 has a bid for 20. The Man I Love, Derek Smith Quartet. That is sealed for $9.99. And we have Blaine Zapnick on Hancock. The Herbie Hancock Chick Corea is already sold. Oscar, the Personal Touch, sealed for $14.99. And Cy Coleman, The Party's on Me. That's a 76 US Jazz Funk Disco, $14.99. So final call on the Hayden box sets. Total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think 9 of them are sealed. And yes, Paul did remind me there was one more in here actually. And I'm going to add that, just one more stray Hayden. I'm going to put part of that lot just as a little bonus here so we can officially close out the composer. And let me go ahead and grab another handful of singles over here. Let's do that. Singles. And let's see what's in this next lot here. A lot of cool stuff here. Let's see what we got here. Got some 60s mixed in here too. I'm just going to read the artist and then try to count them right quick. There's Agnetha Folk Song from ABBA. We have Fernite and Tyker, the Four Tops. And let me see here. Let me see if I can do this right. Johnny Bond, Duke Jupiter, Phil Phillips, Jerry Lee Lewis, the Spaniels. We have Tommy Facinda, the Bell Notes, the Platters, Big Bopper, Chantilly Lace, the Chordettes, Lollipop, Johnny Otis Show, Willie and the Hand Jive. This is Neil Sedaka, You Gotta Learn Your Rhythm and Blues, and Christine McVie. So that's a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Should be 16 there. A $20 start on those, okay? And the next record in here was Milt Jackson when the Thelonious Monk Quartet, a 66 US mono, New York labels, $99.99. Wow. Milt Jackson, $99.99. It is very, very nice. Okay, let's sell the Hayden lot because this is pretty much going to fill up my entire next crate. So the Hayden lot, Adam Bernardi, $75. Adam Bernardi, $75. So let me put those right there. And I think that's going to fill up the rest of this crate almost. And it's going to be pretty close. Yep, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and just start a new one and put a sticky note around that one so we know where we're at. Okay, now we can go ahead and grab a new empty crate and start filling that one up. There's one more crate of classicals left, and it's like 3 lots. So we'll go ahead and get started on those in just a second. Now, U2 has a new bid for 25. U2 has a new bid for 25. Also, Friday night in San Francisco, Al Di Meola, John McLaughlin, Paco de Lucia. That's a gold stamp promo, $24.99. These are all sticker price, no more, no less. And then Roger Kelway, the center of the circle, and that was $9.99. $25 start on that lot is what I think I said, right? Let's go ahead and see what's next. U2, who was the first bidder on U2? Spin Cycle or Spiky? Who bid on U2? Was it Spiky McVeigh? Spiky, you're out on U2. There is a bid for 25 from Travis, so let me know what you want to do on that one. Let's see what the next classical is here. Boy, this one's going to be hard to pronounce. I don't know if I can say this one. Stravinsky. I think I did pretty good there. Stravinsky. A lot of LPs in this one. Stravinsky. And we have 1 Stravinsky. We have 2 Stravinskys. We have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Some of these are sealed. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. A $25 start. Okay? $25 start on the Stravinsky Classical lot. $25 start. U2 28, now 30. All these in here are sticker price, no more, no less. Robin Kenyatta, Gypsy Man, 1973 U.S. Jazz Funk Fusion Free Jazz. $19.99 on Robin Kenyatta. Lost in the Woods, Ellis Larkins. Paul's had to censor him. Oh, Ellis Larkins there. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. Lost in the Woods, Ellis Larkins, $9.99. And then Lewis, or is that a C? I guess that's a C. Coas, Jason Lind, and that's $14.99. That is $14.99. And we have Johnny Little, A Man and a Woman. Johnny Little, a seal, $29.99. U2 28, U2 30 out. Are the Stravinsky 670 present, more recent. All these are all 60s and 70s. This is all vintage stuff here from that jazz collection we bought up in New York or New Jersey. Jazz and classical. It's all 60s, 70s vintage LPs. Nobody bid on this 45 lot. It's a $25 buy it now. These here, I think I lost the count on these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, $20 buy it now. $20 buy it now on those, to be fair. 20 on that. Let's go ahead and sell U2 to Travis Woods for $30. This is sold to Travis Woods for $30. Thank you on that one. And yeah, Stravinsky is a, it's all 60, 70 stuff. Classical lot. Okay, moving on. We have Inside, the Mac Maneri Quartet. That is $34.99. The Mac Maneri Quartet Inside, $34.99. And we have Ron over on YouTube put J. I don't know if that was a claim or if he just accidentally hit J. And then over here we have Herbie Mann, My Kind of Groove. This is $9.99. Herbie Mann, My Kind of Groove, $9.99 on that one. Stravinsky has a bid for $25. I think that's what I said. $25 or $35? I guess $25. Yeah, there was 13 again. Was that another 13 lot? Golly, what's up with that? I'm not for sure. We'll say $25. Some of these I'm going so fast, and I've counted so many numbers, I'm forgetting what I said. Lonnie Jolly gets the. I have a pretty good memory. The short term, not so good. It's like I'll count some and be like, wait a minute, what did I just say? I'm sure y'all experience that too. This 45 lot sold to Lonnie Jolly. Thank you, Lonnie Jolly. That's sold to you for $20. All right, moving on. So, yeah, Stravinsky. Is that the da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da? That's like when you put on Yes songs, right? When you put on Yes songs, that's the whatever that theme is. I know what you're talking about. Yep. These prog artists, they love their classical stuff, don't they? Rick Wakeman. Over here, we have Hugh Muscella is alive and well at the whiskey. $14.99 on Hugh Muscella. The Firebird Suite, that's it. Good job. There's going to be trouble. Jay Leonhardt with Joe Beck, an 84 US, $9.99 on that one. And the John Lewis album with Pute Wickman and Red Mitchell. That is $34.99. The Stravinsky records have bids for $25 and now $34. That is a good one. Sounds very electric. Very electric. Okay, so what do we need next? We need more stuff over here from the average. This is pretty cool here. This is called Jim Croce Best Applesauce. Jim Croce's a 74 Japanese pressing. Japanese only release. No Obi. It's a 2 LP. And Jim Croce's a $25 start. $25 start on Jim Croce. That's called Best Applesauce. It's a 2 LP compilation. Let's look at some of the tracks. Craig's going to share them on the feed for us, I hope. Thank you, Craig. 12 tracks. Oh, yeah. This is a good one. This is a good one. It's got everything on it. Jim Croce, $25 start on that one. Moving on, we have Odell Levy, Everything I Do Gonna Be Funky. Wow, what a cover. Holy moly there, Paul. Heads up next time. 74 US Funk, Jazz Funk, $34.99. Good gracious. I don't even know what's going on there. We have Ballads by Cobb, Arnett Cobb. Arnett. A 1960 US Deep Groove Mono, VG $29.99. Croce is not live. No, those are studio recordings. Stravinsky has bids for $34 and now $40. Let's grab some more 45s over here. Yeah, I don't think this box has been gone through, honestly. So you're probably going to get a peek at some pretty cool stuff here. Let's see what's going on here. Let's grab another handful. I like doing about this many and then trying to get them all sold to one buyer. That would be great. So let's move them on. Let's do it. Let's do it. I know this first song, Hey, You Get Off of My Cloud. So we got the Rolling Stones. We got Jimmy Clanton. We got Ace Cannon, Bobby Darin, Booker T and the MGs doing Jelly Bread, Adam Faith, Cozy Co., Quiet Right, Come On Feel the Noise. Some of these look familiar. The McCoys, Coco, the Association Cherish, Tubular Bells, Mike Oldfield, Macon Whoopie, Ray Charles, Close Encounters, and Gene Pitney. That's all these singles here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, $20 start. 14, a $20 start, okay? Stravinsky's at $45, and we also have another Prestige Moodsville Volume 4, a 60 US Mono OG, that's EX $44.99, and Thad Jones and Pepper Adams Quintet, Mean What You Say, a 66 US Stereo OG, EX $37.99, Ornette Coleman Science Fiction, VG Plus $34.99, and Solo Flight, The Genius of Charlie Christian, EX $12.99. Blaine, it's up to you on the Stravinsky. Right now it's at $45 with Nick Serenjenko. Richard Davis as one. That's a 76 USOG, VG Plus $24.99. The McCoy song was Coco and Don't Worry Mother, Your Son's Heart is Pure. There's that. Okay. The Jim Croce was a $25 start. No bid yet. No bid yet. Pepper. Where's Mr. Pepper at? Pepper Adams Quintet. That's so to Blaine Zapnick. Blaine, it's also up to you on the Stravinsky lot. We have Milt Jackson, Prestige LP 7003 Hi-Fi. I knew this one was going to be good. You can tell by the cover. 1955 US Mono OG. Nearly impossible to find in this condition. EX, very scarce and high grade. That is Milt Jackson, EX $149.99. And I'm sure Paul was even on the conservative side on that one, right, Paul? EX $149 on that, and that is Milt Jackson. Richard Davis is sold to Ray Red. Stravinsky has a new bid for $48. This singles lot is a $20 start. Final chance, or I'm going to make it a buy it now. Buy it now on those. And then we have Jimmy Smith Plays the Standards. Jimmy Smith is a 77 US Stereo, VG Plus $9.99 on Jimmy Smith. Black Velvet, O'Donnell Levy, a 71 US Jazz Funk. That's VG Plus $34.99. Arnett Cobb, Party Time. That one is a 60s mono reissue, EX $17.99 on that one. Okay, so first thing we need to do is let Nick Serenjenko knows he's out on the Stravinsky lot. Blaine Zapnick has that at 48. If anybody wants to bid on these, it's a $20 buy it now. That was a lot of singles, $20 on that. And now we have Jim Croce. This is at $25 with TSO Houston, okay? Sell this to TSO Houston for $25. Squim has bid 88 on milk. Now, I know milk is kind of high nowadays, but I don't think it's that high. Unfortunately, I have no milk for sale for $88. If you want me to go get you a gallon of milk, I will gladly sell you some milk for $88. And if we can get anybody else to buy it for that price, we can make a truckload of cash. Milk, 88. Milk. I love chocolate milk. I would pay $88 for chocolate milk if I was desperate enough. 25, that's so to TSO Houston. Anybody else on this crate? Of course, y'all know the next time you see these, they'll probably be best offer. Stravinsky has a new bid for 51. And if you have any questions or want to see anything in there again, now to see the next 45 lot, we got to sell that one. I don't want any leftover lots, right, Paul? No leftover lots. Let's get that one sold. I'll do another one. What about a Bob Marley test pressing? A Bob Marley test pressing. This is Bob Marley, a 1993 U.S. test pressing, never sold on Discogs. And the actual record, okay, these are pops. So that's eBay results there. Okay, so what is this actually called? Bob Marley what? Bob Marley live in Jamaica? Is that what this is? I guess. 1986. Bob Marley. It's definitely a test pressing. It's a 1993. Maybe Bob Marley. recorded in Jamaica and UK. That's what it was called. $55 start on that test pressing. Stravinsky out. All right, go ahead and sell these to Blaine Zapnick for $53 then. Thank you. Those are sold to Blaine for $53. Let's put sticky notes around those. Thank you, Blaine. Those sold to you for $53. All right, now, there's Bob Marley. Let me go ahead and add another LP then, and this one's called Stealin'. This is definitely a vintage bootleg, but from whom? It is an unofficial concert of who? Stealin' is... Who is this? New Orleans. It's Bob Dylan. Bob Dylan. Bob Dylan. Got it. Bob Dylan. Okay. Bob Dylan is live 1969. Oh, there is a note up here from Laura. Thank you. Bob Dylan. Supposedly one of the first bootlegs of the rock era ever from Discogs. So this was bootlegged in 1969. Side A are studio outtakes from 1965, and Side B is Minnesota Tapes 1961. VG, a $50 start. Now, the cheapest we could ever find one of these ever selling on eBay was $50. That was the cheapest we could ever find one that has ever sold on eBay. They're not for sale on Discogs, and some of them have sold for as much as $250. So it's a vintage Bob Dylan bootleg called Stealin', one of the first rock era bootlegs ever made. And yeah, the cheapest we could ever find one sold was $50, and I don't know when that was, but Pop Site goes back 10 years. Now, there was a couple questions. First is Cobb year. Arnett Cobb Party Time is a 60s mono reissue. That's the only note from Paul. A 60s mono reissue, EX 1799. The Bob Marley test pressing has a bid for $55, and that is with Matthew Hendon, okay? Bob Dylan's a $50 start. And let's do the next classical composer. It is Prokofiev. Boy, how do you say that one? Prokofiev. I got to be close. Prokofiev. 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 Sounds Russian. Sounds very Russian. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Looks like 14 here for Prokofiev. Prokofiev, exactly. We got 1, we got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, a $25 start. $25 start. Remember that number, 13, 14. Final call on Bob Marley, and if you want Dylan, final chance before I make it a buy it now. Drinking some Monster. About time for some chocolate-covered cherries, eh? I mean raisins. Chocolate-covered raisins. Dylan's at 50, Bob Marley 55. All right, let's go through another crate of vintage buy it now or best offer. And we love or best offer. Okay. I know what this crate is. That's jazz stuff. We've already done best offer. I'm going to crisscross that one. Let's see here. That's a great looking crate. Let me move that over here. Let's go through this one, best offer. Let's go through this one, best offer. Bob Dylan has bids for 50 and now 55. All right. A lot of cool classic rock in here. Let's do these buy it now or best offer. Don't hesitate to make offers. Don't hesitate to buy them or you'll miss them. But also don't hesitate to make offers. But don't hesitate to buy them either. The Prokofiev lot is a $25 start, no bid yet. Prokofiev, $25 start, no bid yet. All right. Now, I've got a poster here, which I'm going to ship out of this frame unless y'all say otherwise, okay? I'm going to take it out of this frame. If you want it in the frame, you'll have to pay extra postage. The frame's kind of dinged anyway, or maybe it's just dirty. But this is an original, I have notes here from Paul, an original first print of Love, the band Love, where they played at Avalon Ballroom here. And that was in 1968 with the Congress of Wonders and the Sons of Champlain. That's two other bands. They played there March 8th, 9th, and 10th, 1968. Jerry Abrams, Avalon Ballroom, and it is an original. The second print was a 14 by 20. This is a 12 by 20. An original Love poster. Let me go to the top camera here so you can get a better look at it. Whoops. That's my desktop view. There we go. This is an original Avalon Ballroom poster from Love, right during that peak psychedelic era. This is 120. Now, I'll ship it rolled outside of this tube or outside of this frame to save on cost and to save on glass being broken. If you do want it in this frame, you can pay for postage. But I'll handle the postage for a $95 start, okay? An original poster, $95 start. Think about it, but think long and you'll think wrong. $95 start on that. You want to bid, it'll be in the background. All right, let's sell these other two auctions right quick. The first one is Bob Dylan. This sold to Jason Fornerat for $55. Bob Marley sold to Matthew Hendon for $55. And we have no bid on the Prokofiev. So that's a buy it now for $25. Buy it now for $25 if anybody wants those. The Prokofiev. That's $25. And I'm going to put over here with this lot of singles for $20, okay? Maybe somebody will grab those for the buy it now price. Let's start with this crate. Buy it now best offer. Elton John, Jump Up. Elton John, VG Plus, $14.99. These are all buy it now best offer. Coin lots. Yeah, all invoices should have been sent. If you bought coins, they should have been added on and sent. Yeah, they should be all invoiced by now. Should be, yeah. Over here, we have the best of Isaac Hayes. VG Plus, $19.99 for the best of Isaac Hayes. And the Who's next? VG, $9.99. Teenage Wasteland. Let's put up some of the auctions. Spikey's going to grab the Prokofiev lot. And this is going to be sold for $25. That's this entire stack here, okay? Done and done. And let's put sticky notes around those. Boom and boom. Done and what? Done. All right, that's finished and finished. Let's put that right in there. The Who is sold to Melanie Jennings. Great. Should be a classic rock crate here. Let's try to do these last couple of classical bundles. Fleetwood Mac, Mystery to Me, VG $12.99, and Van Morrison, Sense of Wonder, VG $14.99. VG $14.99. So the next composer is going to be Schoenberg. Schoenberg here. Let's see what's going on with Schoenberg. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 box sets. Volume 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Or is that 6, 7? It looks like volume 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, and 7. Yeah, missing a volume 4 here. The music of Arnold Schoenberg. And this is all being sold together. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 box sets. I'm assuming 2 or 3 LPs per box. $25 start for Schoenberg. Not Schoenberg, Schoenberg. Okay, that's now for bid. $25 start for those. Dennis third on the Who, and Steve Mason, Van Morrison, 11. Sell that to Steve Mason for $11. Next is Stray Cats Built for Speed, VG Plus $17.99, and Zappa, Frank Zappa, Zuda Lures, VG Plus $26.99 for Frank Zappa. Our next auction lot is, or our next auction. Whoa, this is pricey too. Holy moly. Who is this? This is Prince. Plectroelectrium. Prince. Plectroelectrium. Plectrum Electrum. Yeah, Plectrum Electrum. So this is a 2014 test pressing, sealed, unopened, test pressing, $395 start, Paul. There's only one for sale right now on Discogs for $1,000. $1,000. That's a $395 start right there. Be sure to put that in notes so I know what to adjust. And I don't know if the last one was in there. Okay. I don't know. Mine must not. Mine must not be updating correctly because I couldn't see it. What's that? It's in there? Okay. Maybe I just need to refresh it or something. Okay. In store. Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay, good. I won't do it till next week, but I'll set a reminder so I don't forget since it was bought today and not yesterday. All right, Stray Cats. This is so back to the turntable for 15. Thomas was next. So Prince, yeah, a test pressing of Plectrum Electrum, 395, and I mean that's very fair if you look this up, especially since it is only one for sale for 1,000. And yeah, I've never seen a seal test pressing either, Carol. It's from RTI and it's in a perforated baggie. So it's in a perforated baggie. Yeah, I've never seen one. I've never seen one open sealed either. So that's very unusual. $395 on that. Sounds like a pretty interesting item. All right, Schoenberg. Final chance on that. We're just got 2 lots left. Let's try to get these sold. Come on, everybody. Come on, classical people. 2 left, and we'll have a sellout. 4 full crates of classical bundles sold tonight. That's incredible. Let's go ahead and do another 45 lot. We have ELO, can't get it out of my head. Wanda Jackson. We have Waylon Jennings, a white label promo. Ethel and the Shameless Hussies. Dr. John Doe. Carmen McRae and Herbie Mann. Hawkshaw Hawkins. Huey Lewis. Loretta Lynn, Billy Ocean, Loverboy, Christopher Cross, Crowded House, Chicago, Billy Joe, Frank Sinatra, Robert Plant. Let's do all those for a $20 start, okay? $20 start on all those. That's the high bid. All right, let's do the rest of this crate. Buy it now, best offer. Bronski Beat, The Age of Consent. Bronski Beat is VG plus $14.99. Porter Wagner and Dolly Parton, The Right Combination. Burning the Midnight Oil. Porter and Dolly, VG plus $24.99. Bruce Springsteen, Baby We Were Born to Run. VG plus $14.99 on Bruce Springsteen, $14.99. And Heart Magazine, EX $22.99 for Heart Magazine. Signifying, Lou Donaldson, VG $14.99. Somebody said it was time for Otis. Did he pop up on the screen? Here, we'll do this one right here, even though there's no snow delay. There's Otis. He stayed with me Sunday. I kept him all day. I had him from Sunday night until Monday morning. He stayed the night with me and everything. I got to babysit Otis. Tanner and Addison let me have that privilege. Okay, if anybody wants this, it's a buy it now for $95. Love is a buy it now. That poster's available if anybody wants it. It's an original Avalon Ballroom poster, 1968. We'll ship it flat or rolled in a tube, whichever. And it's an original poster from 1968. And that's a buy it now for $95 if anybody wants it. Stephanie, make sure you put 45s20 if you want to bid on those. Climax Blues Band, Shine On. Climax Blues Band is EX $12.99. Kansas Audio Visions. Kansas Audio Visions is in VG condition, $9.99. Madonna True Blue. Madonna is VG plus $24.99 for Madonna. True Blue, this does have the original inner sleeve with it. Everything in this crate is buy it now or best offer. And we have Inside. I think that's the name of the artist. And the name of the album is, no, it's The Glass House. And it's called Inside the Glass House. It's in VG condition, $19.99. All right, the Schoenberg lot is a buy it now for $25. These box sets here, volumes 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, and 8. Those are all can be bought for $25. The next to last lot. Stephanie has the singles for $20. We're about to sell it. And if anybody wants Prince, it's a $395 buy it now. $395 buy it now for Prince. And that was Plectra Electrum. $395. Plectrum Electrum. Okay. Very cool. Seal test pressing. Let's put that right over here. Next is the Beatles Yesterday and Today. A Scranton Press in mono. No, it's not a butcher cover. VG plus $29.99. Nick Serenjenko wants the Schoenberg lot. That's sold to him for $25. Let me put sticky notes around those. And let's do the last one over here. So this is sold to Nick for $25. Schoenberg, thank you on that one. Let's put them right in here. Fill up this crate. Awesome. And I'm going to put sticky notes around them. Let me figure out where the sticky is. There it is. All right. And then Stephanie Hill got the singles for $20 now that the auction board is clear. Okay. Stephanie, those sold to you for $20. Thank you. Let's put those right there. All right. Moving on. Next thing is this. I have over here in the advertised auctions, I have, this is Guy Clark on the Road Live. Guy Clark is a 1979 USOG promo only from Warner Brothers music show. Guy Clark on the Road Live, $75 start. Okay, super clean. That's now up for bid. Moving on. I have Farewell to the First Golden Era, the Mamas and Papas, VG plus $14.99, and The Sound of Wilson Pickett, VG $14.99 for Wilson Pickett. Looks like a Spanish copy, best of my memory. Spanish copy on that one. Okay, and then the last one is Schubert, Franz Schubert. And we have the following. We have Franz Schubert, Messe Asador. We have the Juilliard String Quartet, Schubert Quartet number 13 in A minor. Schubert String Quintet in C major, Opus 163. Rudolf Serkin, Schubert Piano Sonata in A major. Schubert Unfinished Symphony. Schubert Trout Quintet. And Franz Schubert Quartet for flute, guitar, viola, and cello. So those there will be a, how much do we have? We have some Schubert here. We have 1, 2, 3. We have 6 for a $15 start. 6 for a $15 start on Franz. Franz Schubert. Orange sherbet. Pineapple sherbet. Oreos. Okay, let's get back to the buy it now or best offer crate. Buy it now or best offer crate. We have Todd Rundgren Runt. Todd Rundgren's VG plus $16.99. Dust Gray gets Wilson Pickett for $12. Thank you. That's sold to Dust Gray for $12. The Beginnings, Allman Brothers Band. That's a 2LP EX, $32.99. Grand Funk, Pluberous Funk, VG plus $34.99. Matt Bushy has the Guy Clark for $75. Dust Gray has the Wilson Pickett for $12. That's at $12 right now. That's going once, going twice. And then here's another lot of singles, okay? Let's see what we have right here. I've been waiting for a girl like you. This is Foreigner. Also, Joan Jett, I Love Rock and Roll. Darlene Love. Bob Dylan, Lay Lady Lay. The Crest, The Angels Listening. Neil Diamond, I'm a Believer. David Newman, One Room Paradise. James Brown, Night Train. Focus, Hocus Pocus. The Honeycombs, Have I the Right. Elton John, Honey Roll and Friends. Man for Man, Just Like a Woman. Fifth Dimension, Aquarius. And Elton John, Something About the Way You Look Tonight. That's a later one. That's a 1997 Elton John. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 singles. $15 start on those. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. I have Carlos Santana and Buddy Miles. VG plus $14.99 on that one. Neil Young, After the Gold Rush. Neil Young is in VG plus condition. $24.99 on Neil Young. And Styx, Equinox. Maria unfortunately wrote her name on the cover. VG, so her boyfriend Dan wouldn't steal her record at their drunken parties. $9.99 on that one. And then Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits Volume 2. VG condition, $14.99. The singles have bids for $15 and $15. Stephanie, you're out. Squim's bid came in first. And then the Beatles, 67 to 70. The Beatles is a 2LP, VG plus, $26.99. Brian Ferry, In Your Mind. Brian Ferry is VG condition, $9.99. And then the Yardbirds, Greatest Hits. This is a VG cover, maybe less. VG disc, $14.99. I would make offers on these now while you can. These are some prime candidates for the 9 a.m. vintage discount flip crates, which y'all know those will definitely get obliterated. So right here's a prime opportunity to buy some stuff right now before they end up sold somewhere else. They're all best offer. The Franz Schubert lot is sold to Steve Mason for $15. Let's put those away. Thank you. And that was the last of the classical lots, I hate to say. We've sold now 4 full crates of classical records. That's pretty amazing in itself. The singles are at $18. And then the Guy Clark is sold to Matt Bushy for $75. And that also means that all the official advertised auctions are gone, and there's only 2 no bids, Prince and the Strokes, which are pretty pricey records. So I'm about to get into this second bin of miscellaneous stuff over here and try to find some more LP auctions. Let me move down these singles. We'll start putting other stuff up as well. I'll see what I can find. Bernie Johnson on Santana for $11. Bernie Johnson on the Buddy Miles Santana. That's sold to Bernie Johnson for 11. Let's put that away. And then Dylan's at 10 with Dennis Jackson. The Bob Dylan Greatest Hits Volume 2. Sell that to Dennis Jackson for 10, okay? That means the singles are at 18 with Steve Mason. That's a final call. That also means this crate is full, and I'm going to swap them out right quick. Let's swap these out. Okay. Cry, baby, cry. Make your mother sigh. You're old enough to know better. So cry, baby, cry. Can you take me back where I came from? Can you take me back? Jethro Tull, A Passion Play. VG $9.99 for Jethro Tull. James Brown sings Raw Soul. James Brown is VG $24.99. Scott Oman on Sticks. I'm assuming that was for Equinox. Sell that to Scott Oman for 7. Chet Atkins picks on the Beatles. Chet Atkins is VG $9.99. Fripp and Eno, Evening Star. VG Plus $34.99. Bruce Springsteen, Born to Run. Another copy, this time a lesser cover and a lesser jacket. $9.99. Men at Work, Business as Usual. VG Plus $17.99. Sanders Truck Stop is VG Plus $24.99. And Hall & Oates with David Ruffin and Eddie Kendricks of the Temptations. VG Plus $14.99. The single lot is sold to Stephanie. Steve Mason has it for 18, or excuse me, this single lot is sold to Steve Mason for $18. Thank you, Steve Mason. Those sold to you for $18. All right, done. Back where I came from, take back. Take me back where I came from, brother. Take me back. Take me back. Can you take me where I came from? All right. Here we go. Here we go. These are all going to go up for bid right now. Let me grab these right here. So here we have it. We have Kenny Rogers from Six Pack, Love Will Turn You Around. Herbie Hancock Rocket, the Nobody But Me, The Human Beings. Willie Nelson doing Mona Lisa. Hank Williams doing Roly Poly. NXS New Sensation. Chuck Berry School Day. Les Cooper and the Soul Rockers. Wiggle Wobble. Little River Band, Man on Your Mind. Gary U.S. Bonds, This Little Girl. The Spinners, Could It Be I'm Falling in Love. Walter Murphy and the Big Apple Band. A Fifth of Beethoven. I Was Born in a Small Town. John Cougar, Spinners, Cupid, and Aretha Franklin, George Michael. I Knew You Were Waiting for Me. And that was a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and we'll say a $20 start on that lot. $20 start on that. Does anybody else want anything in here? Let me know. Let me find this next crate where I probably have some stuff we can auction. That's going to require me to move a few things around. Let me carry this stuff up front. It all needs to go out front anyway, except for this box set, but that's okay. I'll use it for a placeholder. Today is Monday, right? Monday, yeah. So tomorrow's Tuesday. It's about to be Tuesday for me anyway because of the way my schedule works. It's very complicated for me. I'm like, what day is this and what day is it going to be when I wake up? Right. I can put back my wall here. My record's got a little... is there something behind yes? No, okay. So we'll leave yes right there. Okay, then let me... I'm just dying for somebody to buy AC/DC. You know, it's been back here forever. You've Been Thunderstruck. Have a Drink on Me. No, that's on Back in Black. Thunderstruck. What's the other big one? Money Talks. $29.99. So there's AC/DC's The Razor's Edge. Kind of a tougher OG record to get. And then Dead Kennedys, Frankenchrist. $33.99 on Dead Kennedys. There we go. The wall's complete now. Lonnie has the singles at $21. Here's what's left in here. And if you need a price, let me know. Here are the following records left in here. We have Elton John, Jump Up, The Best of Isaac Hayes, Fleetwood Mac, Mystery to Me, Zappa, Zoodalores, Age of Consent, Bronski Beat, Dolly and Porter, Burning the Midnight Oil, Bruce Springsteen, Born to Run, Heart Magazine, Signifying, Lou Donaldson, Climax Blues Band, Shine On, Kansas Audio Visions, Madonna, True Blue, the Inside the Glass House, The Beatles yesterday and today, the Mamas and Papas, Todd Rundgren Run, Allman Brothers Beginnings, Grand Funky, Pluberous Funk, Neil Young After the Gold Rush, The Beatles 67 to 70, Brian Ferry In Your Mind, Yardbirds Greatest Hits, Jethro Tull Passion Play, James Brown Ross Soul, Chet Atkins Picks on the Beatles, Another Born to Run, Fripp and Eno Evening Star, Men at Work, Business as Usual, Sanders Truck Stop, and Hall & Oates Live. Okay, Lonnie Jolly gets these singles for $21. These are sold to Lonnie Jolly for $21. Another singles lot gone. Thank you, Lonnie Jolly. That's sold to Lonnie Jolly. A Lonnie Jolly. A Lonnie Jolly. Chad needs some more ice, it looks like. Okay. Make sure there's no claims in there. Fleet. Mystery to Me was in VG condition, $12.99. Retro Class Entertainment on the James Brown. Sold to Retro Class Entertainment. All right. Eric Hernandez has joined the chat. Hopefully some other people are joining late. They're ready to see what's going to be happening late here at Coletco tonight. Let me jump over here and let me jump over here. Okay. We have the following. We got the Everly Brothers, Rick Dees and his cast of idiots, the New Tornadoes, the Everly Brothers, Delaney and Bonnie and Friends, Curtis Mayfield, Sweet Exorcist, Freddie and the Dreamers, You Were Made for Me, John Snyder, Love, You Ain't Seen the Last of Me, Kenny Loggins with Steve Perry, Don't Fight It, Barry White, Can't Get Enough of Your Love Baby, Hands Across America, The Voices of America, Rich Girl, Hall & Oates, Krista Bird, The Lady in Red, The Four Seasons, Who Loves You, Foreigner, I Don't Want to Live Without You, The Outfield, All the Love in the World, Men at Work Down Under, Baltimore, A Tarzan Boy, Bruce Springsteen, Dance in the Dark, and Gregory Abbott, Shake You Down. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. $20 start on that singles lot. 20 singles, $20 start. Okay? Steve Mason gets Fleetwood Mac for 8. Anybody else on anything in there? Is the poster authenticated? No, it's not signed. It's not signed. If you're asking if it's authenticated to be an original, I don't know of a service that does that that's legitimate. But Paul, I'll guarantee it to be original, of course. Our guarantee comes with it. But not only that, so there's a first printing and a second printing. The first printing is a 12 by 20, and the second printing is a 14 by 20. And if you go to that Classic Posters website with all that information, it will tell you that. So the first printing was a 12 by 20, and the second was a little larger. So that's one way to know you have a real first printing of this. But, yeah, I've looked at it, and Paul got it ready, and we're pretty good with these vintage posters. But I don't think there's there is. CGC is grading posters now. They put them in like a flexi, almost like a comic book slab, but it's flexi. You can send posters to CGC now to have them graded and slabbed. A lot of the really big auction houses won't sell them unless they are slabbed, especially if you get like a Grateful Dead poster that's, $5,000 or something like that. So they get pricey. I've had a couple like that. The singles have bids for 20 and now 25 with George Scherer, okay? And 80 tubed. Let's see here. If I can ask for $5 more, I'll sell it to you to help out with the postage. 85, and I'll sell it to you. That'll help out a lot with postage for sure. And then I plan on, because we've blasted through a lot of new stuff tonight, I plan on going through some other stuff like this tonight. It may be a lot earlier than normal because we have blasted through so much new stuff. Laura had to leave. There was no new crates. Paul was working on buying that collection. We just went through his crate a moment ago. And we're about to go through more discount. And then, Michael, the next poster you buy, since I might be going through a lot this week, what I usually tell people, the initial charge, if you get something with a tube, is the biggest expense. And then after that, I'll be much more willing to do deals on the other one since we have a tube started, if that makes sense. So let's say you buy additional posters this week where there's a good chance we're going to get to them. Let me know, hey, I've already got an order started with a tube. So if y'all are ever buying posters, be sure to let me know, hey, I've already got an order started with a tube. Because that tube and the postage alone is, I viewed anywhere between 10 and 12 to as much as $20, $22. So to me, it's like, okay, 85, but not including the postage and tube. So keep me informed after you get a tube started. That way we can add more to it, and I'd be willing to take less. Just FYI, okay? So there's that. Let me find. I'm over here trying to find another crate of best offer to go through. That's what I'm digging through right now. There's plenty of more like great vintage crates over here to do best offer. Plus, at some point, we might do some of these jazz crates that Paul's marked. I have everything that me and Laura's marked from that sealed collection over here. It's like, I feel like I've gone through them 20 times because I'll mention that I have it and everybody wants to see them, but it's been gone through a lot. And that was this sealed stuff from that most recent collection. Let me see what I have over here. And let me see what's in here. I still got a tag. Here's a good one. I still got a tag that a crate that had new vinyl. We hadn't done that this week. Anybody having typo negative media or posters? Not to my knowledge. George shared these are sold to you for $25. Let's go ahead and sell those. Well, let me inform everybody on posters. It's kind of like with vinyl. We're in a unique situation here where honestly we don't know what we have. So just with anything, I usually have to default to my standard answer. I don't really know. If I know for sure we have one, even if I do have one, trying to locate it will be the next challenge. So what I usually tell people is there are thousands of posters in this building. And a lot of times I don't even know really where they're at or what we have. So, all right, let's do some more singles here. We've almost blasted through another box. Let me read what you have here, and I'm going to try to find some other stuff to auction. We have Jonathan Edwards, Honky Tonk Stardust Cowboy, Marty Wild, Rubber Ball, Ernest Tubb, Treat Her Right, Ernest Tubb, Thanks a Lot, Freddie and the Dreamers, You Were Made for Me, Cher, Gypsy Tramps and Thieves, Teddy Randazzo, Be My Kitten, Little Chicken, Meatloaf, You Took the Words Right Out of My Mouth. We have The Skyliner, Since I Don't Have You, Fast Domino, I Want to Walk You Home, Ricky Nelson, Lonesome Town, Lonnie Donegan, Does Your Chewing Gum Lose Its Flavor, Pat Boone, Good Rock in the Night, Robin Luke, Susie Darlin, Connie Francis, Lipstick on Your Collar, Tommy Edwards, It's All in the Game, The Platters, The Sound and the Fury, Dion the Belmonts, Teenager in Love, Fast Domino, When the Saints Go Marching In. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. All right, 19 singles there, a $20 start. 19 singles, $20 start there. And yes, Michael Butler got this poster, the Love poster. I've already laid it over there. Yeah, Michael Butler got the Love poster for $85. All right, time to go find some more posters then. This crate's going to be buy now best offer. Looks like there's some great vintage stuff in here. I see one poster over here. Let me see if I can get to it. Let me start moving some stuff around. I'm gonna be getting into stuff I typically don't get into because usually I have so much to auction. I'm like, golly, we got enough auctions over here for 30 nights. Well, we sold everything last week and we're about a day behind kind of getting everything restocked. With that being said, I have plenty of stuff to sell. It's just kind of me getting to it and me figuring out where it is and where it is. Where it is and what it is. Okay, might even find a few autographs or tour programs. At this point, anything goes, right? Yes. At this point, anything goes. What do we have here? Here's a poster. Okay. Now, buyer will have to pay postage on this. It is beautifully framed. Buyer will have to pay additional postage. It is only $99.99. $99.99. It's a Queens of the Stone Age, Verizon Theater, Grand Prairie. Now, a couple options. The frame is damaged. It looks like right here, it looks like it's got kind of gashed. I mean, if you could take a black marker, you could touch it up. Let me show it right here. But right here, it's kind of gashed, and right there, it's kind of gashed. But it's in a $250 frame probably, $200 minimum. So $100, or we'll take it out of the poster. Well, I'll bust it out of the frame, and you won't have to pay any postage, and you can do whatever you want to. You can have it reframed. It's numbered 209 of 210. Queens of Stone Age, that's Texas. That's Grand Prairie, Texas. Queens of Stone Age. So $100 plus postage or $100 shipped. The frame is nice. It just has some damage. It's got a gash right there, probably where another poster dinged up against it, but it's in a $200 frame. So $100 plus postage, which, you know, you need a budget $50 or so for that, maybe $75 for extra shipping. It'll be more than you think. Might be less than you think. Or we'll bust it out of the frame, no problem, and we'll ship it for $100 ship. That's Queens of the Stone Age, Verizon Theater, Grand Prairie, Texas. So $100 shipped or $100 plus postage. All right, let's start showing some records. These singles over here, by the way, have a bid with There Goes Mark for $20. Final call. Jackson Brown, Running on Empty. VG Plus, $14.99 for Jackson Brown. The Pretenders, Learning to Crawl. The Pretenders is VG Plus, $17.99. Elvis, Roustabout. Elvis is a 64 German. VG, $19.99 for Elvis. Neil Young, Hawks and Doves. Neil Young is VG Plus, $24.99. And Van Halen, an OG First Press, Burbank, VG minus cover, but VG plus vinyl, $34.99 for Van Halen. And we have Paul Simon, There Goes a Rhymin' Simon, VG $9.99 Kodachrome. All right, There Goes Mark gets these singles for $20. Thank you for that. There Goes Mark, $20 on those. 2-0 here. All right, some of these I might have to guesstimate on. What do we have here? A 35 by 23. Oh boy. Here they are, folks. You wanted the best, you got it. Here we go. You wanted the best, you got it. 25 by 33. Let's take a look and see what this is. This is going to be an auction. This is Kiss. Down here at the bottom, Dargis Associates Incorporated, 9520 Gerwig Lane, Columbia, Maryland. Oh boy. Let's go to top cam here. And let me spread this one out. I think there's a couple variants of this one. I think there's one where the Kiss down there at the bottom's yellow, like this one, or gold. And I think there's one where it's white. Very nice. Down here on the bottom, it does say 1977, a coin management. I'll show that in just a second. It does have pinholes. All four corners have pinholes. There's no rips, but there are pinholes, okay? And Kiss, I'll say a $55 start. $55 start. There is the coin management, and that is a $55 start. Kiss poster. There you have it. Kiss poster. $55 start. Okay. Next in here is Deep Purple Purple Passages. Deep Purple is EX $32.99. Hammer is still available. VG Plus $24.99 for Hammer. And the First Class VG Plus $12.99. The 45s is a no bid lot. The McCoys, the Stones, Jimmy Clanton, Ace Cannon, Bobby Darin, Booker T, Adam Faith, Cozy Co, Quiet Riot, The Association, Mike Oldfield. We had Ray Charles, Close Encounters, and Gene Pitney. And we were going to sell all those together for $20. That's a no bid. The Kiss poster does have a bid for $55. The Kiss poster does have a bid for $55. Going once, going twice. Cat Stevens Foreigner. Cat Stevens is EX $12.99. The Very Best of Little Anthony and the Imperials. That's EX $9.99. And Molly Hatchet, Double Trouble Live. Molly Hatchet, 2 LPs, no condition notes, $34.99 for Molly Hatchet. That is, everything in here is buy it now or best offer. Buy it now or best offer. Let's see what we have here. Kiss has one bid for 55. There's a lot of Kiss Army people right now not watching, wishing they were. They're probably sneezing. They have no idea we're putting up a rare, highly desirable, and extremely valuable Kiss poster right now, which only has one bid for $55. So here is a lot of Frank Sinatra 78s. These are not 33 1/3. They're 10-inch 78s from Sinatra. We have one Frank Sinatra, two Frank Sinatra, three Sinatra, four Sinatra, five Sinatra, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 Frank Sinatra 78s in this binder, and that's going to go up for a $25 start, okay? That's 10, $25 start on that. Everything in here is buy it now, best offer. There Goes Mark gets Little Anthony for $7. That's sold to There Goes Mark. Thank you. Also, The Best of the Monkees, a 2-record set compilation, $34.99 on that one. And Sing Along with the Busy Beavers, $14.99 for the Busy Beavers. Larry Gonzalez put O. I think that's a miscue. Billy Joe Glass Houses, $12.99 for Billy Joe. The Cars Panorama, $24.99 for the Cars Panorama. And Peter Frampton, I'm In You. Peter Frampton, $9.99. Outside Inside the Tubes, $24.99. And Otis Redding and Jimi Hendrix. One side's Hendrix Live, one side Otis Redding Live. Very nice copy, $34.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. Eric, nice pickup. I'm going to be sure to let all the Kiss people know later. I'm going to be like, y'all were asleep. I sold a rare, highly desirable, and expensive Kiss poster for $55. They're going to be like, do what? You did what, Chad? I wasn't watching. What are you doing to me? Why did you do that for, Chad? Stephen A. Young has a Sinatra for $25. G-Mac on BJ for $9. Billy Joe sold a G-Mac for $9. And we have Son and Cher. Mama was a rock and roll singer. Papa used to write all their songs. $19.99 on that. Dr. K's Blues Band. That is $34.99. And Cher, Bittersweet White Light. Share is $24.99. Plus, we got to put that in a tube. Plus, we got to ship it. I've been better off not even selling it. Oh, good. He's picking it up. That's great. He's picking it up. That's going to be, at that point, my stomach was starting to get sticky. I was like, boy, I'd be better off not even selling it. So the Beavers is sold to Autumn Betts. Thank you on that one. And then over here, we have Frankie Miller, A Perfect Fit, $9.99. Let me see what else over here I can find. So there's Sinatra 78s. They're starting to get bids. Okay, next thing on this rack. It's been a while because it's more of a Christmas item, but I do have signed Chevy Chase photos. If you don't know we have these by now, you probably hadn't been watching in a while. These are 8x10 signed by Chevy Chase. They're all JSC authenticated. Very nice. It's all from Christmas Vacation. There's him psychotic with the chainsaw. There's him carving up the poorly cooked turkey. There's him after all the Christmas tree burned down. I got a bunch of those. These are $125. There is him after his lights came on. There's also a psychotic Clark Griswold. But these are all signed and $125 for Chevy Chase. They're 8x10s. They're all JSA. They were actually witnessed. They have basic certifications, but they were actually witnessed at Chicago 2025. So Chevy Chase. And then there's Bond girl Shirley Eaton. And I have more where that came from, but she is 120. She is, no, Shirley, that I can do 75 on, I think. Yeah, I'll do $75 on that one. That is a Bond photo. That is from Goldfinger. Buck Clayton is $19.99. Buck Clayton, $19.99. Mary Chapin Carpenter, State of the Hearts. That's sealed in 89 pressing, $39.99. Kenny Baker plays Bill Monroe, $9.99 on that. Multiple bidders on Sinatra. Dust Gray right now has it at $31. Hall & Oates, Ho Oates, $24.99 for Hall & Oates, Ho Oates. And the greatest hits of Mac Davis. That's sealed for $14.99. It's time for a new lot of 45s. We're going through these boxes. Some of these have already been shown. Wolverine, just so you know, and all the other 45 buyers. I think most of these have already been shown. Some of them I don't really remember, but we're putting them in lots, and I'm hopefully putting enough in there where everybody's like, Chad, I'm in. Sign me up. And they bid on them, and we're going to sell them, okay? So there's that. I got more posters coming too. I'm going to be clearing off racks and showing tons of miscellaneous tonight. Here's the Ohio Express, Cool and the Gang, Celebrate, The Power of Love, Huey Lewis, big hits here. Bruce Hornsby, Tanya Tucker, Donny Osmond, Puppy Love, America, April Wine. We have Joey D, Bobby Gentry, Glenn Campbell, Roberta Flack, Donny, Modern English, I Melt With You, Tom Jones, Haley Mills, and Let's Get Together from The Parent Trap. Baby, Hold On To Me, Eddie Money, Johnny Nash, Hold Me Tight, The Ambroy Dukes, that's Ted Nugent, Early, Scottish Tea, and Thank the Lord for the Nighttime. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 singles. A $20 start. That's about $1 a piece for the minimum bid. Dust Gray, you're out on the Sinatra singles. That's at $35 with Stephen A. Young. Lacey J. Dalton's Greatest Hits. That's sealed for $19.99. Zager and Evans in the year 2525. $12.99 for Zager and Evans. Loggins and Messina full sale. $9.99 for Loggins and Messina. Janie Freaky, that's Love Lies and Shrink, $14.99. And Trip, Eddie Harris, $14.99 on that. We have Sinatra at $36. Stephen A. Young, back to you. The singles have bids for $22 and $20. Stephanie was first at $22. Let's see. I showed y'all Chevy Chase. There's Shirley Eaton. What do we have here? Games, Astros, People. Memoirs of a Lucky Fan. Some kind of book. Looks like some kind of book about Babe Ruth, Kennedy, some kind of commissioner of, oh, he was the commissioner of baseball. Ford C. Frick. There he is with Kennedy. There he is with Babe Ruth. Wow. Yeah. This is from Fred Goodwin's collection. I'm going to say $9.99. He bought it in Memphis, Tennessee in May of 1975. If y'all don't know about the Fred Goodwin collection, long story. Millions of items we purchased. $9.99 for that book if anybody wants it. We have Debbie Harry Cuckoo, $19.99. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. The Untypical Politician, this one is $19.99. Also, we have Bucks Fizz, a sealed copy for $24.99. The singles are now at $25. Stephanie, you're out. Dust Gray, you're out on the Sinatra. It's at $40. The Alarm, that's a 12-inch single. Absolute Reality and Blaze of Glory, $14.99 for The Alarm. Also, Cat Stevens, Matthew and Son, $24.99 for Cat Stevens. Seals and Croft, Taking It Easy, that's $9.99. And Waylon, Are You Ready for the Country? Waylon Jennings is $24.99. Original tan label, gatefold jacket on that one. All righty. What was next in this pile? What was next? I don't know. We're about to find out. Interesting. Okay, a lot of random stuff here. Here is a signed photo of Asleep at the Wheel. And it looks like it's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. At least 7 signatures. That might be all of them. It is personalized at the top. The Lori, it's JSA authenticated. 35. How about $20? Asleep at the Wheel signed photo, JSA'd, $20 on that. El Nino signed photo, also JSA'd, 35. How about $20? Signed photos, Asleep at the Wheel and El Nino. Those are both fully signed. And then I have a random magazine, The Most Interesting People, 79. That will be $6.99. And I have a Michael Bublé tour book that's sealed. I'm going to say that's $9.99. $6.99 and $9.99 for Michael Bublé. That's a sealed tour book, and there's The Most Interesting People of 1979 magazine, $6.99. Okay? Sinatra, now at 50. The singles are at 27. Rydell, Retro Classic Entertainment, you're out. Hoopy wants the El Nino photo. Go ahead and sell that to him for $20, okay? That's sold to Hoopy 31. Signed El Nino photo. $20 on that, and it's not personalized. I did say fully signed. Let me make sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 2, 4, 6. I think there's actually 7 signatures on here, and there's 6 people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, I think it actually has additional photos. There's 5 people in the photo, right? Yeah, there's 6 or 7 signatures on here, so might have to go look that up on JSA to see what they say, but it's definitely signed by all of them, and then some. That's sold for $20. Thank you on that one. All right, that's one autograph down, 3,000 more to go. And we're about to have JSA do a bunch more. you should see our rack over here of stuff to be authenticated. And it's not stuff that could fail either. It's stuff that's already pre-checked. We've got hundreds over here. Really good stuff too. High-end stuff, low-end stuff, etc., etc. All right, Dust Gray, it's up to you on the Sinatras. He's out. Let's sell this Stephen A. Young. Don't worry, there's more. These are sold to Stephen A. Young for $50. Let's go ahead and lay that on the table. Thank you, Stephen A. Young. That was so to you. I think I got more over here. I think that's what's in these other binders down here on this bottom shelf. They brought these up to me a long time ago, and I'm just now getting to them. So I'll let y'all battle out on some more over here, okay? Yep. It says Frank Sinatra. Let me see what else. The last one had 10. Let's see what's going on here. Yep. There's another one. There's 1. There's 2, 3, 4. And John checked these. He said they were all fairly nice for 78s. 5. Hold on a second. 1, 2, 3, 4. One's on a different label. There's one on Victor here. The Lamplighter Serenade. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, I think this book has 12 pages. The other one had 10. So what did the last one just sell for? I started them at 20 or 25. They sold for 50. This one has more. Let's go ahead and start these at 35, okay? Another Sinatra lot, $35. Should be all different from the last ones. The singles are at 27. Final call to Stephanie Hill. Does anybody else want a price or want to make an offer on anything in here? Anybody want a price or want to make an offer on anything in here? I have Jackson Brown running on empty, The Pretenders learning to crawl, Elvis Roustabout, Neil Young, Hawks and Doves, Paul Simon, There Goes a Rhymin' Simon. We have Van Halen, Debut, Deep Purple, Hammer, The First Class, Cat Stevens, Molly Hatchet, The Monkees, The Cars, Peter Frampton, The Tubes, Hendrix Otis Redding, Sonny and Cher, Dr. K's Blues Band, Cher, Frankie Miller, Buck Clayton, Mary Chapin Carpenter, Kenny Baker plays Bill Monroe, Hall & Oates, Mac Davis Greatest Hits, Lacey J. Dalton, Zager and Evans, Loggins and Messina, Janie Freaky, Eddie Harris, Debbie Harry, Untypical Politician, The Alarm, Bucks Fizz, Matthew and Son, Seals and Croft, and Waylon. Chapin Carpenter, 20. That was right in here. Sold a Next Play for $20. Unfortunately, I lost retro class on these, so sell these to Stephanie Hill for $27. Stephanie Hill, that lot sold you for $27. That means we can go into another lot. Thank you, Stephanie. Those sold you for $27. Let's go into another lot then. We could make 45 lots every night, 8 hours a night for 390 straight days. That's over a year, and we would still have 45s left. Not even close. Sinatra's already took a big jump, 50-51. We got John Fred, Judy in Disguise with Glasses, Linda Ronstadt, Easy for You, Kiyu Sakamoto, Sakiriaki, Olivia Newton-John, Hopelessly Devoted to You, Donny Osmond, The 12th of Never, Cheap Trick, This Flame, Hank Williams Jr., Country State of Mind, Hank Williams Jr., Attitude, Adjustment, Hank Williams Jr., I Really Like Girls, Herman's Hermits, East West, REO Speedwagon, Keep On Loving You, Fleetwood Mac, Oh Well, that's a great guitar song, The Buckinghams, Mercy, 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 Nat King Cole, All Over the World, Mac Davis, Baby, Don't Get Hooked on Me, Donna Summer, Rumor Has It, and Will to Power, Antisocial. All right, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 17 singles here, a $20 start. Sell bigger bundles. How many do you want? I sell them by the box. $250 for a whole box. I've got 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26. I got 28 boxes ready to go. $250 shipped. I got 28 boxes ready to go. $250 shipped. If anybody wants to go ahead and buy a whole box right now, that's a whole box of them. We've got 28 made up and ready to go. That's not counting the new ones I'm pulling over here to auction. So there's about 32 really. $250 if you want to buy a whole box of them shipped. Over here, Sinatra, sold to Dust Gray for $51. All right, now we got to show a couple prices for some stuff in here. So let me do that right quick. Let me show a couple prices right quick then. And the first thing is we have singles at 20. Brian Call has these for 20. And then What's the Debbie Harry? That was Cuckoo, $19.99, no condition notes. And then the other question was, I guess that's it. I thought there was something else. Maybe not. Okay, so this is Brian Calls for 20. Selling the boxes are tough. That's why I do them in smaller lots. Most everybody don't want a whole box, but we do have some people that have bought the equivalent of 12 boxes in individual lots. I think they kind of like what they are, knowing what they're getting without being too surprised. So the boxes are truly random and mystery. I think some people would rather buy them 15, 22 at a time, kind of knowing what they're buying. So that's what I've learned. I've only ever sold a couple big boxes because it's truly a random deal. So those are at 22. Brian, you've been outbid. But if anybody's interested, I'm glad you asked because they are available. Okay, now let me finish clearing off this rack over here. Let's see here. I mean, I got everything laying over. There's some stuff I'm like, why are these laying over here? Like over here, we have the replacements, Don't Tell a Soul, new and sealed for $29.99. Now, that obviously needs to be sticker price. I don't know why that was laying over here on the shelf. The replacements, new and sealed, Don't Tell a Soul, $29.99. That's from back on Halloween night. We priced that, October 31st. Halloween night, $29.99 on that. Here's another random book, The Napoleonic Wars. This is a book about the Napoleonic Wars, and it's $9.99. I think this is like a textbook for somebody in college. Yeah, it even has a little extra pamphlet with it. Somebody was using that, it looks like. I think it had some notes, yeah. It had some. Somebody was using this in like school. $9.99 for the Napoleonic Wars. Brian Call has the singles for $23. Let's get those other. Let's go ahead and sell the last two Sinatra binders together. The last two Sinatra. I was listening to Sinatra last night. The one that was in the flip crate this morning. Man, I don't know. That was just great work music. Great background music. So here's two more binders of Sinatra records. So let's go ahead and do these for, let's see here. This should be another lot of 12 and 12, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, so let's start these for $95. So the last lots have brought 50 and 50. So let's do these for $95. And let's see if which Dust Gray or Dust Gray or Stephen A. Young bids first. That's my last two binders, 95 on those, okay? Brian Call gets the singles lot here for $23. The Michael Bublé was sealed, sealed tour book, $9.99. Sealed tour book, $9.99. Let's get into some more crates. Let's go through some of these Paul crates that have never been best offer. I bet some of the jazz people are hanging around dying to make an offer. Dying to make an offer on some of those. Let me get these turned that way. So that should be 24.78s there. These are very heavy too. $95 start. Oh, some of these are on the purple capital label. Cool. Yeah, they're all different. There's a white promo label for radio stations only. There's a promo in here. There's the red Columbia labels. A lot of Sinatra. For all of my, for what it is, I bet those came from Fred's collection. That kind of looks like his handwriting. That F, that looks like his F in Fred Goodwin. I bet these are from Fred's collection. They probably found them in the a box or something. Yeah. Fred Goodwin. Frank Sinatra. That's definitely from Fred's collection. He probably bought some of those. There's no telling. I don't know. Fred had so much stuff. But yeah, I recognize that F in Frank. Plus, I've gotten really good lately with identifying handwriting. The more and more I study autographs, I keep getting better and better. Maybe one day I can get a job at JSA. Maybe one day. I always thought that'd be a cool job, having that as a side gig, but I'm going to stick with selling records right now, okay? But 20 more years, I'll be a pretty dang good autograph authenticator. Maybe even 5 more years. I'll be able to look at something. I can look at something pretty closely now and be like, yep or no. But still, you got to get that stamp of approval from the big boys. All right, what's in this next handful over here? Let's keep going here. Stephen A. Young. Dust Gray, do you want to bid on these? If you say pass, I'm going to go ahead and sell them to them. Or if anybody else wants to bid, final call for 95. Let's get a Paul crate over here. But before I do that, let me go ahead and show you this. Here's a deal on an autograph. This is signed by Delbert McClinton. Instead of $35, 20 bucks. Signed Delbert McClinton CD, 20 bucks. JSA authenticated. It's the best of Delbert McClinton. He signed the book. It's been JSA stickered. $20 on Delbert McClinton. $20 on Delbert McClinton. Okay? Some closeout autographs. Still got to sleep at the wheel for the same price. And let's jump over here. Oh, here's more autograph photos. I bet they're going to be Shirley Eaton's and Chevy Chase's. Now, this is a classic Shirley Eaton pose. There's the very much classic Goldfinger. So those are $95. Hold on a minute. Let me see what I've got. I don't have these on eBay, though, but let me see what I've got the other one. So I've got Shirley there, and then everybody likes that one because she's with Sean Connery. The guy I'm talking about, Fred Goodwin, he dated this woman in the early mid-90s for a while. And because of their relationship, he worked her to death signing stuff. She's still alive, and she lives over in London. She lives somewhere over in the UK, but she was one of the more famous Bond girls because of that film. But yeah, these are all signed Shirley. I got a world. These are the ones I don't have on eBay. And golly, do I have a bunch on eBay. So yeah, there's different patterns there. There's one of those. Let me keep all these together. Let me get you an actual price on these, okay? Some of them may be a few more because this one's pretty desirable. So is that one. You know, the ones that are actual scenes from Goldfinger. That's an actual scene from Goldfinger. So is that. And that's just her pose from Life magazine. But I had those little postcards the other night. Those are a lot cheaper. They're just little postcards. These obviously demand a little bit more money. People use these for Bond collages. You know, they make Bond stuff. They collect Bond stuff, kind of like me. And let me see what I have over here. So the 8x10s for Shirley. Let me see what I can find over here. So yeah, so I've got like just the common ones for 60 on eBay. See, there's a lot. I can do these, this one or the one with Connery for $55, and then any of these other ones for $45. Yeah, that sounds about right. 45 for like those or that one, and then 55 for the 3 other ones in here. That one, or especially. That one's actually from the film too, but you get what I'm saying. So your pick, let me know and I'll confirm the price. I'll set all those back there. Those are ones I got to get listed. That stuff, that's a lot of work. Fortunately, I got duplicates. All right, these are also to Stephen A. Young. The other 2 Sinatra binders for $95. Great. Moving on. Sorry for the delay. Great night to go through racks and show Miscellaneous a lot earlier than I normally do. And let's go ahead and go through a crate that I don't believe has ever been offered best offer. So, with that being said, some of y'all are probably going to like some of this. And I'll try to find one that hasn't, if I can. Some of these I can't remember. Some of these Paul crates of jazz and soundtracks are starting to blend. Let's grab this one. Maybe. No, I think I've been through that one. What's in this one here? I bet this one hasn't. Right. This has got a little bit of everything in it, actually. Let's just go through this. Can't sell them if I don't go through them. It might take me 45 minutes because I'm going to be pausing a lot. But, yeah. All right, then Samuel Kopich got the Delbert McClinton signed CD for $20. Thank you. That's sold to Samuel for $20. I hadn't tagged that in the one with Connery, yeah, which was $55. I'll grab you. Let me make sure this one looks good right here. Yeah, that one looks good. Okay. All right, so over here, so Delbert McClinton, Samuel Copeland 20, one with Connery 55, the one there of actual Bond, James Bond. Fred had Sean Connery's address, which in the 90s, like the address where he got a lot of fan mail. Unfortunately, Connery's secretary would sign stuff back. So we did have a couple. When I found them in Fred's collection, I was like, oh my gosh. You know, they were signed by Sean Connery, but they were secretarials. So as y'all know, or may not know, Connery retreated, I think, down to Jamaica. He lived down there forever in reclusiveness. You know, he's one of those superstars that never got any privacy. So he moved down there, basically just lived on the beach, and no one ever really seen him too often. If you remember, he went on David Letterman one night just to let everybody know he was still alive. So he really stayed out of the limelight, never did sign many autographs, and that's why they sell for like $1,000. So he's a tough signature to get. He's always been pretty tough and pretty pricey, especially since he passed away. So, all right, let's go through this. Let's find some more stuff. And we have Greg Ken, Rock and Roll. So everything in here is buy it now, best offer. Let's just see what's in here. I'll keep showing some more miscellaneous stuff. You never know what I'm going to find over here. Posters, autographs, booklets. Did somebody want the Michael Bublé tour book? It was sealed. Don't forget, I'm going to still sell 45 lots. I wish this last lot would sell. Does anybody want to make an offer on that last lot? For some reason, it's still hanging around. And over here and over here. And there's a lot of forgeries. Trust me, I look at Connery autographs almost every night on eBay. I'm looking for certain photos I want of him signed, certain poses and stuff. I'm making collages and stuff. Man, and if they do pop up, they're $2,500, $3,500. And if you get lucky, you might snatch one for under $1,000. But I've bought 2 or 3 now, and my average cost in the 3 are about $1,200. And I'm trying to get ones from different movies so I can frame them with soundtracks and make displays, and with other actors, but it's going to take years to build them. Some of those are pretty tough to find. Helen Humes is sealed for $9.99. Helen Humes, A Child is Born, Jinko Mean. This is $19.99, Jinko Mean. And then we have the Marilyn Monroe Collection. This is sealed for $19.99. The Marilyn Monroe Collection, 20 greats, $19.99 on that. So these are all buy it now or best offer. Stephanie said she'd give 12 for those 45. Sold. That way we can get another auction lot going. So sell the ones right here with the McCoys on top to Stephanie Hill for $12. Okay, now we can get another auction lot going. Yeah, he's by far the most valuable and toughest to get of the Bonds. Yeah, by far. Yep. And actually, Roger Moore is pretty... he's pretty accessible, but what was the other one? Timothy Dalton. Yeah, actually, Timothy Dalton's he's pretty tough, especially on a Bond photo. I think if you, Timothy Dalton won't sign a lot of Bond stuff. I don't know if it's just a bad deal for what went down or what, but evidently he's known for not signing a lot of Bond stuff. So, yep, he's a tough one. George Lazenby is still alive, and you can order a website, an autograph through his website. He'll personalize and everything. New York City, I'm doing fine now. New York City is $9.99. Linda Ronstadt, What's New? Linda Ronstadt is $14.99, Shrink and Hop. Queen Bee, a musical autobiography, sealed for $9.99. Dinah Ross was sealed unopened with hop sticker for $14.99. And this is Jane Russell, U.S. Compilation Unknown Year, sealed $24.99. Speaking of 45s, let me step right over here and see what we have coming up in this next box. Looks like we got enough for about... Actually, let's just make this one big lot. Nope, let's split it in half. I'm going to split it right there in half, and let's see what we got going on here. All right, we have UB40, Red Wine, Sheriff, I'm With You, Huey Lewis, Do You Believe in Love, Paul Young, Every Time You Go Away, Eurythmics, Sweet Dreams. They're made of this Kyrie Mr. I just butchered that. Chad and Jeremy, I Have Dreams. Blue Mink, Respect to Mr. Jones. Petula Clark, Downtown. John Denver, Back Home Again. The Delegates, Convention 72. Bo Donaldson, Haywoods, Billy Don't Be a Hero. Billy Idol, Dancing Myself. Frida Payne, Band of Gold. That's a good one. Frigid Pink, House of Rising Sun. That's a good one. The Police, Every Breath You Take. Yep. Bruce Springsteen, Glory Days. Yep. Pat Benatar, Prisoner of Love. Yep. And that was a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I might have messed one up, but yeah, $20 start on those. 17, 18, I think. Spin Cycle on B, which was Queen Bee. That's sold to Spin Cycle Vinyl. Thank you on that. Also, there's another Jinko Mean. That's an 85 Japanese import. $24.99 on that. This is Montrose. Montrose 1999. That one's called Mean. Mean by Montrose 1999. And Tarja Luna Park Ride. Tarja's a 2015 blue vinyl. $24.99 for Tarja. $24.99 for Tarja. Okay, next thing over here. What are these right here? First thing I got is a Post magazine from 1964, 1965 with a legendary Bonanza cast. It's on a board and bag. That's from Fred's collection. $14.99 for Post magazine with Bonanza on the cover. $14.99 on that. Mike Owen has the bid on the 45s right now for $20. We have another Tarja. That's Act 1, $24.99. Now the 45s has a bid for $25. Jerry Lee Lewis self-titled, shrink wrapped, $14.99. And Mick Jagger, this is Goodness in the Doorway. Mick Jagger is a 2019 remaster, $24.99 on Jagger. $24.99 on Jagger. Ooh, more 45s. Proto Martyr, Sufjan Stevens. What do we have here? Karuga Ben. Uh-oh. This is some more, a little bit interesting stuff. Some people just perked up all of a sudden. I'll do those next or after we finish these other lots. And here's a bunch of random remote controls. I don't know what these go to. Probably some of this technology over here. I have remote control, Lysol wipes, towel paper, Lysol wipes. I haven't seen any of this stuff in a while. I don't know why it's all laying over here. Here's a stack of albums. I got a Led Zeppelin 2, a Japanese Def Leppard Pyromania, and an autographed Bill Monroe album. Wow, that's some good stuff. Let me see what's going on with that. First, we have Tarja 45s, and does Post have a year on it? Yeah, it does say December 4th, 1965. It does have an address label. It was sent to T.G. Smith down in Augusta, Georgia. Wow, the Masters. But yeah, $14.99. It's December 4th, 1965. 20, and now Lewis Kulick, you're out. Autumn wants Tarja Act 1, which was, whoops, I can't grab a hold of it. This one right here. That's sold to Autumn Betts. Thank you on that one. Now the singles are at 30. Next was Magic Slim and the Teardrops, Raw Magic. VG $9.99 on Magic Slim. The Racket Squad, TNT. 68 US OG Sight Garage album. Sight Garage, The Racket Squad. VG minus $14.99. And Jerry Lee Lewis, again, Country Memories, VG plus $14.99. Post Magazine, sold to Stephen A. Young for $14.99. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun dun run dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Next is Savoy Brown, Raw Sienna, VG plus $14.99. And another Tarja, The Brightest Void. And that is a 2016 EX $22.99. So what did I find over here? I think I know what this is. Oh, yeah. I know what this is. This is a really nice RL that they brought me one day, and it's been laying over here on the shelf, and honestly, I forgot about it. We'll sell that tomorrow at auction. That's a big dog. That's a super clean RL OG pressing. Hot mix. And this one is pretty dang nice. I'll pass this over to Laura, or she might have to, she's already got tomorrow's stuff ready, maybe Wednesday. Yeah, that's a good one. It is super nice too. That is possibly a 4-digit record. So let me lay that right there. Here's a Def Leppard Japanese. I think I know where this came from. I might need a second on that, or tomorrow. I can go ahead and price this. So Bill Monroe records, I've got a slew of autographed Bill Monroe records from Fred Goodwin's collection. I've sold some of them in the 500 range. This one is signed on the back, and I can do $375 on it. It's Bill Monroe's Uncle Pen. Now, it is signed on the back, but it is signed by the legendary Bill Monroe. That's $375. I've got several. I've got a signed photo, a signed Grand Ole Opry book, and about 4 or 5 other signed albums. But that would be the best deal if you want an LP because it's signed on the back. Autumn, if I'm correct, you want all 3 Tarjas then, right, Autumn? If I'm correct, that gives you all 3 Tarjas. You got the first one and then the next 2. So you got 3 Tarjas in a row there. Mike, you're out on the singles. High bids 33. Twisted and Twangin', Dwayne Eddy, VG plus $9.99. Odd Man In, Jerry Lee Lewis, VG plus $9.99. And yeah, we'll probably run this again tomorrow too because I don't know where it came from or why it's laying over here. There could even be something wrong with it. I don't know. So anything like this, we probably need a second examination. So let me put these over there. Those will be passed off to our auction department, which is headed by Laura. She will figure out what's going on with those. And then we have the Highwayman. Nice. An OG copy. No, a 2016 Sundazed. 2016 Sundazed. That's $29.99. Dwayne Eddy, 5. I'll do it for $6.99. I was about to say, some of these might end up in the $6.99 section if they don't sell right now. So $6.99 for Dwayne Eddy. And then Free Flight, Beyond the Clouds, an 84 post-bop fusion with press kit, $9.99 on that. The singles at 33, now 34. Louis Kulick, you're out. And then what else do I have here? I've got Groovin', Panama, Francis, and the Savoy Sultans. An 82 US and Shrink, $9.99. Dwayne Eddy, So to Brian Call for $6.99. And then over here, we got a battle going for the singles lot. Louis Kulick's at 35. It goes back to Mike Owen. Okay. Here we have these. There's a notice. He has more. I wonder where these came from. I think I know where these came from. What are these? Hold on a second. They're marbles. Anybody interested in marbles? They look pretty nice. I've seen some old marbles sell for hundreds, thousands. I don't know what's up with these. These are pretty nice. I've got all the marbles. There's a note on the baggie. He has more. If somebody throws out a starting bid, I'll put them up for auction. Otherwise, I got to figure out where they came from and what I need to do with them. All right, these 45s are sold to Mike Owen for $36. Done. Let's put those right there on top of Bonanza. That one has Prisoner of Love, Pat Benatar. Okay, moving on. Marbles, 5. That'll get them started. Chris Frazier, $5. Folks, we got a bag of marbles. You never know what's going to pop up here. We got a bag of marbles going on right now. Holy moly. Okay, here's the bigger signed Chevy Chase photos. You see the small ones laying there in front of Shirley. By the way, Shirley's got a horrible glare on her face. Let me fix Miss Shirley there. That's a little bit better. AC/DC is about to fall off in the back again. Yeah, here's the bigger Chevy Chase signed. Like I said, these were witnessed at the Chicago convention. Here's the most popular one. The one that looks kind of like the movie poster. Of course, we sell the heck out of these around Christmas time. Probably a lot of y'all have already bought one from me. But I got a big deal buying a bunch of them, so I've got a bunch of extras. The 11x14s are $145. So I've got 8x10s for $125, and I've got 11x14s, $145. $145. I've got the movie poster. I've got when Lewis burned up his tree, and I got when his lights finally came on. Remember when he's kicking all the stuff in the yard cussing? Son of a... Get. We've all hit that point at least once on Christmas. We have Sato Ball Wannabe Rendezvous. Sato Wannabe is sealed 24. So 145 for Chevy Chase. And if you want to flip through the 8x10s, these are a little bit cheaper. I've got stacks of them. We've sold a lot. I got a lot left. The Jack Walrath Group. That is sealed for $14.99. The Jack Walrath Group. And we have Live Under the Sky, the Quintet. The Quintet Live Under the Sky is a 1980 audiophile pressing, $29.99. The marbles are at $10 of Autumn bets. Final call to Autumn for $10 on the bag of marbles. Sounds like a good deal to me. Let's do another lot of 45s, and then I'm going to do this other modern-looking stuff over here. So we have the baseball book is $9.99. $9.99. We got Maneater, Hall & Oates, Bonnie Tyler, It's a Heartache, Cats in the Cradle, that's Harry Chapin, Voices of America, Hands Across America, In the Air Tonight, Phil Collins, Olivia Newton-John, Physical, Hank Williams Jr., Major Moves, Hank Williams Jr., Finders or Keepers, Hank Williams Jr., Dixie on My Mind, Hank Williams Jr., Born to Boogie, Hank Williams Jr., All My Rowdy Friends Settle Down, Neil Young, Misfits, Don Williams, Why Should We Be Together, Sawyer Brown, It Wasn't His Child, Earl Thomas Conley, What Is She, A Woman to Love, Oak Ridge Boys, Make My Life With You, and Eddie Rabbit, Step by Step. So that is a 1, a 2, a 3, a 4, a 5, a 6, a 7, a 8, a 9, a 10, 11, a 12, a 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 17. I'm going to start those for just $10. Those are just a $10 start, okay? Silk, Fuse 1. Silk is an 81 U.S. Fusion Jazz Funk, $14.99. Yeah, the book from the baseball commissioner, Ford C. Frick, Games, Asterisks, and People. Probably a lot of memoirs about him hanging with legendary people like Kennedy and Babe Ruth there, $9.99 on that. Stephanie has those for $10. I was going to make sure Chris Frazier or Spin Cycle didn't want to bid again on the marbles because they did bid, but they hadn't set out. I'm assuming y'all are done, but she does have those for 10. Now the singles are at 15, and we are officially moving on. Next thing over here is Eric Gale, and this is Ginseng Woman. Eric Gale is $14.99. Chris is out on the marbles. We got Joe Pass, the Complete Catch Me Sessions. Joe Pass is sealed for $24.99. Enrico Rava Quintet, that is Anadonda, and that is sealed for $34.99. Kevin Eubanks, guitarist, sealed for $14.99. And Battersea Rain Dance, Chris Barber and his band, and this is $39.99. This is a 69 UKOG highly collectible marmalade label. That's the note from Paul. Highly collectible marmalade label. And that was a 69 UK original. Joe for 20. That was Joe Paul. Sell that to TBI Music Room. And the 45s has a new bid for 20. Yeah, these are all oversized. These are like what they call the shooters. These aren't normal size. These are all the larger size for sure. Trying to get my spotlight set up here, y'all can see. But yeah, they're the larger style. They're what I think in the actual game of marbles they call the shooter. So yeah, those are all shooters. $10 final call. We have Afro Blues today. Afro Blues Quintet +1. 1970 US OG Latin Jazz Soul Jazz, $39.99 for that. Ray Anderson, right down your alley. Ray Anderson's an 84 Italian OG Post Bop, sealed $19.99, and Experience Margie Day, a 69 US Soul, $19.99. $19.99. Okay, moving on to the next pile. The marbles have a new bid for $12. We're not done. I see another pile of signed stuff or something over here. Let's see what it is. Let me blow the dust off of it. And let's see what we have here. I have... We're about to find out. Okay. So, Autumn, you've been outbid on the marbles, just FYI. This is a JSA letter for a signed Ricky Nelson poster that I have not located since the day we authenticated it. That goes with my Iron Maiden stuff. This is Roy Rogers signed photo. Really nice. Signed with Trigger. Trigger did not sign it, though. Roy did. JSA authenticated. 95. I'll do Roy right now for $75. Signed Roy Rogers. This is a Jim Lee sketch of Superman. Let me wait on that. That's something I think we're still unsure what the value. Okay, and then this is, I don't know. It's an Elvis poster signed by a couple people. Let me look it up, and then I'll price it. I don't know who signed that. Give me a second on that one. The marbles have a new bid for 15. The singles are at 25. And then this is signed by Tim Conway. Tim Conway, and the photo is, of course, from McHale's Navy. McHale's Navy, signed photo, JSA, Tim Conway. I was asking $55 for that one. That's a pretty recent price on that one. I've had Roy price for a while. Tim Conway, $55. Next is Laura. So these are two scores. Laura, Forever Amber, The Bad and the Beautiful, Neil Philharmonic Orchestra, $9.99 on that. Milt Jackson Vibrations, 64 US stereo, VG Plus $24.99. And Woody Shaw Rosewood, a 78 US white label promo of Woody Shaw, $19.99. So the marbles are up to Victor Guerra. Autumn is at 15. Springfield gets this 45 lot for $25. Springfield gets that 45 lot for $25. Okay. With that being said, I'll start a new pile right here then. That's done. Sold for $25. Thank you on that. Marbles have a new bid for 17. And Loose Willis Jackson. VG Plus $29.99. A 63 US stereo G. There is some gassing on the vinyl, but it doesn't affect back play. Okay, let's see what's going on with these singles here. This is a little bit changing direction than what we have been selling. Are these priced? Okay, we got Proto Martyr, Dasher, Ben Shimmy, Sleep Party People, Sufjan Stevens, Angelo D. Augustine, Onada, Dewey Kenmore, Stereo League, Kid Bug, Don Caballero, Elliot, Jimmy Eat World, and let's do one more, Erie Wanda, and that's about half of them. So let me count those. These should be a little bit more pricier, but we'll probably start them for about the same. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I think I counted 13 there. $20 start on those, 13 singles. $20 start on those, okay? First is TBI Music Room on Milt for 15 and Shaw for 15. Sell those to TBI 15. And over here, the marbles are sold to Autumn for 20. To my knowledge, that's the first time I've sold marbles on Facebook Live. I've sold a lot in my store. Somebody mentioned it earlier. I used to get marbles and you put them in old mason jars. When you put them in mason jars, they look really cool. And I've sold hundreds of mason jars full of marbles here in this store when it was more of an antique store. And then I've sold some really unusual ones on eBay. There's an auction house up in Pittsburgh called Morphe's, and I've seen them sell some for thousands. There's some old marbles out there worth thousands. Yeah, you got to know what you're looking for, though. I have no idea on some of them. That's why some that look unusual, I'll go ahead and just put them on eBay because they'll find out quickly over there. All right. So the singles have bids for 20, 21, 25, 25, 27. Now, what was Laura price? This here was $9.99. $9.99. Chick Corea, My Spanish Heart. Chick Corea, $19.99. The Safaris. That was from a Hatchet Ed crate. So it was $29.99. I've already took an offer for $25 before. That's a 1964 pressing of the Safaris, Fun City, USA. Really cool cover there, the Safaris. $29.99 on that one. And then Red Allen plays King Oliver. Red Allen's a US stereo, $9.99 for Red Oliver. Bob Brookmeyer back again, sealed for $9.99. And Soul Forums, Brooks Author Ensemble, $9.99 on that. So the last couple autographs I showed was Tim Conway from McHale's Navy, Roy Rogers, and what else do I have over here? Here we go. 8 tracks. Time for an 8-track lot. Let's do it. 8-track lot. You never know what's going to be over here. I see Kiss magazines. Golly, just look at all the stuff over here. Whew. Okay, so we have Best of Woodstock sealed. I got a head cleaner. That's a head cleaner for your you know, 8-track player. The Stylistics Rock and Roll a Baby, Leon Russell, Will-O the Wisp, James Taylor Gorilla, Art Garfunkel Breakaway, Doobie Brothers Stampede, some of these in the original box, Silver Connection Save Me, Mott the Hoople Mott, and Jefferson Airplane Red Octopus. So that's a lot of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 8-tracks, $10 starts. Okay? Now, the singles are at 32. Victor Guerra, you're out. Larry Smith on SAF for 20. SAF for 20 was the Safari. Sell that to Larry Smith for 20 bucks. TBI Music Room on Red Allen. That's sold to TBI Music Room. Okay? Thank y'all and thank y'all. Let me lay these couple autographs over here. I have to check right over here. Here's a really cheap autograph. This is the Hurricane. 10 bucks. To Nicholas Hurricane, for any of you wrestling fans. It's JSA authenticated. 10 bucks on that. 10 bucks on that. The 8-tracks has a bid for 10. The 45s has a bid for 35. Mark's Vibe, Marky Markowitz Sextet, a 76 US Swing, $9.99 for that. Jazz for Playgirls, Billy Ver Planks Orchestra. That is sealed for $14.99. Ain't She Sweet, Eddie Thompson Trio. That's sealed for $14.99. Buck and Buddy, Buck Clayton and Buddy Tate, a 74 US, $14.99. Also, we have Softly As I Leave You, Sinatra. A sealed Japanese pressing of Frank Sinatra, $39.99. Charlie Chalmers, Sax and the Single Girl, a 67 US mono, $19.99. Don Randy and the Baked Potato Band, a 75 US jazz funk, $14.99. And Tropea, Short Trip to Space. Tropea is a 77 white label promo, $24.99. Victor, you've been outbid on the singles. Final call on the 8-tracks for 10. Chad, I collect 8-tracks of female artists and bands, in track for that. If you would give me, I can't do it tonight right now during the show, but we have a bunch out in the store for sale. And if you gave me enough time, I probably could go through all those or have John or my mom or somebody. And I bet we could come up with all the female bands we've got in stock and do that for you probably. Okay, first, the sealed Japanese Sinatra sold to Stephen A. Young. Chris Frazier, I'm going to go ahead and sell you all these for 10 bucks. That autograph photo of the Hurricane, and that is a $10 start on that. Let me put these 8-tracks right there, and it looks like Craig Thomas is going to get this lot of singles. There's another one coming right after this one, and then I see these over here I need to knock out too. So we got some pretty good 45 lots like this coming up. I just found a whole nother stack, plus that little handful. These are sold to Craig Thomas for 36 doll hairs. Folks, that's not dollars. He will be paying us in doll hairs. Yep, doll hairs. Okay, so I have L1011, L1011, Sound of Ceres, Kevin Morby, My Name, Record Collection, The Crucible and Brother Reed, Small, Black, and Washed Out, Spoon, No Bullet Spent, Jimmy Eat World, and Kishi Bashi. Now, that one by itself was supposed to be a $10 start. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 singles there. How about a $10 start for all of them? $10 start on all of those. Moving on. Let's show a few more records. Lost Machombos Today. 77 UK Funk. $9.99. We have Elazar Circus, Stone Pillow. Elazar Circus, Stone Pillow, a 68 US OG psych record sealed for $29. A psych record from 68 sealed, $29.99. $29.99. So the singles already have bids for 10, 10, and 12. Okay. Now, as y'all may or may not know, we have several Neil Young autographs as well that we got from another man's collection. The other man's collection was the Dale's Pittsburgh collection. And so I have a duplicate Neil Young over here. There's one pretty similar already listed on eBay, and it's a Backstage Pass. So the Backstage Pass, yeah, I've got it right now. It's our most watched item because it's the most affordable, one of the most affordable listed authenticated Neil Young on eBay, autographs on eBay the last time I checked, far as something signed and dual and thoroughly authenticated and known to be legit. That's why I think it even has more watchers right now than some of my signed albums. So my realistic price, if anybody, here's another one just like it. So I've got two. This is the additional one. So if anybody's ever wanted to own a Neil Young autograph, the price here is $525. I've got it on eBay for $750, but that is $525, okay? And Neil is not cheap at all. And that's a backstage pass signed from Dale's Pittsburgh. It was from that album he did. Dale had a lot of stuff from that collection. What's it called? Not Crazy Horse. That's the band. It was called Broken Arrow. No, hold on. There's a poster up here. He got a lot of stuff. I think it's called Broken Arrow. Yeah, I think he had an album called Broken Arrow, or at least that was the tour. But yeah, $525. And I do have signed albums. Of course, they go up from there. That's about the best deal on a Neil Young signed item I have. Okay, the singles right now, I'm showing $30 of Craig Thomas. Can you tag me for one of the Japanese Taylor Swift CDs that didn't sell last week? Okay, give me 1 second. I'll show them to you. And then Disney pins. The Disney pins sold earlier tonight on eBay for $1,325. Yep, and my Red Dead Redemption box sold for $360. That's good. Yep, that's been laying around. Tanner said there's no telling how many times we've moved that around the back room. That Red Dead Redemption box. Phew. And those Disney pins. I have moved those Disney pins everywhere because I was going to break them up and look them up individually, and I was like, no. We're not doing that. So probably somebody actually got a good deal if he broke those down. There must be a couple in there worth a lot. That's usually how those lots deal on eBay. If you put a lot of something on eBay and it takes off like a rocket, then there's something in there that's pretty expensive. Final call on these singles here to Craig Thomas for $30. Okay, let me show you. You must be talking about this, Nick Bargeron. I have other Taylor Swift Japanese stuff, but here's one that I have. This is $39.99. It's Speak Now Taylor's version. It's a 2 CD and guitar pick. That is $39.99. And then I've got to move these gold coins. I've got gold coins and Taylor Swift CDs next to each other. That should tell you something. I've got $10 gold pieces and Taylor Swift stuff in the same shelf. And then I can show you some more after that one, okay? Let's keep it simple. I'll do one at a time right now. We don't want to blow too many minds away, okay? Now, here we go. We have Frank Sinatra, another sealed Japanese Sinatra, $39.99. Nick, let me know if that's the one you want. Romantica, Martin Dini, that's a 61 US mono, $14.99 on Romantica. Larry Courage, Glenn Moore, a 76 German, $19.99. Lonnie says he'll take it. Let me make sure that's not the one Nick Bargeron wants. If not, Lonnie says he'll take it. I'll show some other Taylor Japanese in just a second. The Afro Blues Quintet +1, VG Plus $14.99. The Good Life, Willis Jackson, an early stereo repress, VG Plus Plus EX, $22.99. A Bridge Al Haig Trio, that's VG Plus $14.99. And we have Preachin' Gene Ammons, and that's a late 60s US stereo EX $17.99. Let me pull this camera back because I think it's gotten too zoomed in. And then to answer the Led Zeppelin question, yes, Led Zeppelin is, in fact, does that look better, everybody? I feel like the camera keeps getting closer and closer. Led Zeppelin is, in fact, $59.99, and yes, it's part of $8 shipping. Yes, it is part of $8 shipping. We have an offer on Sinatra for $30. First, Charles Persip and the Jazz Statesman, 1990 Spanish reissue in mono, EX $22.99. Afro Blues Quintet, next album. This is EX $17.99. And Charlie Hayden, Ornette Coleman, Alice Cooper, Keith Jarrett, Paul Motian, that is sealed $34.99. Okay, first thing is, this is Speak Now Taylor's version. It's called Speak Now, Taylor's version. Craig, almost forgot about you on these. Craig's like, TikTok, Chad. Craig, $30 on these singles. Thank you. Those are sold to you. $30. I almost forgot you there. I was trying to get you outbid. So then you'd go, oh, dang it, Chad. I hate you. No, Craig would never say that. Craig doesn't hate me. No. Nobody hates me. Like Jerry Seinfeld's mom said, how could anybody not love you? How could anybody not like you, is what she said. I'm sure somebody out there is like, I despise this dude. I cannot stand this dude. Okay, first thing, here's some more singles. We have Youth Lagoon, Girls on TV, Majestico, Cy Barkley, Brent Dennen, Diarrhea Planet. It's Amazing to Be Young, Robert Francis, Hunter Hayes. One more, the Avett Brothers. Okay, now let's count this and see where we're at, okay? Let's count those and see where we're at. We was at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 for a $20 start. $20 start there. And this is pending to either Nick Bergeron or Lonnie Jolly. No, it's not the new title. James Handy wants a Led Zeppelin lot. Boom. I've got more where that one came from. Thank you. Yes, everything you buy here is all part of $8 in limited shipping. The only thing that could be additional postage is like a poster, like the poster I showed earlier, Queens of the Stone Age, and it has an asterisk. It's like, well, the price is including shipping, or you can pay to have it shipped in a frame. That's like with big posters, or, you know, if we do the Big Kiss figures, or Big Kiss this, Big Kiss that, Big this, Big that. But everything else is pretty self-explanatory. Oh my gosh, Jim B is bidding. Holy crap. Oh my goodness. Oh boy. Crack your knuckles and snap your fingers. Jim B has made an appearance. Holy moly. Oh, buddy. Oh, that means we're officially, folks, getting into some good stuff. Holy moly. Oh my gosh. I've lost Nick Bergeron too. Nick, this is Speak Now, Taylor's version, the 2 CD Japanese with guitar pick. That's sold to either Nick Bergeron or Lonnie Jolly. Okay. I think you're talking about the new Taylor Swift. I do not have that one. You're talking about Life of a Showgirl. I do not have that one currently. I could have muted my mic before I just chugged that monster, but I'm not nice like that sometimes. Okay, the singles are at $36. And I'll send Jim B a $1 tip for bidding. That woke everybody up. Oh my gosh, Jim B's bidding. Holy crapola. This is something, folks. Folks, we got a live one here. Holy moly, we're going to need a bigger boat. The Death Star. We're talking Jaws. We're talking Indiana Jones. We're talking E.T., you know, Steven Spielberg type quality. We're talking Francis Ford Coppola. We're talking Quentin Tarantino here. We're talking, you know, the good stuff. This is the good stuff. GMB has got a $1 credit. Yep. Okay. This is sold to Lonnie Jolly. I've lost Nick Bergeron. I think he wants the new one. Nick is on a dial-up connection and he's actually watching in 1994. He watches in the past in 1994 on a dial-up connection, so we lose him sometimes. He'll come back in about 10 minutes and say, did I get Taylor Swift? And we'll let him know that he didn't. Right now, these singles are at 40 with Victor Guerra. And what's next over here on my shelf, to be determined. Now, this was not a half-off crate, but I am going to bundle. I'm going to bundle this, okay? It's a lot of jazz. It's a lot of, there's even some psych records in here. I think it would make a really good bundle for somebody that's interested in this type of genre and genres, okay? So let me count these, and I'm going to offer this as a bundle. It's going to be a little bit more than most, but because this is a lot of good stuff that's pretty recent, and I don't think I've ever put them in any other video. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, I have to do a deal with Larry Gonzalez first. I forgot all about you, Larry. This is sold to Larry Gonzalez for 30, and he got Al Haig for 10. I forgot Larry on some stuff. He got Al Haig for 10, and he got Sinatra for 30. Larry, almost forgot about you. Amon's for 10. Gene Amon's Preaching, Next Play Records. Sell that to Next Play for $10, okay? So if anybody want anything out of here, you better start commenting now. By the time I count these and price them, they might already be sold. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Come on, John Barry. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. Man, there's some great records in here. 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52. 52 records. 52 records in here. 52 records. My price on everything in here is $255. 255 divided by 52. 255 divided by 52. That's $4.90 a piece. Everything in here, bundle price. Okay. These singles here are sold to Victor Guerra for $40. Thank you, Victor. That's sold to you. Let's do another lot of singles like that, similar type stuff. Okay. I've got a whole snack of them over here, and y'all know me. I love snacks. You know, chips, dip, Rotel dip, Whataburger, double cheeseburger. We have the Strokes, some good stuff in here. The Strokes, Kings of Leon, Father John Misty. Is this the same record? Golly, look what I had those priced for. Holy moly. Those are $30 records. I'm going to only put one in there. I'll put another one in another lot, just FYI. It's the same record. We'll don't do any duplicates. Surf and Turf, Jay Farhar and Benjamin Gibbard. I think it's what that said. Be Your Own Pet, Natural Child. Those three fine-looking fellas are Natural Child, another Natural Child, another one. There's two more. We'll skip those. I think this is Wet Lips, Turbo Fruits. I'm not for sure what that is. And Bad Cop, okay? So let's count how many's there and see what's going on. The first thing I have here is a count. And this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, $20 start. Jim B's already bid 20. He must have ESPN. 210 on the bundle. Neil, 210. Okay, let's do some math. If we take 210 and we add it to its brother, 255, and we divide it by his evil twin 2, that equals 232.50. Give me 230, Neil, and that's better than meeting in the middle. 230. I was asking 255, and Neil, you bought everything in here for 230. I would almost consider that a steal. I would almost consider getting a warrant for your arrest at that price. I will contact local authorities. I will call the judge and say, Judge, we need a warrant for Neil Reigler's arrest. He just stole from me. Felony, more than $500. Even though it's only $230, but the value's more than $500 for sure. This is a felony. You're about to commit a felony. Sold. He has officially committed a felony. Theft for more than $500. These are sold for $230. Let's tag them and let's put them over here. Wow, a lot of great stuff. That's going to be a bundle for the ages. That's a good one. That's a lot of good stuff. But I feel like I've read through those twice, maybe 3 times now for best offer. I never did really want to do them half off. So he just got a deal because I usually do those half off and then bundle them. That was a best offer and then a bundle. But that was the second, maybe third time those have been read for best offer. So, I mean, there was everything. There was classic rock. There was psych in there. There was jazz. There was Marilyn Monroe. There were soundtracks. That was a cool bundle. Okay. And we now have a felony on our hands. Okay, so, yeah, let's read these again. We got Bad Cop, Chicago Lady. This is Turbo Fruits and Bad Cop. So that's a split. Natural Child, Natural Child, Natural Child, Natural Child. Be Your Own Pet. This was Jay Farhar and Benjamin Gibbard. Surf and Turf. That was one I'd already priced. Father John Misty, 29. Kings of Leon, Kings of Leon. Yeah, those were marked for 10 and 15 at one point. And The Strokes was marked for 10, and it's sealed. So there was 4 records I'd already priced in here, and that was from Fair Discogs comps at $30, $40, $55, $65 is what I had those priced for at one time. And right now, the high bid is $30 with Preston Rose, okay? Preston Rose 30. It's really up to Craig, Chris Frazier, and Jim B. And, of course, Preston Rose, he has the high bid. All right, moving on. Let's go through another crate like that. So we're going through random crates over here, best offer. Maybe even do one here in a minute, half off. I'm going through Miscellaneous. We've shown books, autographs. We've sold 8-tracks, 78s. Folks, we've even shown and sold marbles. We've even shown and sold marbles. So you never know what's going to come through. I'm working on, if I could show you, I've got metal racks, you know, like the kind you buy at Home Depot. We've got them all over the store, and we just throw random stuff on it. When we buy a collection and there's random stuff, the random stuff ends up on these racks. It could be books. It could be autographs. It could be tour books. It could be 8-tracks. It could be who knows what. What is this right here? Let's see what these are. Are these 8-tracks? I think these are 8-tracks. Give me 1 second, though. Let me get another crate. Ooh, this is a good one. And it's never been offered best offer, I don't think. I've got a ton of Paul stuff that's never been done best offer. I said marbles. Yeah, marbles. Marbles. We sold some marbles earlier. I do have a couple Marvel books over here, though, I'm looking at that I'm about to show as well. Okay. Oh, Randy, we've sold a lot of Randy Rhoads stuff tonight. Unbelievable what we have found over here from Randy Rhoads. Jeff, if I told you, you'd have to go puke. You'd be, hold on, I gotta be right back. I gotta go puke. That's what you would say. I think these are 8-tracks. Let's see here. Yeah, and these are sealed. So those are sealed. This one's actually sealed on the outside. So this is a Time Life collection, 8-tracks. Jelly Roll Morton, Billie Holiday, Sidney Bechet, Louis Armstrong, and Jack Teagarden. Okay? And I bet these are either sealed or if they're open, they might. Let's look at Louis just to see. So one is sealed and one's open. So they're all really nice. So this is a kind of a jazz. Yeah, I mean, Giants, it depends on your definition of jazz. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 10 8-tracks, 5 8-track boxes there. That's going to be a little bit to ship those. I'm going to say $25 start because that's going to cost a little extra in postage. $25 start on these Time Life 8-track sets, all of them together, of course. And these 45s right now are at $50. Let's go through this crate. Buy it now, best offer. Okay? How much? Buy it now, best offer on these records. What condition are they in? Most of them should be near mint minus and pristine. Near mint minus and pristine. crap. Hold on one second. I knew I shouldn't open my phone. It's always something to do. Okay, let me apply to this. And I'm going to lock my screen and put that away. Okay, 45s are at 51. 8-track lots there, $25 start. Moving on. Buy it now, best offer. Knocked Out Nocturne, Ralph Sutton. This is a 69 US, $9.99. Don Sepsky, 3 works for jazz soloist and symphony orchestra, 2 LP MoFi, 1979 MoFi, 1999 Don Sepsky. Jorge Santana, a 78 US, that's jazz funk disco, sealed, $14.99. Interesting cover. We got St. Thomas, Sonny Rollins Trio, St. Thomas in Stockholm, 1959. Sonny Rollins, an 84 Swedish import, $29.99. Right now, the 45s has a bid for 51 with Craig. Jim B also bid 51. Jim, you're out. And Victor Guerra, you're out. Craig Thomas has them right now for 51. Final call on these 8 tracks for 25 bucks. We have Joyful Noises, Bobby Scott. This is a 62 mono, $14.99. Yeah, I'll probably run the Hysteria tomorrow. I'll run the Japanese Hysteria tomorrow. I've only set 2 things aside I didn't want to price yet tonight, which was that lugwood cut and Japanese, just because I want to double check them, make sure we get an accurate grade. We need to get a, stuff like that we want to make sure we're very accurate on. Trio for $24. That was Sonny Rollins. That's sold to Amenities for $24. Next is Electric Outlet, John Schofield, an 84 German import. The note from Paul, fantastic guitarist, $19.99 on that. Liz Story, Speechless. Liz Story is $9.99. So now Victor's out. It's up to Jim B. It's up to Jim B. The high bid right now is 51 with Craig Thomas. It's up to Jim B. The Music of Kenny Dorham, an 84 US, $14.99 on that one. And we have Eurobamba. Eurobamba is an 81 US reissue, Andean music produced by Paul Simon, $9.99. Jim B has bid $55. And Craig just cracked his knuckles. He said, all right, Jim B. All right, Jim B. We have Ira Stein and Russell Walder, Transit, $9.99. Love Country, Hypnotic Harps, $9.99. Now Craig Thomas is at 56. Now, Jim B, you've been outbid. And if anybody wants all these 8 tracks, $25. It's 5 box sets, 10 total 8 tracks, $25. Buy it now. Buy it now. Buy it now on the 8 tracks, $25. We have Nancy. We have May Dance, Teramasa Hino. That's a 77 US for Hino there. Hino, $24.99. Also, the Mexborough English Concertina. That is an 83 UK, $9.99. And this is Circus Town. And Circus Town is a 1976 Japanese press, City Pop, and it's a promo copy. $74.99. And Tommy Turrentine, not Stanley, Tommy, and not Timmy either, Tommy Turrentine. And that's a U.S. model reissue, sealed, $24.99. Jim B, it's all up to you. Does anybody want to make an offer on the 8-track jazz collection? Surely somebody needs those. And I'm saying surely, meaning I'm shocked. I'm truly shocked. I'm truly shocked. Jim B's going backwards. He just bid $56. You're going the wrong way, my friend. Maybe pay a little bit more attention, Maybe, I guarantee he's driving. He's on his YouTube account. He's driving is what he's doing. He's probably like running stop signs, running over kids on bicycles. There's no telling what he's doing right now to try to bid on this lot. Probably ran over a couple cats. I mean, there's no telling what he's doing to try to win these 45s right now. He's risking federal charges, whatever it takes. He's like, I've got to win these 45s. Delivering pizzas, going through school zones, speeding through daycare centers, pickup lines, whatever it takes to win these. Okay? I'm trying to knock the dust off this Deadpool book. This Deadpool book was on the top shelf, so it had a layer of dust on it. I've took a Lysol wipe to it. It's very clean now. So this originally new cost $45. We had it marked for $30. I'll do it for $25. It's Deadpool. It's drawing the Merc with a mouth. 3 decades of amazing Marvel Comics art. And this book here is $25. It's a book about Marvel comic art. Looks like it's very well made. Like I said, new 45. We had it marked for 30. I'll do it for 25. 3 decades of amazing Marvel art by Matthew Manning. Deadpool. Okay. Let's set that right over there. 25 on that. The high bid on the singles right now are $55. $55. And it's even got a clean... I told y'all there's a lot of dust on that. Hey, I don't like shipping out dirty stuff. No dirty stuff here. G-Mac on the Deadpool book for $25. Except for those Hustler magazines we sold the other night. Those were pretty dirty. Okay, let's show some more of these Taylor Swift Japanese CDs. See if any of the other people that was interested want some. So I've got Red, and that is sealed $34.99. And I've got self-titled for $29. Those are new Japanese CDs from Tay Tay, $34.99 and $29.99. Okay, Japanese HM CDs. Okay, Jim B's officially on the clock. The clock has started. That was the clock. All right, next thing over here. Now my hands smell like Lysol lemon. Sutton for $6.99. Let me find that. And what was Sutton and what was $6.99? There is something in here called Sutton, and he's offered $6.99. Let me figure out where that is. Sutton. I'm not for sure which one that was. Okay, so first, Kenny D. I got to find some of these. All right, Kenny Doral, Minnesota Ray Red for $8. And then I'm not for sure what his comment was for. Sutton, $6.99. Is it in this crate? Who was this? Yeah, Ralph Sutton. Okay, Ralph Sutton. This is $6.99, and this is sold to Willard Dunham. Okay? All right. The high bid on these singles is Craig Thomas at $56. You're going backwards, Jim B. You have bid $55 twice, and Craig is twiddling his thumbs because he's been sitting at $56. And you're holding up the entire operation. There are people being impatient with you, not with me. They're being impatient with you at this point. It's all on you, buddy. It's all on you. The clock is ticking. We have Peter Matz. Peter Matz, bring them back. A 67 stereo, $9.99. Digga. Digga is a 1976 USOG, $24.99. We have Michael Mantler movies, Larry Coryell, Carla Bley, Steve Swallow, Tony Williams, a 78 US, $14.99. And Wayne Marsh, worn out. That is sealed for $29.99. Jim B has bid $60. I can't see in chat. I know, because you're on your account you use when you're driving. You're driving, and you're probably not paying any attention. You probably don't even know what you're bidding on. You're swerving all over the road. You've probably curbed your car a few times. You've been going through stop signs, running red lights. The boys doing it. Muscella, a 75 USOG, Note from Paul, great album. Casablanca Records, $29.99. Attention, Jim B. You have been outbid on the singles. The high bid is now $61 with Craig Thomas. Soft and Warm, Red Mitchell, piano, bass, and vocal, Doug Rainey and Ole Jacob, an 82 Swedish import, $19.99. Don Ryder Anemone. This is $9.99. Amenities on Wayne Marsh for 30s, sold. And then Muscella, 17. Adam Bernardi, sold. I'm not even looking at prices. I'm just seeing great bids, and I'm taking them. Sold. My crate's full. Jim B has bid $65. Craig, Jim B has pulled over on the side of the road. He's on the interstate. He's got his flashers on, and he's pulled over just a bit on these records. Now the police is pulling in behind him because they think he's having car trouble. And then they realize who he is. He's wanted. He's wanted in several states. That's why he has an alias. That's why we don't even know his last name. He's wanted, folks. Now there's a new bid for 66. Attention, Jim B. You've been outbid on the singles. The high bid right now is Craig Thomas at $66. You've been outbid. You've been outbid. All right, what else do I have over here? Oh, my. What do we got here? I know what this is. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It starts with a K and ends in S. Kiss. You wanted the hottest band in the land. You got it. Okay, so right now the singles are at 66 and now 70 with Jim B. And then 10 on this MoFi record. Don Sebsky, I'll do that for 12. I'll counter you on that one, $12 on that one. How could you say no? How could you say no on that? MoFi for $12? Somewhere the MoFi gremlins just woke up and now they're mad because their MoFi records are being sold for $12. Okay, here are the Kiss magazines. You ready? Pay close attention because I'm just going to count them and show them. Kiss magazines, 1. Kiss magazines, 2. Kiss magazines, 3. Kiss magazines, 4. 5. I don't see that one as much. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. 11. 11 Kiss magazines, $20 start. $20 start on those. Willard says he'll take Don Skepsky for 12. Craig, it's up to you on the singles. The current bid is with Jim B, and he's out. And this is sold to Jim B for $70. Okay, now we can do another lot. And my gracious, I hope that one doesn't take as long. We'll blame all that on Jim B. We could already sold the rest of the stack. We could already been over here to this other box with all the NoFX stuff. Unfortunately, we ran out of time, and now we can't get to the NoFX stuff. But I will go ahead and show this other stuff. And here comes another stack. And let's read through these, okay? So, first thing I have is this. Here's another one of those Father John Misty's that I had marked $30. There's Natural Child. And then there's another Bad Cop. Same thing, Bad Cop and Turbo Fruits. There's another Bad Cop. American Bang, Wild and Young. Those are the same ones. We have Be Your Own Pet. Be Your Own Pet. Be Your Own Pet. Big Jesus. And that's a duplicate. Michael Bublé. Brandy Clark and Sheryl Crow. Youth Lagoon. Valerie June. Valerie June autographed. Varsity. And let me pause right there. We'll start our next lot with that one. That's quite a bit right there. Okay, so let's see what I just included right there. And let's count them, okay? So first thing I have is Jim B, your credit expired. It expired at 11:30. I don't know if you saw that disclaimer, but you expired it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15, a $25 start, including the Father John Misty that I marked for 30. Jim B's already bid 40. All right, y'all got a competition ahead of you. There it is. Jim B's at 40. A lot of stuff, and there are some great ones. The Kiss Mags have bids for 20, 20, and 21. So, Chris, you're out. Chaz, you're out. Pam Murray has them for $21. And the singles are at 40. All right. Now, what do? We show some more records in here for Buy It Now Best Offer. There are more Kiss items after this one. It depends on how well these do, so bid accordingly. We have Enrico Rava Quartet opening night, $39.99, an 82 German import, $39.99 on that. Max Roach, Connie Crother, Swish, that's an 82 U.S. only time on vinyl. That is sealed for $34.99. Judy Garland and Liza Minnelli live at the London Palladium. That's a 65 mono in shrink, $14.99. Ella Fitzgerald sings Cole Porter. That's a U.S. mono. Ella Fitzgerald, $19.99. And the Louis Bellson Explosion, $9.99. Louis Bellson Explosion. Also, Pablo Today, Sarah Vaughan, I Love Brazil, sealed, $19.99. The Kiss magazines are $25. Chaz, you're out, and so is Pam Murray. Now Chris has them for $25. The singles are at $45. Jim B, you've been outbid. Jim B, you've been outbid. Just FYI, you've been outbid, Jim B. In case you didn't hear me the first time, you have been outbid. Not a good feeling, is it? Leaves you all empty inside and confused. Makes you wonder who your real friends are. Makes you wonder if even if you have friends. Makes you wonder if you can feed your family. Makes you wonder if your family even believes in you to win this auction lot. Kiss Magazine's 26. Keith Jarrett, Shades. Keith Jarrett is $14.99. Antonio Carlos Jobim, Urubu, with orchestra arranged and conducted by Klaus Ogerman, $14.99 on that one. We have Ella in Hollywood, recorded live at the Crescendo, 61 U.S. stereo, $19.99. And then we have the Jack Wilkins Quartet. That's a 77 U.S. sealed, $14.99. The singles right now are at Craig Thomas at $45. Jim B, it's all up to you. We're all looking at our watches, and we're wondering to know what's your next move going to be. We have Bobby Gentry. That's Local Gentry by Bobby Gentry, $14.99. The high bid on the Kiss magazines right now are $28 of Chris Frazier. Still up to Chaz Gordon and Pam Murray. Also, we have the legendary Zing album featuring the Fabulous Tramps. That's in shrink, $14.99. Now Jim B has the singles at $46. Now it's over to Craig. They're officially playing a game of chess. It's who bids what next strategically to place themselves in the best position of winning. Jim B just bid against himself, and then he just bid himself again. So he's doing some of this strategic stuff here. Wow, 40, 50, 51, out and out, 51 with Jim B. Whoa, 51. Final call, Jim B. Akio Akamoto, an 81 Japanese, $24.99. He's bid 46, 48, 49, and 51. 51. Going once, going twice. And now the Kiss magazines are a final call to Chris Frazier for $28. $28 of Chris Frazier. Next is Children of the Night. Bob Deegan, Teresa Hino, Cameron Brown, etc., etc. 78 German OG, $24.99 on that. Paul Simon, One Trick Pony. Nice copy and shrink. Nice copy and shrink. Has the original on her sleeve. Paul Simon, $19.99. Tootsie soundtrack, $14.99 for Tootsie soundtrack. And Paul Smith, Heavy Jazz. That's a 77 U.S. swing album, sealed for $19.99. Amenities offer $29 for this Japanese pressing. Well, the good news is it's only marked $24.99. $24.99. And how about I just go ahead and sell it to you for that? I'm going to take less than what you offered. First thing, the singles lot is sold to Jim B for $51. Any verbal abuse on this discount? In my book, that wasn't verbal abuse. That's what we call motivational speaking. That's motivational speaking. See how that encouraged you to bid? Not only did you bid, but you bid against yourself almost $5 more than you should have because you was so excited to win the auction lot. You was so motivated to win the auction lot. Keith Jarrett is $10. I think that's what I just sold to. What did I just sell to? What was Keith Jarrett? That one was he in this line up here? Nope. It must be further back. It was, where was that? Right here. This is sold to Sully for $10. Thank you. Now, the KISS magazines are sold, and these are sold for $28 to Chris Frazier. Yeah, $28 to Chris Frazier. All right, those are done. Let's stack those right over here. Okay, these are pretty cool. These are some different ones here. Kiss Alive, made in the UK. It says includes giant poster, which looks like it's still included. I mean, that could be probably sold by itself, but there's that. And then here's Hottest Band in the Land, another one that says made in the UK. And that's a pretty cool one there. And then here's Kiss, the early years. Gene Simmons and Paul Stanley. Photography by Warren Abbott. That looks like a really cool book. Okay, so these are more like books almost than magazines. And then Kiss Alive Forever, the complete touring history. Wow, look at all that. This is a very informational book here. So those are some pretty cool ones there. I'm going to say a $25 start on all those. $25 start on all those. So that's some pretty cool Kiss stuff there. Paul Smith, Adam Bernardi. I'll do that one for $12. It was marked $19.99. $12 on Paul Smith, Adam. $12 on that. All right, let's do another 45 lot coming up right now. Trying to finish. We probably have enough for two more lots, it looks like, from this these over here, okay? So let's cut this in half right there. All right? And here's going to be the first lot. Chicken noodle soup. I just got a whiff of it for some reason. We have Steelism, the Informant, the Spook, the Stingers, Washed Out, Sarah Watkins, and the Everly Brothers. That's one of those double-sided covers. Natural Child. We'll put American Bang in the other lot because there's another one. Big Jesus SP, Charlie Worsham, Natural Child, and Poohole. Okay? So this is a lot of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. A $15 start. $15 start on that. Okay? And whatever's left, even duplicates, will be sold in the next lot. Paul Smith is sold for $12 to Adam Bernardi. The Kiss Lot magazines are at $31 right now. We have Nancy and Lee again, a 72 USOG. Nancy Sinatra and Lee Hazelwood, a beautiful copy in shrink, $34.99. GMB has the singles for $25. And then Kiss is at $35. Can you go back through them? I will before I sell them. Diner soundtrack is $14.99 for the Diner soundtrack. Leo Smith, Divine Love. Leo Smith is a 79 US, $29.99 for Leo Smith. Bobby Shue, Outstanding in His Field, a 1980 Jazz, $9.99. And we have over here Sabib Shahib All-Star Sextets. That's a 1980 US 2LP comp, $29.99. And we have Bobby Short, Loves Cole Porter, a 71 white label promo, $14.99. And Paul Smith, The Ballad Touch, a 75, another Paul Smith, sealed, $14.99. The 4 Kiss lots are Kiss Alive Forever, the complete touring history. Book number 2 is Kiss, the Early Years. Book number 3 is The Hottest Band in the Land, Kiss. And book number 4 is Kiss Live. Those have a high bid right now of $36. GMB has these singles for $25, final call. I never got invoiced for a double platinum. I bought about a month ago. If you've let Ed know and he hasn't found it by now, one or two things happen. The most common thing that happens is it was tagged to somebody else. They got invoiced. They paid for it, and we shipped it to them, and it's gone. Number 2 is it's somewhere laying around the back with an incorrect name, an incorrect title, an incorrect anything on the sticky note, and it's just mixed in with tens of thousands of other records. So, Jeff, one or two things are going to happen. He's going to find it, or he'll never find it. That's the only 2 outcomes. My vote is, if he hadn't found it by now, it probably got billed to somebody else. They paid for it, and it's long gone. And I would always say, make sure when you get your invoice, the week you get it, let him know immediately. If you don't have an invoice, if you're missing something, that way he can start checking before stuff starts getting shipped out. And if it's maybe something, you got to let him know stuff like that right away. Right now, the KISS books are at $45. Jim B's about to get the singles, and we're going through this book. We're going through this lot best offer. Mixin' with Mixin'. An 84 US Jazz, $9.99 on that one. We have Far East Goes Western, Tak Shandindo. That's a 62 US Stereo OG, $19.99. More Japanese here. This is Sing Baby Sing, Jackie and Roy. That is $9.99. Sully on the Diner soundtrack for $9. Let's go pull that up for Sully. That's sold for Sully for $9. Also, John Fumo, After the Fact, an 86 US Fusion, $9.99. So what happens, always make sure on Monday when invoices go out, 2 things. If you're expecting an invoice, you make sure you've got it, and after you get it, you proof it, and you make sure everything you bought on there is yours, or if you've bought everything, whatever you have bought, it's all on there. Everything's listed. So on Mondays, always make sure you proof your invoice. Everything that's on there, yep, you bought it, or wait a minute, something I didn't buy. And then you need to get in queue with Ed. So if it's something you didn't buy, he can find out who got it. Or if you're missing something, he can find out, because some people don't proof their invoices. And what happens is, let's say person A has an invoice that's like 4 pages. And they just hit pay, their card saved, paid. We don't do anything again until they grab their order, they put it in a box, and they ship it. If there's something on that invoice that belongs to somebody else, the only way we'll probably ever be able to find it is if they get their order and they're going through it and they're like, wait a minute, I didn't order this. And then they have to let Ed know. Or some people's like, oh, well, I don't remember buying this, but I'll just keep it. And that happens a lot. Some people's like, dang, I didn't know I even bought this. That happens a lot because some of y'all buy so much, you're like, I'm just going to take it because I don't remember buying it. But it might be somebody else's, okay? Now, the good thing about double platinum is there's about 30 million copies out there, and we sold 2 last week. I know for sure we sold 2 of them last week. So luckily, we're not dealing with a rare one of one, and we sell them quite often. So hopefully you grab the next one. Kiss is at $60. Sing Sing for $6. That was this Japanese record. Sell that to Amenities for $6. Nat Reynolds on Mixin'. That's sold to Nat Reynolds. Kiss has a bid for $45. And we have Poohole over here. Now, this singles lot, and this is sold to Jim B for $25. This is sold to Jim B for $25. Now, there's also a chance it's still in the back, and it's missing the sticky note, and we just don't know whose it is. And if you've let Ed know, he makes notes, he has a great memory, and he'll be on the lookout for it. So always be sure. Or it could be from the very beginning when I sell something over here. Make sure when I sell something, I do say sold to you with your name on it. Because if I accidentally mess something up and I say the wrong person, that's where the problems begin. If I say the wrong person to start with, it's all downhill from there. So make sure you hear me say sold to you for your name. Otherwise, that's where the first problem. Then if one of our 5 people accidentally mistag it, what we call the taggers or the clerks, that could cause a problem. And then, or it could get lost in the shuffle back here. It could just, we rely on basic filing systems, and we sell tens of thousands of items weekly and monthly, and things do get misplaced. They either show up later or they show up at the wrong doorstep. And they were like, hey, I didn't buy this. And then we have to get it shipped to the right person, and then that's bad for everybody. But it happens, unfortunately. Joanne Brackenberg, Joanne Bracken and Risho Kawasaki. This is sealed $34.99. And we have Black Ice. Whoa. Black Ice. A 77 U.S. Funk Soul sealed $34.99. All right, Kevin Gladden has the Kiss books at $65. David Tate's out. The only other bidder was Chris Frazier. Chris, it's up to you. Kevin has them for $65. Let's do one of these last singles lots over here. Clearing off a shelf. We have the following. We have Natural Child. I've got 2 of them. I have Charlie Worsham, American Bang. We have Poohole Deep Cuts, 2 of them. Poohole again, another Poohole. This is Poohole, another Poohole. And this was, who was this? 1 Against 2, OG, who is this though? Outside the Circle, and Quaker City Nighthawks, Queso Blanco. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. All right, 13 singles, a $15 start. The Kiss Magazine sent it to Kevin Gladden, you're out. The good thing is, if y'all notice, I feel like I have to talk about this a lot, and it's not like this happens too often. It's just that when it does happen, the problems either get brought here live, and I have to explain to everybody what's going on because they're probably waiting for Ed to reply, and he just hadn't replied yet. So I want to assure everybody, it's not like we don't know what's going on here, and we're running around with our heads picked off like a bunch of chickens. The fact is, when one problem happens, usually gets brought, or 2, everybody wants me to know about it, and then I have to announce it live because we're trying to locate a missing record. Then it looks like, but I mean, we're talking about, once again, like half of 1%. But when that happens, then somebody else is missing something, and it's a chain reaction. So I'm sorry I have to spend so much time talking about it. It's like talking about unpaid orders, and it's like not even really a major problem here, but it's usually just, you know, a couple things happen, and then people are very passionate about getting their records, and then we're trying to find them, and then we're having to track them down, and then it's a big ordeal. And then Ed spends a half a day looking for one record. It's just why we have to have his job position here. We sell so much, and it's all individually tagged, and you know, it's all, nothing is the same here except for new vinyl, but even all that's different because it goes all to different people and at different prices and in different days. So it is so much to make all these pieces put together. We have Dorothea Joyce and Lightman. This is sealed for $14.99. Dorothea Joyce. I'm almost ready literally to hire a warehouse manager. I mean, we almost need a full-time person taking off trash, organizing tubs, clearing the aisleways, sweeping, picking stuff up, putting stuff on racks. I mean, you could do it all day around the clock around here, and you still wouldn't be able to get caught up. Okay, I've missed some questions and some bids. Kiss 65, Kiss 72. Nat Reynolds wants Ice of Black. Is that Black Ice, Nat Reynolds? Is that a claim? This was sealed 34. If it is, let me know. Joanne Bracken is sold to Ray Red for $24. And the singles are at $16. Jim B, you've been outbid. Craig has them for $16. These are powered through USB cables. The lights are powered via USB. You have to buy the power block. We'll provide you with the cable, which is the switch, which changes the colors and the functions, but you will have to buy a USB power block for that. Okay, and then over here we have Stan Freeman, Fascination, 67 white label promo, $9.99, and the Sidewalk Hot Jazz Orchestra, 69 German, VG Plus, $29.99. OD, Al Gray, Jimmy Forrest, Out There, EX, $12.99. What's the Kiss? These 4 books: Kiss Alive, or Kiss Live, Kiss, Hottest Band in the Land, Kiss The Early Years, and Kiss Alive Forever. Those 4 books are a final call. Chris Frazier, $72. Kristen, if you say pass, I got to go ahead and sell them to Chris Frazier. It was on its last bid. Jim B has the singles for 20. Craig, you're out. Nat Reynolds does want Black Ice. Okay, that is a claim for him. Thank you. We have Pat Martino, Joyous Luke, EX 12.99. Guitar, John Fahey, Volume 4, EX 22.99. Pit Stop, Widener College Jazz Ensemble, EX 22.99. Don Shirley Piano Arrangements, VG Plus $9.99. O.C. Johnson, A Bit of the Blues, EX 12.99. And Wayman Reed. Wayman Reed is VG Plus $11.99. Orchestra, let's go back and find that one. That was the Sidewalk Hot Jazz Orchestra. VG Plus $29.99. All right. Kiss books are sold for $72 to Chris Frazier. Cool stuff there. There's a couple more Kiss items over here in this pile. So let me go find those. But first, there's that. And let me go ahead and sell these 45s to Jim B. And those sold to him for $20. And let me see what's next in this tub I was pulling this stuff out of over here. Man, we've sold a lot of miscellaneous tonight. Miscellaneous lots, if you count signs, 45s, we've sold 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 2, 24, 26, 30, 32, 34, 36, 38, 40, 42, 44, 46, 48. We've sold about 50 miscellaneous lots at auctions tonight. That counts 45s, magazines, and marbles. And some of the buy now stuff, too. That's pretty amazing. I've almost filled up 2 full tables. This sold to Amenities for $24 and Louis Belson for There Goes Mark for $7. I think that was a few back, but I still have it. Let me find it here. Louis Belson. It was a black and white cover, wasn't it? Black and white cover. Yes, this is sold for $7 to There Goes Mark. And James Handy on the John Fahey, which was right here for $20. Okay? More posters. Well, I did 2 tonight, and I was hoping there's more on this rack, but I'm just going through all this stuff in order. And these tubs. Hadn't found any more yet. Let me check this. A couple more stray items right here. I think this thing's pretty pricey, but I'll Discogs it and see what we come up with. Let's see here. How about, what era is this from? I don't know. What about $9.99? It's a Kiss headband. $9.99. It's a Kiss headband. New on the card. And I've got an Iron Maiden fan club patch for $6.99. $6.99 Iron Maiden fan club patch and the Kiss for $9.99. Okay. Let me figure out what this is. Sean Doolittle, Metallica, Gnome. $14.99. Sean Doolittle, Metallica, Gnome with sound, green collar baseball A's. Huh. I don't know, but that's interesting. Kind of a baseball, a Metallica and baseball crossover. Looks like a gnome with a Metallica beard or a Metallica shirt and beard. $14.99. Kevin got the headband for $9.99. $9.99, Kevin Gladden. Okay? You get the headband for $9.99. I'm going to lay that on top of that last 45 lot. Thank you. All right. Now, let me see if this has a catalog number on it so I can find it faster. I think this thing's pretty pricey, though. Hold on 1 second. Got a really cool Kiss item here. Let me check it. I'll either start it fairly or price it fairly. Probably auction it. This is it, right? Are these colored? Some of them are. 29. Well, it looks like a lot more than 29 in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, there's 29. New and sealed. New and sealed. Not an original shrink, but rewrapped in plastic. Factory sealed. Okay. So this needs to be a $175 start. Kiss the singles box set. 1974 to 1982. $175 start. Nice box is in great condition. No damage here. Just dusty, which I just fixed. And here's what you're looking at. So these are all replica reissue Kiss singles boxed together. First thing you get is this book, which I think tells all about them. And then there's an informational insert. So there's probably what will help us the most. So the first 29 Kiss Casablanca records, eras, remastered, one compilation, and I think some of them are on colored vinyl. Like 3 or 4 of them are on colored vinyl. Really cool there. I Love It Loud. World Without Heroes. There's a Japanese looking one. Shandy. You know something. I Was Made for Loving You. Nice. Peter Criss. Ace. Gene. Paul. Strutter. Rocket Ride. Shout It Out Loud. Love Gun. Christine 16 was Shock Me. One of my favorites. Calling Dr. Love. Hard Luck Woman. Beth, Can You Hear Me Calling? Detroit Rock City. Flaming Youth. Shout It Out Loud. Rock and Roll. Come On and Love Me. Rock and Roll All Night. Let Me Go Rock and Roll. And then Strutter, Kissin' Time, and Nothing to Lose. So, 175. Box complete. No seam splits. Everything's minty. It's got the page and it's got the book. Now, this came from that guy who had promo stuff. The barcode is scratched out. So I really can't call it a promo, but this was sent to him for free, I think. So there's that. The bobblehead is $14.99. Metallica, Sean Doolittle, Oakland A's. So $175, that's up for auction. Now, another jazz crate that I'm going to offer as a bundle. We did not do these half off. If you were waiting for something, this might be your time, because I'm about to count these and see if we can sell them. If not, I'll work on piecing them out later in videos and crates, and we'll do them half off maybe even at some point. But I'm going to offer these just to try to move because we have so much of this stuff. I mean, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 right there. More crates like this that I have not even took offers on before. So here we go. Chad is always a great watch. Welcome. It's 12:08. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be on here, but we still got a lot more stuff to get to. I'm trying to stretch right now. Plus, I've been around a lot of dirty stuff. I mean, dusty. Not really dirty, but dusty stuff. And I have stirred up some dust over here. That's why I brought out those Lysol wipes earlier. Okay. It is 29 Kiss singles. Here's the Discog stats. So the last 3 that sold were 250, 275, and 250. And that was sealed, not an original shrink, but rewrapped in plastic and sealed. So, you know, that's why I went for 175. It seems very fair, being that sealed ones sell for 250, 275, the most recent comps. 29 singles, and the insert, the book, and the box is all in good shape. So, very fair price. Sundays, that's Steven Sunday on the bobblehead for $14.99. This has been a night of miscellaneous. The reason is no new vinyl tonight. John had 4 crates. Paul just had 1 crate because he was meeting somebody at the store to buy a collection. Then he had to buy it. Then he had to store it all, transfer it to crates.